Good morning, everybody. Welcome out here at Rainbow, Victoria, to the ARB Steel at Big Desert 480. I'm Sandy Bowman. I've got Mr. Glenn Wells next to me, and on the other side I've got Darren Wells. Good morning, mate.
Good morning, Sandy. How you going? Good to be out here. Nice and dry, a bit blowy, but looks like it's going to be a perfect weekend for it. And how's these amenities around here? Like it's changed a lot in the last 12 months, but sensational event, and looking forward to some great racing this weekend, Sandy.
Yeah, same, mate. And you, Darren, welcome.
Oh, yeah, welcome back, mate. I didn't come last year. I was a bit crook, but this year's looking fantastic. Gee, the pits have changed. Unbelievable. Probably the best pits I've been to in every racetrack all over the years. Gee, they've spent some money out here. And the Rainbow Council, they've done a heap of work, haven't they, Sandy?
Now tell me, mate, who's your pick?
Pick today, look...
It's a good field.
It's a great field. Last night, walking down the main street, Chapman would have to. Yeah, I reckon he'd have to be
third last year. So
yeah, but I reckon he's going to be. If the car stays together, he'll win this. Yep. But Simon Govins, lately, how good's he been going, mate? Really well. But we can't. We've got to look back a little bit at the green car, Aaron Havey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, mate. He's always there. So. Yeah. There's my top three, I reckon. Okay. And, of course, the old dog, Mark Burrows. He's always there, mate, top five.
Burrows last night said it wasn't even rough here, so...
Oh, yeah, Mark's done a lot of work pre-season on shocker testing with both cars, him and Matthew's cars, so they'll be up the pointy end, don't you worry.
All right, thank you, mate. What about you, Glenn?
Oh, my smoky this weekend is Brett Martin. Like, he's had a shocking year last year, but he showed a lot of talent prior to that, and he's got more horsepower now, and if that car stays together, top three for sure, but you can't go past Clayton Chapman. That thing is just a missile.
And a well-dialed team.
Yeah.
They've been in the car forever now.
Exactly, and it's a well-dialed team, as you said, and they've come down here. They were stiff last year to lose the championship. He lost an engine, but it looks like it's been rebuilt and is all ready to go again, so he'll be quick. As Darren said, Havey will be quick, and Brett Martin for me in third place.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'll give you a tip. I have no idea who's going to win, but let's go. We'll cut back. We'll go and have a look at last year's prologue and some highlights from last year before we get into the prologue. Well, there you go. We're back up in the commentary box, boys. Waiting. The cars have been out on their pre-run this morning of the prologue track. I did see Clayton Chapman seem to be first off. I think he wants to sit there the whole weekend.
Yeah, well, he's first out this morning in the prologue, that's for sure. We've got Clayton Chapman out first, and then Brent Martin second, Aaron Havey third. So it'll be a short and sharp prologue circuit here today. I believe it's about 9 kilometres around, Sandy.
Yeah, see the water truck out there this morning. You see in front of that's our pit area over on the top right of your screen, folks. Got the big screen out there, some fresh spectator area and a canteen and everything down here.
Don't we need that water truck? It's certainly hot, dry and dusty out here at Rainbow today. And when we drove up yesterday from Melbourne, Glenn and I were actually commenting on how not a drop of water in any dams on the way up here. That they haven't had any rain at all in this area. But the wind's up this morning, and, of course, the best part is it's not blowing in our faces. So we're going to have a lot of racing out in front of us here.
That's because we're up in the box, mate.
Certainly is, and that glass is fantastic, isn't it? Yeah.
So this is that's our pit area, folks, out the back. And
what a pit area they've built too. Oh, gee whiz, they've put all new shower block, toilets.
And we've got, so this is on the way out over the road drop. So this is just at the end of the prologue area. This is on the first section of the road. A lot of hard packed road on the way before they get out to the desert. A little bit of a preview of run of last year's track, and that's on board with Mr. Robinson, Bo Robbo, last year's winner, obviously.
Certainly wouldn't want to make a mistake down some of those straights there, Sandy. Trees are very close at 230 k's an hour down there.
Kaminsky last night said he tops out like 197 or something in that truck that's here this weekend.
That's fast enough if you come to a dead stop in a hurry, mate.
Yes, most definitely.
This track is a tough track. It's got some nice, big, long straights in it, as we can see. But then when you get out the back, very sandy.
Looks like it's in the desert here. And the whoops in the desert are so uneven. There's
you don't get any rhythm at all. No rhythm, and you can't get out of it because you can see the dense scrub on both sides of the track. So you've got to stay on the circuit. And it's certainly not enjoyable, that part of it. The rest of the track is, but we've probably got about 20k out the back where the boys are all complaining that it's not enjoyable. But you know what? Everybody has to run that same bit of dirt.
100%.
Yeah, it's a 72k around, I believe, too, Sandy. So 6 laps of 72. There's 2 today, then 2 in the morning and 2 tomorrow afternoon. So
after an hour's break in the middle, I think.
I think it is, and it's a tough track, and it's hard on gear, and we don't want to put the commentator's curse on these drivers this weekend, but man, this track is tough on vehicles. We lose a lot.
Especially when the boys and girls last night were saying it was rough. Nearly everybody said it was rough. It was like we'd just finished last year.
Well, if it's rough to start off with, it's going to get rougher, isn't
held towards the end of tomorrow afternoon.
But, they did recon the racetrack in their own
road cars,
and it's a tough day in a road car around there. But of course, a buggy or a trophy truck's got great big wheel suspension of 18 to 25 inches of wheel travel, and it makes it a little bit easier. But of course, you're going 3 times the speed across this desert terrain out here. So, I hope this wind picks up and stays like it is.
The weather says we're going to be high 20s to low 30s. Beautiful. We're going to have the breeze is going to pick up to possibly up to around 40 kilometres an hour this afternoon. That'll get rid of the dust, won't it?
Certainly is. And I'm looking at the flags now. It's blowing in the right direction too, Sandy. Away from the commentary, away from the spectator area, more so
down towards Lake Wells over there.
Lake Wells, yes, we're so proud.
Over on the top right-hand corner of your screen.
The story is, Sandy.
That's where all this hot air blows to, I believe.
They named that lake after us, 5 or 6 years ago, and we're so proud of, the Rainbow community naming that lake after us. And But unfortunately, we found out that it wasn't a freshwater lake. It's a local sewage treatment plant. And
that was after going for a dip, mate?
No. So I think they're trying to tell us something, Sandy.
Glenn, it's a nice lake, mate.
It looks nice from here, I mean.
Bit low on water.
Bit low on water this trip, but yeah. But anyway,
for those people up in Queensland and over up the Northern Territory and Western Australia that haven't been here before, it's certainly one of those circuits. The terrain's a little bit like Hyden in some ways, Glenn, when we're over there in WA.
Back in 2009.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's some big open straights.
Well, I raced that race and I remember the dust.
Oh, yeah,
the dust was phenomenal over there.
Yeah, and it was a long way around too. It was over 100 kilometres a lap, so it's a tough day in the office over there back in the day through the paddocks. But excellent track. It's a shame they lost it over there, but this is very similar, isn't it?
Certainly is, and of course, on board this weekend we've got all our sponsors, ARB and Mickey Thompson Tyres, and I found out just before that Raceline Wheels are sponsoring
the commentary.
Commentary.
How's that, mate?
Oh, mate, Chris Hummer.
To listen to you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking forward to putting those new Raceline wheels on the 200 series.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, Steel at Australia have put on a monstrous amount of energy and also backing into this race this weekend. So massive thanks to those guys as well.
Of course, without all those sponsors, mate, we don't have an event, and of course ARB.
And volunteers. Ultimate cars are in front of us on the screen. Kyle Tucker, Chappie, Mark Burrows, Tom Owen in that car 30, Aaron Habe.
There's a bit of a smoky. Tommy Owen driving Glenn Owen's car.
This sort of clicked then.
Yeah, young bloke, but he's got plenty of driving ability there, and he took over Dad's car, Glenn Owen, and that Jimco certainly got a fair bit of mumbo.
Won the Fink Desert race back in, I believe, about 16, and great effort. So it's a great car, well set up, and Tom's an excellent young driver. So lost an engine, did you hear, last week? And they had Stewie down from Brisbane to rebuild the engine for him. So, they've done a lot of work in the last week to get here.
Yeah. Aaron Habe, Craig Barnett. Well, we all know Habe's. Habe's are always up there. Barnett's, as I was saying last night, a strong finisher. I don't remember not seeing them finish.
No.
Every single race, they're still going at the end. So
yeah. He drives
Coleman,
the finish. Drives the finish.
Yes, 100%. Dave Coleman, Mark DeGrucci in that 88 car.
Yep, nice car too.
And was saying Mark in there. And Mark was saying last night that the car actually hasn't done many race miles at all, which we've seen it out a little bit. They've had a few issues, had a little bit of time off, but back together with a fresh engine.
Isn't it good last night having the show and shine down the main street and all the people in the surrounding areas coming and the barbecues and all that.
Oh, phenomenal.
And being able to view that, Sandy, I know you walked down the street and interviewed all the competitors, but Glenn and I had a great night there last night, just walking around, meeting people that we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah.
And the cars were just in first-class condition. They've done some work, the boys, over the break on all these vehicles.
They always come up good first up, don't they? The first events of the year, they always look better than probably throughout the year because, they get a bit of wear and tear. But, geez, they looked good last night, didn't they?
Yeah, that was Brent Martin on the bottom, in the middle of your screen there, down the bottom.
Yep.
All the sixes. We've got 14 in Class 6 and 66 in total.
Yes, the two classes, the turbo and non-turbo side-by-sides.
I think Ross Newman's the only Class 6 that I saw. And I think there's a fairly strong field with those guys this weekend.
Well, Matthew Hummer is... he's had a good couple of years in his
third year in.
Yes, and young Lachlan Campbell, of course, Greg Campbell's son.
And they're running that Maverick R this weekend.
Yes.
Certainly
which was Dad's car sitting in the back corner. And Lockie was saying last night he hasn't actually driven that car. Oh, he drove it in the driveway. I don't think he's driven it on dirt yet.
Oh, wow. Well, he's in for a big weekend.
Well, I think he's got the knowledge and experience with him as well,
Oh, for sure.
So another strong class coming up, Class 10, about 10 competitors. I think these 3 classes that we've seen so far make up well over sort of 70 or 80% of our field this weekend. I know we've got a couple of classes that are fairly light on, but we've got a few single-seater. I think there's about 5 single-seaters in Class 10 this weekend.
Yes, and a well-prepared car. Shawnee Ratcliffe's car there is beautiful-looking car. He's done a hell of a lot of work on that. It's a great-looking car. Russell Harnett all the way down from Queensland. He's been a long time, him and his wife, long-time competitors.
With his daughter on board, Glenn Kelsey.
Yeah, got Kelsey on board with him this weekend. Expect him to go very well in a 2-seater. Stuart Chapman, interesting, back from...
No turbos.
No turbos. He's back from Ultimate into a Class 10 car, so that'll be interesting, him on his own in that single-seater.
I think it was pay the entry or buy a turbo. He paid the entry. And he's in the non-turbo, but Stuart, he's certainly a great driver. Gee, exciting too. We've watched him over the last couple of years in that.
Bit of a dark horse, really. In some
certainly
respects,
is.
Isn't he?
Certainly is. He goes extremely well. And Rod Visser in the 10 car, and James Terrell, Pup.
Yep, another single-seater.
Pup's done a power of work over the last 12 months.
Go on.
We've got to remember Bowie Graham too in that class.
Bowie's a pretty strong contender. They are. There's the remainders. We've got 2 Class 2 cars. We've got 4 or 5 Class 4 cars. We've got Heath Whedon there in the
7 car.
The 7 car. We've got Michael Hackney in a Class 8 car. Roland Polchow is in a Class 4 car.
What about 264 Brian Bradford has come all the way from Townsville, Sandy.
Crikey.
Townsville he's driven down from.
I thought the drive from Wandon was hard, mate.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to him last night. He's come all the way from Townsville.
And, speaking, a lot of these guys have driven, once again, from all around the country. And even the Campbells last night, they drove through. They had stopped an hour out just to have a bit of a breather and a nap so they could catch up again and keep going. So...
Gee, they're keen, aren't they? They drive in long distances to come to these events. It's unbelievable. And look at Brett Kaminsky in the ex-Toby Price.
That's a fairly strong Class 4 when you think about it. You've got Jake Williams, who he's had a bit of a bad run, with that car, but I believe he's got it pretty well sorted now. So that's Matty Burrows we're on board with. And that's live going around to the lineup.
Jesus. Let's not give him the commentator's curse, but he's got our camera on board all day. Gee, I hope he goes for 2 days.
Chappie's got a camera on board. I think we've got a few cameras. We've got a few cameras out in the field as well.
Oh, so we're going to get a first-class look, aren't we, at the view of the track. And, of course, this morning at 10 o'clock in the next 5 minutes, Sandy, we've got the 9-kilometre prologue to determine start positions. And what's really interesting, and I don't recall ever seeing it before, that they're setting the fastest cars off first to what they believe is the slowest car last, but it's not necessarily correct that they're just seeding. But normally they go the other way around. They start off with the slowest and finish up with the fastest. So an interesting concept, Sandy.
Certainly, Clayton Chapman's off first this morning, but...
he's going to top-dress the circuit, isn't he, to start off with?
Certainly will, but it'll be great to have the camera on board out of that the car of Matthew Burrows. He'll be on board all day today and all day tomorrow, so we're really looking forward to that. This will be some exciting shots, and of course, as we know that Matthew Burrows is the son of Mark Burrows, 8-time Australian champion.
No forgetting that Matty Burrows came third in last year's championship.
Certainly
in the ARB.
And the year before too, Sandy. 2
years in a row he sat third.
So he's had good finishes, hasn't he?
And I keep asking to see the turbos on that car for Matty Burrows, but...
That won't happen,
I'm
mate.
disappointed again this year, apparently.
No, well, Dad said to me that, being Mark, he said to me, I can't have my son beating me. So he certainly...
he's given him the hurry up with no turbos.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but,
very clean driver is young Matt.
Yeah, he got Jay Mitchell in the left-hand seat with him today. Of course, Jay's from Griffith. Yeah, so and he's a great navigator for him. They're a good team. They work together very well. But that's a tough class. Of course, my pick this morning was Simon Tucker in that class.
Yeah.
Gee whiz, he's
Well, he came second in the championship last year.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 and 3, both in Class 1 cars.
Pro-like cars, up to 3.5 litre, normally aspirated vehicles.
Yeah, he's a hard charger too. And his son this year, Kyle, has stepped out of navigating and gone into his own car number 14. So he's in I think it's a Jimco actually, black Jimco. I did say
a black car last night.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Kyle will be
fairly well presented car that.
Oh, and trying to beat that, I would have said. You know, if your son was racing against you, wouldn't he be out there to beat you?
I wouldn't care to give him a tap.
And there's a bit of that going on these days, isn't there? You know, with the Browns and just go to the Burroughses.
Well, I was saying last night, there's a lot of 3-generation families out here.
Correct.
Yeah, even the Chappies, I see they got their kids out here this weekend. Clayton's kids are out here.
Yep. Yeah, no, great to see. But, of course, I'll talk about a couple of these other cars. Down in Class 10, we've got James Tyrrell, Pup Tyrrell. He had an engine blow up a couple of years ago, and he decided to take a year off and put all his money to transplanting an engine in that car. He put a 2.4 Honda in. He's rebuilt the whole car from front to back. And we're wishing for Pup Racing this weekend all the best. He's done a fantastic job of that car. Glenn and I had a look at it last night. Of course, Rod Viz's car down the main street. We had a look at that, and also we had a look at. There was a lot of. What about Bodie Tickner? He's bought a single seat.
Oh yes, yeah.
And he's back in racing after being out of it for about 10 years. I would have thought. Maybe not that long, but Bodie had a Class 2 car, I believe. He's from South Australia, and he's bought a single-seater Alumacraft. Gee whiz, that was looking brand new sitting in the main street last night. So he'll go well too.
Yeah, there's a few cars there that might surprise us at the end of the weekend.
The car that I liked last night was car number 83, Tom Dixon. He had what they call a Crumco.
Yeah, on our screen, last year's third place getter, Chappie.
Yep. He had it in the bag last year, didn't he?
He had a bad run on that last race.
Well, not really. He's a racer.
He didn't have a bad run.
He's a racer, and he was told by multiple people all he had to do was just idle around and get the trophy.
He kind of probably didn't play it right.
No, he didn't play the game right, so he went out there and he was on it all day, he was really going well until it came in on a rope, and I walked over and there's a rod hanging out through the bottom of the sump. So it didn't look good, Sandy.
No, not at all.
And I went over and had a look at that car last night, and it's got a brand spanking new engine in it, all painted up nice, and I reckon he would have dynoed that a bit. And they've got a farm or something up there. They would have given it a run.
They've got their own track. They've got their own dyno. They've got everything, the Chappies. So
they're certainly dedicated to off-road racing.
They've got it right up the pointy end too.
Oh yeah, he's up the pointy end. So he deserves to have a win, doesn't he?
Yes.
Well, you look at where he started in that Triton years
ago.
I
raced against him in Class 8.
Yeah,
Class 8, Class 7. They raced against Clayton and Adam.
Yep, been around for a long time.
2009, 8-9-ish.
Finally got in the buggies and just built their way up, and now they're at the pointy end of every race.
Well, the whole family was racing, really, weren't they?
Yeah, they've got a sea of red.
That's right. I used to think to myself, gee, how'd they afford the entry fee? They used to come up with 3 or 4 cars all the way from Brisbane. But no, they certainly put the effort in. You put the hard yards in, and you get the results. And the oldest saying in off-road racing: if you fail to prepare to fail. And they're certainly doing all the preparation and all the right things. They've put out some great little family videos over the years, haven't they?
Most definitely.
And they're all lining up on the line here now under our big inflatable banner.
I think we were going to go down there and see if we could have a quick pre-race chat. I don't know if we've missed that opportunity, but
you might be able to go down there,
might nick off down there and see what we can do if we're still allowed to do that.
Well, I've got 10 o'clock now, Sandy, so we're looking at our first car, Clayton Chapman. about to lead the start line for this
I think we've
9-kilometre
missed
prologue section.
Yep.
Round 1 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship out at Rainbow, Victoria. Backed heavily this weekend by Steel It Australia, Mickey Thompson Tyres, obviously ARB, and Raceline Wheels. So we must be seconds away. We must be literally seconds away off starting.
And obviously those major companies obviously got the results, reaped the benefit from last year from the sponsorship because they've all come back on board this year, Sandy. Been great.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good to see these people put their hands in their pockets and put on these events.
And we've got Mr. Raceline Wheels out here himself this weekend putting the banners up. So they're not just throwing some cash this direction to help us run this beautiful championship. They're out here doing the hard yards.
Chris Hummer, is the owner of Raceline Wheels, and he said to me this morning there that Raceline Wheels are certainly. When I look down the row of cars here, there's a lot of cars here with Raceline Wheels on now.
Yeah, most definitely.
So no, it's good to see them getting the results of their sponsorship dollar. And
you look at the last page on the program too, Darren, and
here we go, folks. Clayton Chapman, sorry to cut you off, mate.
Right.
Chappie is off the line. First car on their way for the prologue of this year's round 1 here at Rainbow. The ARB Steel It Big Desert 480.
And 1 minute 30 intervals, and that'll be good because that'll let the dust
drop down.
Yep.
Give everyone a fair and reasonable run. Certainly. Next up, we've got our Brent Martin. There's Chappie going down around past your bathing lake, gentlemen.
There he is. Look at the dust and plenty of pace too. You don't often see number 90 on the top of Brent Martin's car. I'm used to just seeing 1. He's had a couple of good years of number 1, and then last year he had a shocker. He just had one of those years that everything went wrong. But let's hope that he has a good run this weekend.
Look at the pickup on Clayton's car.
Yep.
This is.
And it'll be a quick prologue because
look at the pull out of these corners here.
They've graded.
He's sitting in tight.
They graded the whole of the prologue track. They never put the grader near the rest of the circuit, but the prologue tracks had been graded, so it'll be very, very extremely fast. Geez, look at the pace he's got going there.
And look at the dust coming out of it.
Yep, certainly 1 minute and 30 you need for that dust to drop, but we have got a nice breeze up here. I'm quite
dust
surprised.
now all the way.
Look at the pace in the infields. And second car's away. Brent Martin, car 90.
Oh, very decent. That's now, what do you say, a 4.4 litre? Is that what he said to me?
Well, thereabouts,
yeah.
And he had so many issues last year with harmonics with that car because they went up to the bigger engine. It was harmonicking all the time, and everything was falling off it. The flywheel fell off it. The converter fell off it. And in the end, at harmonic, they, I think, one of the pins out of the side of the piston, one of the circlips, and that was the end of it. So they've sorted out all their problems now, and
hope he has a really good run this year. Sponsored also by one of our championship sponsors, Mickey Thompson Tyres.
Yes, well, they've certainly put their money on the right car there, Brent Martin.
And it must be a fairly light car because at the end of the day, there's a probably 50 or 60 kilos less of engine than some of these other cars in it.
Well, that car,
it's got big capacity.
Well, the car that Brent's driving there was originally built and bought into the country by Ivan Albans.
Oh, yeah.
So Ivan bought it in. They raced it for a few years and then sold it to Craig Martin. Of course, put Brent in it. He raced it for a lot of years. Brent is a 3.5 litre with a VQ35.
Won the championship.
Absolutely, and no one could catch him. And then they decided to change it. I don't know why, but gee whiz, have a look at places.
Now, Hayden's got an interesting combo with a Toyota. Bit of boost in it.
Not this one. No, it's
sorry,
his brother.
This is the other one.
Yeah, this is the V6 3.5 litre Toyota. You're
Yes.
right. His brother, he's got the V8 that's too straight. Yeah, but no, this one's the 3.5
I got confused on that last night also.
It's the Toyota.
Yes.
It's a Toyota twin turbo Lexus motor or Orion motor in the back of that. So, and it's a good engine too. It took them a little bit to get it sorted out, but it's certainly sorted out now. They've just realised that you've got to keep up a lot more maintenance on that type of twin turbo engines. A lot of maintenance. There's a lot of things going on there. So, but the Havies, gee whiz, and he's got Liz in with him this weekend, and he's got either Liz or Chelsea in with him. But I saw Liz sitting in the seat there earlier, going by to do the prologue, I believe.
Even it's got a fair bit of pickup, you know, looking at the screen here.
Oh yeah, it's got plenty of grunt, that car. Don't worry about that. And he knows how to drive it.
Magnificent sport. Have a look at that shot.
Oh, unbelievable. Brett Kaminsky on the start line now, 434. The ex-Toby Price Mitsubishi.
A lot of Mitsubishi in that car too.
Mitsubishi, yeah.
The thing I can't believe is that when I saw Toby Price prologue that thing, he had all the 40-inch tyres on the back of it and everything. I noticed Brent
back to 37, I think maybe, and
Brent's
taken the tyres,
removed all the tyres, and
lighten it up. He did say last night he doesn't really prologue too well, so he's hoping that he can make his ground up in that rough section out in that middle section of the main track.
Certain parts of this track that really suit the trucks, though, Murray. And previous winners
truck last year.
Oh yeah. So, and if you look through the records over the years, trucks are mostly. Greg Gardner's won this event. Don't quote me. Three or four times. Yeah. Yes. So,
of course, we miss you, Greggy. If you're sitting at home watching us, we miss you.
He'll be back soon.
Yeah, I'd see you back soon, Greggy Gardner. You're a star.
Next up, Stephen Bowie Graham, yep. And Jason Richards, hey, he's up in the left-hand seat.
Is he really?
Yeah,
wow.
Look at that. Wow, well, Jason Richards.
There's a bit of experience there.
Absolutely.
Well, I know. I spoke to Ella, Bowie's daughter, yesterday, and she's had a bit of a surgery, so she's out for this first time of the year.
How's the size of that jump over the finishing line there by Clayton Chapman?
Yeah, plenty of pace there. She's got a long lead up to that jump.
Once I get some timing going,
Of course, Stephen Bowie Graham in the Lumacraft this weekend. He's sporting a torque converter, Glenn. First class 10 car with a torque converter in it. So he's going over the clutch pedal, and we'll just see how that class 10 car goes with a converter, because they do drain a little bit of horsepower from you, but it makes it a lot more drivable.
A lot more reliable too.
Yeah, easier on equipment. Look at we've got the line next. 8-time Australian champion, car number 21, Mark Burrows, and his youngest son, Tommy Burrows.
Yeah, young Tommy is the navigator, and what can we say about this fella? He's been around since 1978.
76, Glenn.
76, is it?
70, he always tells me he's been around a couple of years longer than me, so... but, of course, Mark, what can we say about him? He's just won everything, and he was the first man to beat the motorbikes at the Fink.
99.
And all he's done is just rack up Australian championships ever since. Oh, Brent Mark, big jump too. Certainly are. So... there goes Mark off the line in his new Mudfab car.
A couple of years down the track now for that car, and he's really happy with it.
Yeah.
And expect him, he'll just drive the conditions all weekend, and expect to see him at the finish in the pointy end of the field.
We don't want to moz him, Glenn, but he is always in the top 5, isn't he?
Certainly is. And he's no spring chicken anymore. What is he, about
65. 65 years old. 65 years young. And we've got Jake Williams on the line with Anthony Harris strapped up in the seat there. And certainly a nice-looking truck. Truck number 437. And, of course, as we know...
with a fresh wrap this year.
Yes.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Pink, bit of pink on it there last year, but it's all black. And just interrupt, fellas, we have been handed a phone in for anybody's out there that's dropped their phone, come see us. I might have it. If not, I've got another phone.
It's a nice phone.
It's a lovely photo on the front there too.
Yeah, what brand is that phone?
It's an iPhone. Yeah,
It's an iPhone Max, mate.
Yeah.
So if you've lost a phone, come up to the commentary box.
It's got a picture of your mum on
Look
the
at
sand.
that jump by Aaron Havey. They're having a fan crash.
Yeah,
Brett Martin was huge. So was Clayton Chapman.
Yeah, Brent Martin's went into a little bit of a tough position.
There we go, Jakey Williams. I think I'll put him down as a bit of one
Trophy truck.
Yeah, both love that old truck too. It was a little bit shorter than the one he's got now, and it was quite nimble, that truck. And of course, Jake bought it, and he's over the past couple of years, he hasn't had a good
He's had a
run.
bad run with that truck, but I think he's got a lot sorted now. He broke an axle last race, I
Yes, yeah, he
believe.
did.
Or even in testing, maybe. I think I remember he broke an axle just recently. So
Like any of these vehicles, Sandy, you've got to keep the maintenance up to them, and they're just pushing a lot of horsepower.
big tyres, the whole
Yeah.
look at
Car
that. Is that
number two.
a picture perfect coming down there for that truck?
Simon Tucker on the line now. And
Number two, well, second last year in the championship, the ARB championship.
Of course, he's a hard charger, this guy. Gee whiz, gets a bit between his teeth and he doesn't let go. All the races that I went to last year, he was going every event. And it's I think it's Southern Cross, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I think it's Bobby Strawbridge's last car, wasn't it? It's definitely a Southern Cross.
Lovely car, of course. Bob's out there listening. We send our regards to Bob, and
Bobby Denise.
Yeah, certainly built a beautiful car when they were racing, and he's left his mark on the sport with all these vehicles still out there running.
Showing plenty of pace too.
And always consistent too.
He is. As Aaron said, he's just a hard charge, and he just keeps putting in those quick laps.
His number one son right behind him, Kyle Tucker, in
the black gym car.
Here's Kaminsky over the finish line.
nice landing.
Tyres back. No. Yeah, the two tyres run back.
Oh, the two spares.
Yeah, he did the pre-run with no tyres, and then went, it's a bit too light on the bum end, probably.
Yeah, I think they're built to, remember what you see in the States, you always see them with the qualifying or pro, you always see them having the two, and there's a lot of weight swinging back there in two of those 40s.
Especially when they're hanging right over the back of the car.
Oh, exactly. But they tend to leave them on. Back in our day, we used to get as much, put no fuel in them, take all the spares off, and try to get them as light as we possibly can. But we certainly didn't have the technology and the horsepower they've got these days. Who's that on the screen?
That looks like Jakey Williams.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, look at the dust line behind these.
Well, the dust is still moving. Is it like looking from the commentary box? We can't see much. We can't see your lake out there. As far as the dust is fairly.
No, it's hanging a bit.
Widespread and hanging, but when they get out the back there, there's
Tucker away now.
The wind is up. It could be a lot worse. That's for sure.
It could be worse. We might not have all these cameras out here.
Exactly.
Look at the view you're getting at home.
Speaking about old dogs for a hard road, look who we've got on the line now. Truck number.
Sibbo.
Yeah, Peter Simpson. Warrigal Machining Company, I believe, and Peter just eats, sleeps and breathes off-road racing, and of course he's married to Dee, and Dee
She's helping out in the background this
yeah,
weekend.
she's one of the main girls behind this whole event, and they both do a fantastic job.
And he's had a big week too, Darren, because he lost an engine too at Portland the other week, he said.
Oh, he did too.
Yeah, he raced and got fourth outright at Portland 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and then did a joyride on the Sunday morning, didn't even do half a lap and broke a crankshaft in this truck, so he had to go home and rebuild the whole. He's put a 7-litre in it now, I believe, Glenn.
Yes, yeah, we said he didn't. He wrecked the 6-litre, so he had a 7-litre on the floor, so he threw that in, Sandy.
Indeed. Well, I just got the first 5 times up on my phone here, fellas. Do you want to have a guess?
Clayton Chapman? No.
How about you, Darren?
Well, I already saw who it is.
So I'm going to go for current fifth place. Brett Kaminsky at 620. Bowie in that little class 10 popped him 623.4. Clayton Chapman with a 554.6 in third place. Brent Martin in 552.7 and only 0.4 of a second ahead. Aaron Habe with a 552.3. So we'll keep you updated on times as they come through. But that's interesting with you know even Bowie in fourth in front of Kaminsky's car. Gee whiz,
that's incredible. Yeah, there he is.
Well, as I said this morning, guys, you can't overlook that green car. It's got plenty of mumbo and he knows how to steer it. So Aaron Habe and of course Liz Habe, they're a great pair. They've won some races together.
Don't forget, folks, we've still got this phone up here. If anybody's dropped the phone and hasn't realised, check your pockets.
Yep. Looks like it's a picture of a husband and a wife or something on the front of it.
There's got a notification there. I don't want to open it, but
no,
we could
you
reply
never know
to
what you come up with.
No, don't think you've lost it. If you go for your pocket and you're missing your phone,
give us a holler.
Yeah.
Up here in the commentary box on the hill.
Quite a late model
iPhone.
Look at it.
There's Sibbo on your screen, folks. He was racing that little white Baja bug when I first met Sibbo.
Tommy Owen and Damien Bennett. Car number 30.
Jake Williams comes through the finish line.
That's a late model Jimco. It's running a Commodore V6 twin turbo engine with an AGB in 5-speed behind it. Mark Burrows has come up to fourth. Gee whiz, he's done well at a 620. That's not a bad time.
I bet he'll be wanting to be further up.
Aaron Habe's going to be hard to toss at that time that he's done.
I must say, Aaron always does well too. I mean, we can't say much. Already we've seen 4 or 5 guys that always, always up the pointy end on the prologue, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have.
And remember, in this situation, that we're dropping down in speeds.
Yes, yeah.
We're
normally
not going
we do it the other way around.
Generally,
they normally start with me in the class 7 or something, you know. Get out there, get you out of the way first.
Yeah, you're normally out first. Sandy.
Here's our second class 10 car for the weekend. He's at a 12th position. And, of course, it's Stuart Chapman with no turbo on this weekend. And he'll be pushing up that pointy end in class. Class 10's a great class, gee.
I'm really interested to see how they prologue these 10 class 10 cars this morning, because I reckon
Jakey Williams, a 6:14, putting him in 4th place in front of Mark Burrows.
Yeah, certainly.
There you go.
Yeah, a great job.
So that's pretty impressive.
Certainly is.
only 2 cars in the 5s, is that right, Sandy?
That's correct. Sorry, 3, mate. 3. Habe's, Martin and Clayton Chappie. There's a big gap, actually, between Chappie and Jakey Williams. Chappie came in with a 5:54. Jakey Williams 20 seconds behind with a 6:14.
Russell Harnett up on the line now, all the way down from Queensland.
Yeah, the Gold Coast area, Brisbane, Gold Coast, and been around for a long time, and really good peddler.
Russell, and of course his daughter's in with him this weekend, Kelsey Harnett, and they're actually got the Ford motor in the back of this now. They used to have a Mitsubishi, had a lot of...
no, it was a Honda. It was a Honda, Darren. They had a lot of trouble, yeah.
Oh, had camshaft problems all the time. Yeah. And then everybody else went for the 2.4 K24, and he went for the Ford, and he reckons it's doing a great job in the back. So he's off the line now. Russell Harnett.
It's a good class, isn't it? Normally aspirated up to twin or single seater, and it's a very popular class, and I can understand why there's a lot of the competitors here this weekend.
Another 10 car, 1074, David Adams. I was talking to this guy last night when he was in the scrutineering line. I walked over and had a look at this vehicle, and
a single-seater.
Yes, certainly is, and he's certainly well put together, little car. I asked him whether he built it himself. It wasn't a known frame to me, and I've been around a while, and he said, no, a guy had built it in South Australia, and he'd purchased it from him, and he's made it a better car, he said, and he's had a bit of fun with it the last couple of years, and he's decided, he was here last year, but I wasn't here last year, so I didn't see how he went, but a very well put together little car, David. He's done a great job. So he's out of 14th position.
Look at Sibbo. Is that Sibbo on the screen there? Looks like running down behind the back of the pits, out to what we call our airfield, down behind us.
Yep, exactly. They dart down to our left.
And then come back along that straight.
Yep. Into the start, into the finish straight. Plenty of momentum coming up over the finish jump.
You can see the town in the background there. That's the main. That's how close we are to the main street of town, folks. It's not even a kilometre.
A couple of minutes, you can nearly walk it.
If they zoom in a little bit, Sandy, they'll be able to see the bar where Glenn and I was last night.
Sibbo coming in over the finish line. What a shot!
Yep.
There he is. We've got a fair camera crew out here this weekend. We've got several cameras which will be out on the main track this afternoon and tomorrow to bring you the best coverage of the best championship ever run.
Well, yes, if that's your opinion, yeah, I agree. It's
first round too.
First round, yep.
Well, I think we're chasing a Burrows car out here by the looks of that.
Who are we looking for now? We'd have to be looking for Matty Burrows, would we?
Yeah, car number 3 on the line now, Glenn.
Yep.
Of course, Matthew Burrows and Jay
There
Mitchell.
he is, right in the middle of your screen, folks.
And I walked over and had a look at the car last night, and they've rebuilt this whole car front to back. All the shockers have been rebuilt and repowder coated all the cases on them. And
there's no shortcuts in the Burrows.
No, certainly
shed.
not. And
never has been and never will be.
Got a new motor in it. It's got a Commodore motor in the back. V6 Commodore, not turbo.
Tom Owen comes through plenty of race.
Yeah. The
fresh engine.
I don't know how much time he's had in the seat of that car.
Tom. Oh, he's had a little bit. Yeah, a couple of years. Been driving it and drives it a lot around Reg's farm too. They go up and do a bit of testing on Reg's farm, so no, they do very well. But as he said, he went up to Reg's farm last weekend and hand grenaded the engine. The timing chain came off the front of it, so consequently had to spend all week repairing that motor. But because they're a turbo motor, it didn't damage any of the valves or pistons. Just had to replace all the timing gears and chains on the front of the motor. Looks like it's running a treat out there this morning, so I believe we got part of the Owen family up here over the weekend. Of course, Reg Owen, the old stalwart of off-road racing, been around a million years, probably a little bit longer than me, and of course Reg was the first man to win the very first Kempsey with a handheld light, and then of course Glennie Owen and Chris Owen and Matthew Owen and Tommy Owen, they're all off-road racers.
Tyler Owen, it's just an Owen feast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of off-road races.
Now this is probably the biggest car on the circuit. It's the tallest car on the circuit.
It's sitting up, isn't it?
It is sitting up, Class 5, and I think it's the only one of our Class 5s from memory.
Michael Shipton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not
I
forgetting,
need a step ladder to get into it,
yeah,
Stan.
it's very big, very big. Now, just while we've got a second, don't forget, folks, that you can jump on board and follow these cars on your rally safe, and you can also jump on board Chris Sport and follow the links to our ARB Steel at Big Desert 480. That'll give you your timing as well.
And one thing you can jump on board too, Sandy, is the helicopter at the back.
Right behind us here.
Ultimate helicopters. Yeah, you can go for a ride in that. They've got 6 minute, 10 minute, 15 minutes. I've got the prices here. I took a photo of it earlier, but
Don't worry about the money, Glenn. It's cheap
oh,
for what you get out of it.
It's cheap, yeah.
You shouting, Wellesley?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got plenty. Don't worry about
Wouldn't
that.
shout if shark bit me. So we've had the Shipton vehicle off the line. And of course, look who's next. Old pup Tyrrell, James Tyrrell, in the single-seater.
Fresh engine, like you said earlier.
K24 Honda, and he's done a mountain of work. New dash, wiring, and
Jimco.
brought into Australia by the late Paul Simpson from Warrnambool back in the day, had a V6 Toyota in it. Then it was run by Brad Chase from Sea Lake. James Tyrrell this weekend. All families here. Going back to the ultimate helicopter, 6 minutes, $75 a person, 10 minutes, $125 a person, 15 minutes, $185, and so on. You wouldn't want any more than 15 minutes, so that's cheap.
It is.
And you get a bird's eye view from up there. Don't worry about that. So that's ultimate helicopters be available all weekend, just out the back here.
A little bit of a change in the top. We're going to call it the top 12 now, but we've got Aaron Havey at the top, Brent Martin, Clayton Chapman.
Tom Owen.
No.
No.
Tucker.
Stuart
Simon.
Tucker.
No.
Simon Tucker.
No.
Kyle
Kyle
Tucker.
Tucker.
Gee, that was a big jump over the line too.
And he came in with a 5.56, and that's only 2 seconds behind Clayton for fourth place. Then we've got Tommy Owen with a 6.03.
Yep.
Simon Tucker at 6.10, Jake Williams at 6.14, Mark Burrows 6.20, Peter Sibbo 6.23, ninth position, Bowie in the 1065 car with a 6.23, also 0.2 of a second between those two. That rounds out our top 10. Then you've got Stuart Chapman with a 6.24, Brett Kaminsky with a 6.28, and the Hart an entry of 10.12 with a 6.35. Watching Rod Visser off the line.
Rod Visser, it's a Lumacraft, isn't it?
Looks like a twin brother to Bowie's.
It is.
It's certainly a lovely car.
Those are Lumacrafts. They're just so well built.
And they've both been, I believe, both those cars were dynoed last week. Pup dynoed his car, and of course, Rod Visser dynoed his car at the same time. And you wouldn't believe it, they both run 2.4 Hondas, and they put out 1 horsepower difference between the pair of them. So I'm sworn to secrecy of how much horsepower they actually put out. Really?
Yeah.
Oh well, that's a lot. That's about 600 more than I heard.
I'm more interested in who's got the extra horsepower.
The extra one.
Yeah, so the bloke that spent the most money got the extra one, but
At the dyno.
yeah, certainly did.
Both dyno by the same fella?
Yes.
There you go.
Yep. But certainly a good day down there at the Dyno Centre.
Then again, figures on dynos don't mean too much this sport, does it?
not
You
at
still
all.
got to drive these vehicles, Sandy.
So we've got Mark de Grouchy and Mark Hardman.
Mark and Mark. Car
Yep.
88. Fresh Holden V6.
V6 twin turbo. There we go. A racer. That's what the frame's called on that. And in America, they're a fantastic car. There's a lot of them in Australia at the moment, but when you walk over and look at those races, Sandy, the welding on them is amazing.
Yeah.
They're a tough car, aren't they?
Very nice.
Michael Marson had one he's just sold. Talbot Cox.
Matthew Burrows across the
Class 5 on the screen.
Yep.
Out there, and he must be going right down the end to do his ute. There is, in the background is our airport, landing strip, whatever you want to call it. And he'll be back in for a finish in probably in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yes, they just go down that straight to the left of us, around the tight left hand, and back up the hill, through the gate, and then down the finish straight over the jump.
And we've got the first of the 6 cars on the line. Car number 651, Lachlan Campbell, and of course Greg Campbell.
Long time.
Oh, Greg's been around.
I raced against Greg when he had his Porsche. I asked him if he still got that Porsche sitting in the back corner.
We spoke about having old cars last night. Greg sat down next to me in the main street last night, and he said, "Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Wellesley. I've still got my original old Porsche sitting in the corner of the." And I said, "You're not going to believe this. I've still got one of my old cars sitting there too.
I'm a collector of off-road cars as well. But anyway, it's good to have an old car you can keep looking at. And there's Lachlan Campbell, and I believe Greg gave instructions not to damage that car over this weekend, because next weekend they're racing it again, Sandy.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a tough call, isn't it? And it's quite handy. The next race is only, probably 2.5 hours up the road next week. So yeah, you need to keep it in one piece.
I see Matty Burrows with a 6:25 in there, in 12th position, currently behind Stu Chapman.
And his dad did a 6:20, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a 6:20 in 8th position. So
Matty's just behind him, and all he's missing is 2 turbos.
There he is in front of us, heading back to the pits.
Yeah, very nice car.
There's Mark and Mark DeGrucci steering, Mark Hardman in the passenger seat. Car 88.
Richard Andrews on the line, car number 137.
See, that looks like the Campbell car that we're watching on our screen.
Yep, yellow and black.
Lockie, like he said earlier, or last night, that this is his first drive in the dirt, so
Good on him.
not that he doesn't know what he's doing.
His dad does, that's for sure. He's been around
they both
forever.
Sort of know what they're doing now,
I'm sure his dad will point him in the right direction.
Was that Richard Andrews off the line there?
Yes, it was.
Sorry, I did miss that.
Yep, 130. Darren got him, 137.
137, S&S frame.
And we should have 92, Dale Standen. He's coming up the start line now, minute and a half gaps for this
I
qualifying
don't know
slash
too much
trial.
about Dale Standard, and I also don't know too much about Richard Andrews either. So
Dale's on the way from Griffith. And of course, Dale's been around for a million years, raced a Class 2 car for a lot of years, and then got up into a 10 car.
that's what.
And now he's got a looks like an open class car with a number on the roof of 92.
He's done the right thing, hasn't he, over the years? He's progressed through the classes, which is good. As Pup Terrell come through the finish line, so I'm glad he's successfully completed his prologue, which is good.
Yep. So Dale Standen is running a Ferrell car. That's the make on the paperwork that we have here, and of course,
Gee, we've seen a lot of Ferrell cars over the years, haven't we?
Yeah.
I didn't think they actually named one.
I see Pup's time in 10:36 car, 6:34, currently in 14th. 48 competitors here this weekend.
Thereabouts. What's our prologue?
It says 47 on
47
our
on
sheet,
our
but
list.
I did see one that I didn't see on any literature out there last night. So
Well, that's a
Rod Visser over the finish.
good field. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, there won't be 47.
No.
Of course, a little bit of info about our next starter here, Bodie Tickner, who said it's all the way from South Australia. Car number 1093, and Bodie was a fantastic competitor with his dad back in the day, and they had a lovely little red car that they'd built themselves, and they sold it off, and I noticed he's been racing at the Fink the last few years. He's been out of the sport. He's just purchased this car from Hayden Bentley, which is a single-seater Alumacraft, which he's totally rebuilt, ground up by the look of it last night. I looked
It's a
at
nice
it.
looking car, Darren.
Certainly was. It's got a little Chevy motor, 2.4 Chev engine in the back, Class 10 engine, and we're looking to see how Bodie goes this weekend. I'm sure he hasn't lost it. He had the skills.
See, speaking Class 10's mate, Rod Visser ran a 6:27, jumped in front, Greg Kaminsky, James Terrell. We've got Bowie, looks like the fastest, and right behind him, Stewie Chapper.
Yeah, well,
Bowie's amazing, isn't it? Considering it's a twin-seater and it's quite a heavy car.
Oh, and it's got that converter being put in it too. I thought that might have sucked a bit of horsepower out of it, but of course, you know, he's got a good right foot of Bowie. He knows how to steer that thing. And he's got a good navigator this weekend in Richo. So he'd be trying to show Richo how fast he can go.
Richo might weigh a little more than Alan.
Oh, just a little bit, I think. Yeah. But
well, it's got a full-size AGB in it.
Yep.
For a 10 car, and it's a very heavy 10 car. So he's just driven the wheels off it.
And I always have a joke with Bowie. I said, "You must have done a lot of work to that Honda motor." And he said, "No, it's just a wrecker motor. It's just a wrecker engine, Wealthy."
Probably a set of cams. They usually jam a set of cams.
We've come across a lot of those blokes over the years, haven't we?
There seems to be a lot of wrecker motors out here that are doing really good numbers and really good times. And
I have a giggle because I look at it, Sandy, and I go, "Oh, a wrecker motor with a dry sump pump on it."
Yeah.
I think we come down the last hour.
That's our final finish line to the finish jump. Gee, I tell you what, who's caught him or he's caught somebody else, but that looks like a Maverick. It looks like Mark and Mark in that car 88, just in front of, I'm going to say, Lockie Campbell.
Oh, wow. If he's caught up on him.
He's rounded up Lockie Campbell out there, or has Lockie Campbell rounded up? I don't reckon that car 88 was travelling at too great a speed.
Oh, look at Lockie
Lockie's
Campbell.
got issues out there.
Yeah.
This is Greg's car. Lockie hasn't driven this car before, and I don't think he would have broken it, but
You reckon
I believe it sat in the corner for a couple of years.
Do you reckon he's cut the track? Yeah, he's definitely. I don't think he's done the full prologue.
No, he hasn't. He's cut in early as well.
Yes,
He's swung in early. He's gone to speak to some officials. He may get a rerun for some unknown reason.
Yes, he's talking to officials over there. So, maybe he got dusted in. He backed off.
Who knows what? We'll find out.
Who do we got on the line now? And I can't spot him from here.
6. Gee, look at all us with our eyes.
Is it Darren Franklin? Is it Darren Franklin, 678?
I'm sitting right where the beam
I
for
think
the
it
number
might be
is.
Matthew Hummer at 633.
Yeah, it looks like Matty Hummer.
Oh, yeah,
it
might
is.
be
Yes,
Matty
indeed,
Hummer in the black car. Yep, certainly is. And of course, as we found out over the weekend, Raceline Wheels.
This is backing the hot air in here.
How could you not give him a plug?
I better make room in my garage for the new wheels when they arrive, Sandy.
Apparently sponsoring the whole commentary this weekend. And Chris Hummer said to me before there, Darren, he said, "I've got crayfish coming up at lunchtime."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
how good's that? Yeah, love it.
Are you going to leave some for us, Darren?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, good.
You can have the head.
That's better than the sleeves.
10:54 on our screens.
Matthew Hummer over the past couple of years has certainly progressed up to the pointy end. He's done extremely well in that vehicle. And I was talking to Chris earlier on today, and he told me they've got a little bit more horsepower out of it this year too. They've found that they can tweak it a little bit. Maybe I'm not allowed to tell anybody that, but they've been able to just tweak it a bit, and they've got a bit more go out of it. So we're looking forward to seeing how he was going to go, old Matthew, this year. We've got Craig Barnett, and of course Sandy was plugging Craig before.
The team, fantastic team.
Yeah, and Megan Barnett. And of course, Craig, when he pulls up after every race, he's always got a big smile on his face.
His hand at the end of when we're allowed to have
Absolutely loves it.
And he has a go too, doesn't he? Like, there's no slouch.
I said they're just always so hopefully they have another cracker weekend this weekend.
And what about this thing on the line now, this Crumco? You know,
Dixon.
It's a car that we haven't really seen.
I raced against him. I don't even know when I first started off-road, even 20 years ago, however. 20 years
You would have only been 6 years old then, wouldn't you?
My God, 20 years in off-road. That's coming from Winch Challenge as well, so...
Yeah, it nearly gets to my 48.
Not quite.
48 years in off-road. Anyway.
92 over the finish line. I'm going to refresh your time while we watch that Crumco.
Tom Dixon, car 83 in the start line in the Crumco.
Crumco. Gee, they build a lot of these cars in America, and of course, they resemble a VW.
He's got a VW
Beetle
body. It looks
body.
quite cool, actually. Quite like this look at this car, and it's well presented.
It's actually a buggy, a full-blown buggy body, like a frame. And what they do is they just drop this fiberglass shell over it and makes it look like a Beetle. But
was Bob Mowbray's that he won the Fink in years ago? Was that a Crumco?
No, it wasn't. That was a Jimco.
A Jimco, was it? But it resembled a
lot of coves come out of America. But this car here, I looked at it last night. It's got a 6-litre Chev in the back of it, and it's got one of the new.
Yeah, I knew that.
He's having a crack too in that Crumco.
He was pretty.
Sandy's all over it.
A couple more times. Couple more times here. Dale Standen in 17th position. 641. The Adams entry 1074, 643. Lockie Campbell obviously caught Mark De Grucci at some stage out there, with a 644 in 19th. The Andrews 137 entry, 644 also. Shipton entry 585, which is a big white ute, now only class 5, 649. And Mark in that car 88 with a 758. So they must have had problems, which are why Lockie came in their dust.
Yeah, and hindered their run, of course.
Probably hindered the Campbells' clean run.
And Dave Coleman on the line now with Jake Coleman.
Yeah, that looks like the 1054 cars at a standstill. That's the Gubbins entry. Is that right?
1054 is Simon Gubbins.
Yeah.
Which was my pick earlier on.
The commentated curse has got him.
Yeah, he hasn't smacked something, has he? Or has it just
stopped?
Look
at that Dixon car on the screen, folks. Wow.
Let's talk about this car 70 on the start line, just leaving now. This is the ex-Brian Robinson. This team has come down from Alice Springs to race this event this weekend. It's a Porter, originally owned by the late Brian Robinson, who raced it, and then it was sold to another Alice Springs local in Mark Booth. And I know Mark Booth and his dad Buddha Booth because they've got a crane company in Alice Springs, and I do work for him. And he's rebuilt it. He's purchased it in November 24, being last year, and he's bought it out, and I'd say this would be his first race. So good on him from Alice Springs. Dave Coleman in the Porter.
Yeah, well, of course, that's a city or a town that sports a lot of off-road racing over there in Central Australia. One of the biggest races in the country, but not as big as this. Not as big
biggest.
as the ARB Steel at Big Desert 480.
Rainbow Victoria.
Bit overcast, very windy, very dry looking, and
currently
quite a bit of dust.
23 degrees, mate.
23 degrees.
They even said there's a chance of rain. That's because of all the hot wind in here.
Well, there's a lot of hot wind, but we've got this. You notice we've got this cooler going behind me here, like an air conditioner.
Yeah, beautiful, Glenn. Don't turn it off, mate.
It's blowing out fresh air, which is beautiful.
So that was
10:25.
John Wise, is it?
No, He's got an accent. I don't know where he's from, but that was how I think that's how he said to say his name yesterday.
Oh, W-I-S-S-E.
But it's a Vis.
It's a Vis.
That's our language lesson today. There's a couple of others in there that I did ask them how to pronounce it.
I tell you what, Sandy, if you get it wrong, they'll be
Come and tell us.
They'll be banging on the door at the back of us.
I'd rather be corrected a few times and get it right in the end.
Yes.
Matty Hummer over the finish line. Our race line wheels entry.
Yep.
Poured big dollars into the championship, cars and commentary.
Yes, look at the sponsors. It's about 15, 20 sponsors we've got here for this weekend, and ARB certainly one of the top ones because the ARB.
Mickey Thompson Tyres, of course.
Big Desert 480.
And of course, all this at the end of the year, at the last round of the year of the ARB series, is the last
championship.
round. Yeah, the championship series. Yeah, sorry, and of course that's the last round is over at Millicent, South Australia, and we have a big presentation.
I'll just see on the screen there that Porter's off the track, so he's had a gone wide. I missed what was happening there, but just say Matty Hummer's time was the 6:43, currently in 20th position, just in front of Lockie Campbell.
It's not bad, is it?
Oh, so
So we've got 25 cars over the finish line. Craig Barnett's just come over the finish line as we're talking about. That's a pretty good time. This is an interesting little car on the start line, boys. A little rotary supercharged rotary. There's two of these cars floating around, isn't there? This is Roland Paul Chow.
Yeah.
Cool little car, little stadium, little
it's
little Bennett.
No.
What
They were built for the Stadium Series in Anaheim back in the day, back in the 90s. And then what actually happened was that Noddy, the old ex-off-road racer, bought one out, and another bloke called Alex Fitcher bought one out. And this, I believe, is Alex Fitcher's one that he bought out. And
he's had a couple of problems with this. He blew a gearbox. This is only his third or fourth race with this car. He's done a gearbox. He's done
probably 12 months. He's had it.
Yeah,
He
he's had
rebuilt
a
it
couple
totally.
of issues, but
well, Mazda team in America built 3 of them. 2 of them come to Australia. They all had rotary engines in them. When you walk over and look at these cars and look under the bonnet, the only engine you can put in that car is a rotary engine.
This is so tiny.
Yeah, but certainly.
His time would be good too.
I reckon.
So Roland Pole Chow is away in car number 468.
Craig Barnett rolling across in front of us at the second, and he's come in with a 6:22, mate, in 9th position.
Right behind Mark Burrows.
Yeah, so let's see where that Dixon car finished. That'll be an interesting thing.
Oh, that'll be top 10 easy.
Car number 779, Heath Whitten. We meant to say too, thank you very much for our timing, ladies, just come up. We meant to say that we've collected a telephone at some stage, and we would like the person that owns the telephone to come up to the box and pick it up, please.
When it rings,
well, it looks like it's been run over, doesn't it? It's a corner of it broken.
Okay, we've still got another dozen or so competitors to run this.
That's a beautiful looking Class 8 down there. Class 7 in front of that.
Yep.
So once again, I think we said we've got, what was it, five single car classes this weekend.
Yes.
Get them out of your sheds, guys. Get them out of your sheds.
Bring them out.
Says me, I've got one sitting in the shed. Yeah, sitting in the shed. Yeah. That car 83, that Dixon car came across the finish line before. That was fantastic.
Oh, that had plenty of
And
momentum.
That looks like Lockie Campbell might be getting another run. Is that what I'm looking at, folks?
I reckon he got dusted in. I reckon he's caught the Hardman car.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just going to answer whoever's phone this is. Excuse me.
So that phone was ringing, Glenn. Would you believe? The person that lost it's ringing.
Here's Mr. Coleman.
Shawnee Radcliffe's on the line there somewhere, Glenn, in that dust.
No, he's not. I can't see him.
Oh, isn't he?
No, we've got Lockie Campbell back for a rerun by the look of it. Unless that's Sean over behind Heath Whedon in the 7th.
Yeah, it might be on the other side over there because Heath Whedon and then Sean Radcliffe's after that. Of course, Sean's got the little single-seater that he's done a heap of work on and had a few little issues with the events of late, which has been a shame. Hasn't finished any races in it, but he assures me last night that he's sorted out all his issues. So we wish Sean Radcliffe all the best. Car number 1007.
Lockie Campbell on his rerun. Have someone come up to that phone.
Oh, beautiful.
It's all sorted, is it?
Yeah, I just took a call then on it. Not bad fun.
Oh, I thought it was your mum ringing.
All right, we got on the line Heath Wheaton, Class 7, and our only Class 7. He's been out here several times as well. He's also competed in nearly every race.
Well, you know what it's like to be in one of these vehicles, Sandy.
I don't know about out here in one of these vehicles.
No, you've ridden around in 7 and 8 cars all your life, and gee whiz, it must be a tough day at the office in one of those.
Most definitely. Both of those, the Class 7 and the Class 8 out here, definitely wouldn't be the most enjoyable.
Glenn and I looked at this car last night, and I said to him, wouldn't that be a tough day out the back in that?
Most of the suspension is in your spine.
Yep. Yeah, I know that.
Oh.
Yeah. But certainly Heath, and he always seems to finish.
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah.
He seems to
He's
prop
been
up
last
everywhere.
car on track a few times, but he doesn't even care. He just loves it.
And is this
Wife
Michelle?
usually in the passenger seat. Yeah, Michelle's in the passenger seat with him.
Michelle Wheaton.
And they've got a lot to do with this. Heath's actually running this Southern States Club Challenge, which is a lot of events down in this area. South Australia and Victoria linked up to do a fantastic little series this year,
Wow.
which has filled up a few entries in some of these smaller club events.
Here's
There he is.
Shawnee Radcliffe.
Now, this car's immaculate. It's immaculate. I had a look at it last night. It's a magnificent looking single seater.
There's Lockie Campbell back on your screen, folks, running for his second lap. Second run of prologue.
I'm tipping that he's had an issue. He's caught somebody.
And they may not have pulled out of the way or something.
Yeah,
Who knows?
yeah.
Who knows what's going on there?
That can't, you know.
Have a look at the suspension on Heath's car.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we were just saying how your spine is part of the suspension.
Yes. Yeah.
Gee whiz.
Because, you know, you can't do a lot of suspension on a 7 car.
No, you've got to. I tell you, so there's a lot of different classes for those that haven't listened out or don't know much about it. You've got about 10 or 12 different classes, all ranging from standard production, which is that Class 7 and that green Patrol you saw on the screens. Class 7 car, Class 8, you can put different motors and different suspension, that sort of stuff in, and also running, you know, what we'd say is a full drive truck or buggy now goes into that class in many aspects.
Yes.
We've got the side-by-sides on your screen now. Different versions of the car off the Michelle Ratcliffe there into the first corner. That's a Class 10 car, which is a maximum of 2.5 litre naturally aspirated car. We've got Class 1s, which is a 3.5 litre naturally aspirated, up to our ultimate cars, which our ultimate cars are the big boosty boys and up to 7 litre buggies. We've got Class 4.
We've got no Class 11s this weekend.
One Class 11. Well, the 7 litres now, the rules changed this year, so 7 litre has now dropped. All those Class 11 cars that were in Class 11 with a 7 litre in a trophy truck, they've dropped back into Class 4. So they've opened up Class 4, Class 8, and I can't remember the other class. I think they've opened up 3 or 4 classes now, back up to 7 litre. So,
that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that.
Class 8 is now a 7 litre. Class 4 is now a 7 litre. Yeah.
There's Pow Cow.
Yep. I had too many tacos last night.
I went in like a fighter jet, actually. Nose first.
I think it'd be a bit of skill to drive that car too, wouldn't it? You'd have to spring that off, kind of like those, kind of like Robbie Gordon's series, you know, the stadium trucks, the super stadium trucks. I think you'd have to spring these things off the jumps, wouldn't you? Here's my car of the event, the only Class 8, Michael Hackney, GQ Patrol. He's got an LS1 with a turbo 400 in this car.
Is that the one that just left? MJR or something?
Yep, that's the one. It's on our screen currently. Even on the screen, the dust is from.
After that, we've got the first of our Class 2 cars, Brendan Forsman and Lee Whitehand. And I I did read somewhere on the internet during the week that these boys, Brendan Forsman, got a new tyre sponsor for the weekend. It was a tyre that I'd never heard of before. And I thought, well, that's great. At least there's another tyre company coming into the sport. So, wish Brendan all the best. Brendan, the Forsman family.
Black Bear tyres.
Black Bear tyres. Wow, look at that, yeah. And you know about those tyres here, Sandy? The Black Bear tyres?
I'm not too sure who found that phone, but a very appreciative lady's just picked it up, so thank you very much. There you go.
She's very happy, mate. You know what it's like when you lose your phone.
Well, you turn around, your wallet's gone. There you go, Brendan Forsman off the line, and we've got Heath Leading on our screens.
Look at this thing. Big jump.
You've got to win pretty
Tell you
quick
what,
that time.
Lockie Campbell was quick.
Yeah, very quick. 6:51. Lockie Campbell, Greg Campbell. Obviously, Dad wasn't in the left-hand seat slowing him up, or the right-hand seat in that case. They're left-hand drive, aren't they?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Do you know something about this vehicle on the start line now, Darren?
Yeah, Brian Bradford. He's you wouldn't believe this, Sandy, but I actually owned this car for quite a number of years, and my son Daniel raced it with great results and won the Class 2 Australian Championship in it for a number of years, and we sold it off to Brian Bradford up in Townsville. He's been campaigning that car up there for the past few years, and he said to me that he wanted to come down and race the big boys.
I'll tell you what,
So,
mate, not to... no wonder Lockie wanted another run. He's obviously been held up. He just came in with a 6:14.8,
yep.
which is 0.8 of a second behind Jakey Williams in that 4:37 trophy truck. In 9th position, in front of Mark Burrows. 2 patrols. Isn't that the sight to see? 2 patrols racing.
Yes.
That's Michael Hackney. We're following off to the left, but Heath Quinn was in the right-hand side of your screen, folks.
Yes. Look at that. That aerial shot.
Now, this is only second race.
These birds we got in the sky this weekend are doing a great job, aren't they?
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Look, good-looking car now, that car. I know the bloke that used to run that car was...
Certainly,
he's done well.
certainly great. The drones, they do a marvellous job.
Yeah, send the drone out over the start line
Yeah. No, how many drones would we have up this weekend?
42, mate, I think.
Sure.
Sand.
All I know is they're doing fantastic footage. Following that patrol, he must be down. He must be down that bottom corner. Is that what that shot is there, fellas?
Looks like it. Yep.
Because that looks like the road back in.
Of course, car number 609, Jeremy Horn, and his navigator for the weekend is Adam Rodkin. And they're on the line now. They're out of 38th position. We've got 47 to start the prologue for the weekend. So the prologue, if you just come on board, ladies and gentlemen, this prologue that we're running now is what we call qualifying. So it goes from the fastest time to start the race this afternoon starts first, and of course the slowest starts last.
We've got 2 continuous laps this afternoon, 72 miles, section 1. So it's going to be certainly an interesting afternoon, so stay tuned, that's for sure. So we've just got our last 8 or 10 vehicles now coming up the start line, and what I can see, just about every one of them is a side-by-side.
Yes, you're right.
We had
there,
11 of those guys out here this weekend.
Yep.
Good luck to try to beat
Sean,
Tom.
she ran over the front wheels, didn't he?
He was trying hard, wasn't he? Old Shawnee. Yeah, well, he hasn't got anybody in the
Bottom corner. That looks like... so that's... is that the Forsman Class 2
like
car?
the Forsman car, yep.
What a shot.
Isn't it great? We've got the small screen here in the commentary, and there's a big screen out on the infield that the spectators are looking at. The same footage, and it's just unbelievable footage of these vehicles from the drones.
And of course, if you're not here on site this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, you can sit at home in your own lounge room, put it on your big screen at home and watch it.
Just turn the sound down and you won't have to listen to our dribble.
But you can follow it also. Rally Safe. Jump on Rally Safe, look up the Big Desert 480 around the track and see where whoever you are following is. You can also follow the timing live on Chris Sport. Once again, go to the Big Desert 480.
And Huddy and his team behind him are doing a great job, aren't they? Getting it out there all over the world. So even if you're in America, you could be sitting up there watching us.
Actually, one car we didn't mention before, I don't think, was that the Dixon 83 entry came in 6th place. To be
we saw
that?
The big jump.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I got its time, but it was a 6:07, putting him in 6th place.
Yeah, I thought he was top 10.
That's not too bad.
The one with the 6 litre with the Hollinger paddle shift, remember?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
And beautiful car too. Gee whiz, very well prepared. If you ever get the chance, ladies and gentlemen, I know last night at the main street you all walked along and had a look at all these vehicles, and they all got the wow factor about them. But at some stage, if you are around the pit area there and you get to have a look at some of these vehicles, you certainly see how technical they are and how much suspension travel they've got. And that's why they go across the terrain here so rapidly. And this part that we're doing now is called a prologue or qualifying that we're all looking at.
Just over 9 kilometres of the track, which is probably around the first 4 and the last 5 or thereabouts.
Renault, 620.
Times at Heathwood with a 724 in 30th position. Roland Polchow with that 468 little Mazda powered thing with a 612 in 29th position.
A 612?
Yeah, sorry, 712. Thanks for the correction, mate.
He must have got a toe.
From Lockie Campbell, you reckon?
Tell you what, Lockie Campbell's time.
That was super impressive.
These last 6 or 8 side-by-sides have certainly got their...
Yeah, well, those young blokes don't need their tyres pumping up too hard, Glenn.
Well, our top 6 are ultimate cars. Then we've got Tucker in 7th, Williams in 8th with that Class 4, Lockie Campbell Class 6 he's our first Class 6 in 9th. A couple of more pro cars with Mark Burrows and Craig Barnett, and then Peter Sibbo, Steve Graham 12th and 13th.
It'd be interesting to talk to some of the competitors about their all their alterations they've done. In the break.
We're going to try and go down in the pits very soon, I believe. Once we get the nod or someone throws a microphone at me, I'll go for a wander down there.
So
unless you guys
can't come through. Oh no, we'll let that down there. Leave that to you. Know what to do.
Certainly the catering facilities here this weekend. Gee whiz, I went down there and I was talking to Narelle, one of the ladies in the kitchen. They've moved it down into the pit area, and the food and all the facilities that they've built down there for the catering is second to none. It's first class.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, new toilet block down there as well. So, if you need a feed, go down there and see the ladies and grab a drink or a pie or egg and bacon. We've certainly got everything down there on board.
5 side-by-sides left to go. That Class 2 car on screen.
How blessed are we?
1650 in the Class 2s.
Looking out the window here of the comm box and the flags. And
I'm very glad the wind's as it is now.
Certainly blowing, starting from left to the right,
It's
and
got
the
a bit of pace
flags
in that wind too, doesn't it?
certainly has, which is fantastic. It'll be blowing the dust out of the competitors' faces, and it's not coming over and annoying everybody on the hill here. We've got a lot sitting on the hill and Spectator Hill.
Looks like our Maverick R. Lockie Campbell with the front wheel off.
Really?
That's what that car was. So he looked like he came over the finish line quite nicely. He might have got a flat in the last corner or something and made it over in time. But to do a 9th position finish in today's prologue,
What, the wheel off it to the
wheels,
right?
yeah, right hand front wheel.
I'm sure they'd have enough spares to fix it.
Yeah, it's only a wheel.
He did, like I said last night, these boys did say that car was sitting in the corner for a couple of years. They haven't really touched it.
Yeah.
so-
Well, they'll be touching it now.
Tonight they'll be touching it.
Yeah.
Righto, no, who's this over there finish line, El?
It's 6-6-9.
Jeremy Horn.
Ah, yeah.
So Jeremy Horn across the line. So we've got all our side-by-sides queued up there out of the 10 or 12 that we said that we've got running this weekend, which is a great budget class, ladies and gentlemen. If you're sitting at home watching this, these side-by-sides, if you call them, you know, they could be a Can-Am or a Polaris, or they even have Yamahas, and they've got Hondas now. And
Yet to see one of Robbie Gordon's speed runs out here yet.
We haven't seen the speed run out here yet.
Be the first.
6-1-6-6 off the start line. 6-1-1-6. Nathan
I talked to a lot of people about these things, and they said the new Polaris, Can-Am, very quick.
And running big tyres out the box.
Straight out of the box. Just
35s and
buy it and race it, I believe. Well, you've got to change the roll cage a little bit and put some fire extinguishers in them, but you virtually
off
just
the shelf.
Yeah, just go straight out and race them, put a couple of better seats in it, I believe. Yep.
Apostoles, Layla. She had a chat with her last night in the pits. She's done a few races in this car. I don't know too much about it. It's the first time I've met her, so
Which one was that? Taylor?
Taylor. I said
Taylor Apostle.
Apostoles.
Well done, Sam.
Apostoli.
I asked her how to say her name.
Oh, sorry, mate.
And I might have still stuffed it up. I did say I'll have a go.
Would that be a Greek background? Or
Not too sure.
yeah.
Sounds like an island that I went to once.
We won't talk about that, are we?
Yeah. But we've got
Those Greek islands.
We've got 3 or 4 still on the line.
We're coming to a close on our prologue here by the looks of it.
Nathan Santori.
We've got Cameron Grayson on the line now, 697, just left.
Yep. And we missed Nathan Santori, 6116. Of course, the next one along is Taylor Apostoles. Apostoles, sorry, mate. Yeah. Anyway, we always get one name wrong.
My wife drinks that Aperol Spritz. Is that related to that?
Possibly. We've only got 2 more after that. We've got the Warwick vet, Ross Newman.
Yep.
And I'm not even too sure. I can't see the number from here.
Vaughan
Vaughan
Hogan.
Hogan, 646.
Yep. Oh, Vaughan Hogan.
He's been a contender for a little while too, hasn't he?
Yep.
Is that the Hogan Heroes entry?
It's yellow.
Another Maverick.
Rob Belcher in with him. Navigating.
Hogan's Heroes, a team name. There you go. 646. Vaughan Hogan.
Glad you're all over it, mate.
Yeah.
I love,
Gee,
I love that show.
Out of 3 of us, one of us going to get it right. Yeah.
Taylor about to leave the line in a Can-Am. Westcon Racing. Westcon Contracting, WAC2, Galaxy Print, Embroidery. Family team, 18-year-old Taylor.
Here we go.
Navigating. Ah, Dad is navigating.
Yep.
There you go.
Because it's pink. 607.
That's good to see. There's a lot of parent sibling cars, or even 2 generations in the one car, or 2 generations out there racing against each other.
I don't know whether I'd sit in with my daughter in a race car.
Yeah, I wouldn't sit in with my daughter.
Would you? You
No
would?
way.
No.
Someone else can get in there.
Man, there's no brake pedal on the left-hand side. No steering wheel either, generally.
No, I bought my daughter the first car. She had 5 accidents in the first year.
Lucky you were panel beating, mate.
That's what all the friends said. Yeah.
Ross
Lucky
Newman.
your dad's a panel beat.
Ross Newman on the line said he was doing, what did he say last night, 14 events for the year?
Yes, yeah.
He's
Cameron
well
Crowe,
travelled.
Very well travelled.
Must have a good bank manager.
Tell you what.
Cameron Crowe strapped up there next to him. So he's the navigator co-driver, as we call them. So it's 6681 on the line
The
now.
only 66 car. Is that right? Normally, I think, pretty sure I saw it was the only 66 class car this weekend. Another supercar class.
Yes, I think you're right. That's
And there was a 6-1 car. It's a
661 car is Nathan Santori.
That's the one. Yep. So Ross is the only 66 car, and I think that means that
Non-turbo.
yeah,
Smaller
1000 cc non-turbo.
Yep.
Yamaha,
You can see the
Yamaha
Well, we got one more car on everybody's sitting at home. You can get up and go and make a cup of tea, or go to the toilet, have a toilet break, because we're going to send Sandy down to the pits with a microphone. He's going to find out.
If our internet can reach, that's always a struggle out here, but we've got it pretty sorted, I believe.
The first section starts at 1 o'clock, folks.
Sandy can find out what's all the mishaps that's happened during the qualifying.
Well, we might just run through. Don't forget, folks, on the top of our leaderboard so far for this year's first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship out here at the ARB still at Big Desert 480. We have Aaron Habe in first position with a 552 with 0.4 of a second behind him, Brent Martin in that naturally aspirated V6, Clayton Chapman in third, Kyle Tucker in fourth, Tom Owen in car 30 in fifth, Mr. Dixon in car 83 sixth. The second of the Tucker entries in seventh with a 610.1. Jakey Williams, eighth position. Lockie Campbell, the first of our 6 cars, in ninth, and Mark Burrows in 10th position. That's our top 10, folks. And then down the other end of the scale, we've got a couple coming over the line. We can start from like 30th. In the 666 car, Roland Polchow in 31st in that little 468. Mr. Bradford in car 32, Heath Wheaton and Michelle in the passenger seat in 779, 33rd. Stevens entry 606, Forsman's in 201, 35th. Michael Hackney in our only class 8 in 36th position. The 629 entry 37th. Mitchell's in 663 and 38th, and Mark Grucci in that 88 car, which obviously had some sort of drama on the prologue. But we've only got probably 3 or 4 left out there. Yep. So I'm going to wander off, fellas. We'll let
Down
you
to the
guys
pits.
take over.
Yep, that'll be good, Sandy. Get down there and find out what's happening.
So we've got just under 2 hours before we start section 1, which will be 2 laps of 72 kilometres. And certainly going to be an interesting afternoon, Darren.
Which was the one that impressed you mostly out there today, Glenn?
Well, in time was Kyle Tucker, 4th in that black Jimco, first out.
Kyle, yeah.
Kyle Tucker, like, very impressive. But
Well, he was
we expected Brent Martin, Aaron Habe, Clayton Chapman to be basically 1, 2, 3. Stevie Graham done a good job where we finished. Mark Burrows did too, and Kyle Tucker, well, that was just unbelievable. Like first out in that black Jimco, 4th off the line. But there's certainly there's plenty of pace out there, that's for sure, and there's those side by sides have got plenty of pace too. Those turbo powered vehicles are quite light and nimble, so but it's certainly been an interesting prologue.
You must admit though, Simon Tucker's a hard charger. Of course, in the last couple of years, he's got number 2 on the roof now, and of course Kyle Tucker has got something to prove. Proved to Dad that he's a bit better than him, and he went out there and he did it. So he certainly put his name on the board up the pointy end. Clayton Chapman was there, as we know. Brent Martin, well, it's a no-brainer that Brent was going to go well if he got that car sorted out. And he had such a bad year last year, like he never finished an event last year. It must have been soul-destroying for him to think that he'd had carried that number one on the roof for 2 years in a row, wasn't it, Glenn?
But to get that normally aspirated car within 0.4 of a second in second position in amongst those twin turbos and those really powerful ultimate cars, well, he is an ultimate car, you know, but it's normally aspirated. That's what we've got to remember. Yeah. That's just a sensational drive, and we know how hard he can drive that car.
Oh, just go. Yeah, well, that's exactly right. He does drive it hard.
Certainly cleared up out here, which is good because we're looking straight over a lot of the infield, and even though it's very blowy left to right, it was quite dusty, even though the increments were a minute and a half off the start line, and we got the 46 cars through, and I believe we only saw 2 that will actually stop for whatever reason in that qualifying period. So hopefully they can get those vehicles repaired and up and going, and we can get 46 or 7 or whatever it was off the start line this afternoon.
Just thinking then about Brent Martin, of course. He gets Ronnie Milton up there in Queensland to build the engines in those cars, and Ronnie Milton's been around a long time around the sport, and he's done a great job with all the engines that he does too. I know he builds a lot of people's engines.
We've known Ronnie for
a long time,
40 odd years, and all right, we're going to head down to Sandy in the pit area, I believe. So we'll sign off for a little bit, and we'll talk to you soon.
Well, mate, thanks for that. We're down here, Clayton Chappie, 3rd position in the prologue.
Yeah, we had
only 2 seconds off the pace too.
Yeah, no, we had a couple of mistakes out there, like I think everybody does in prologue, to be honest. It's always a bit heated under the collar.
Shouldn't by now.
I still get nervous, but no, the track was super slippery, and a few more ruts formed, I suppose, than I expected after reconnaissance even. So it was, it's all a bit surprising, but it was fun. We had a good time, and just looking forward to get out there and
you got no dust, mate. But I saw the dust you were chucking out the back.
No, we had our own dust at a couple of points. That was, blew back on the track, but that's it. The wind's picking up now, so it's hopefully that keeps up for the summer, and we'll have a good run out in that big track.
Okay, enjoy it. We'll see you out there.
Yeah,
well done.
Go through the desert, hit some big holes.
We've got 2 laps this afternoon, folks. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in car 15. They came in currently 3rd in the prologue, so we'll wander down the pits. Got Stu next to him, big little brother Stu. I like having a chat with Stu because he always normally runs away from the camera when he sees me. So Stu, I can't remember where you ended up. I think you were 2nd in class 10 right behind Bowie.
Right behind him, 2nd behind him, on his tail, but it's good run.
Car feels good, no turbo again this year.
Yeah, no turbo this year, but no old Martin race transmission sorted out when gear ratio is real good. So the little NA combo actually works really well in this car. Feeling good, just getting the seat time down a bit faster.
I was saying before, Stu's a bit of a dark horse out there. You don't see him, and then all of a sudden he's right up the pointy end. So, I don't think you're too far off. But you've still got a few big cars behind you too.
Yeah, no, there's some very fast cars out there. They'll probably round me up on the big straights, but no, I'll try my best, and we'll see how it goes. So.
All right, well, good luck, Stu. That's another one. That's 2 Chapman entries. Big brother, little brother. I don't know which is which. Stu's the bigger little brother, but he's running a single-seater. We're going to wander down. I don't know how much reception we've got down here, folks, but we'll wander down. I can see we're right next to the Martin camp, so if I can pull some of those guys out and have a chat, it would be nice. Brent Martin. Yeah, it's that time of day again, mate. Sorry to interrupt your relaxing time out there. Gee whiz, it looked quite smooth out there.
Yeah, it's done a good job. Smoothed the track out for everyone. It was it was just like going go-karting or something like that. It was pretty cool, pretty good fun. But car handled it well, and looking forward to this afternoon.
Dust, Clayton just said he backed through his own dust there on a couple of switchbacks, but the breeze seemed to have picked up to even towards the end of prologue. It seemed to have changed. Not too bad. I know you're only a couple of cars in, but
yeah, it'll probably make a big difference this afternoon for people coming from behind. So if that works out for them, it's good. But try and throw up as much dust as we can to keep him behind us.
Now the engine, it sounds amazing. Feels good on power, and car's doing everything it should.
Yeah. Hasn't used any oil and hasn't missed a beat. So yeah, Ronnie's back on the Christmas card list.
What about Andre? Has he missed any calls?
No, he doesn't miss a beat. He's always there. Everything we need. So he's running around like a headless chook and getting it all sorted for us. So.
All right, mate. Good luck. Second position. Got Clayton. We've still got a few big cars out there behind you too. Don't worry about that. There's still there's a long way to go. Obviously, we all know that. It's only the very, very start of it all. But 2 laps today, and good luck out there. Enjoy it.
Yep. No, we'll just be taking it easy today. Try and get to the finish line and
don't beat the car up too much today.
It's a long way in those bumps. So yeah, got to look after it. Yeah.
All right, mate. Good luck. We'll see you out there. That's Brent Martin, everybody. Car 9, he's got Andre De Simone in the passenger seat. We're going to just, once again, I'll see how far we can get down the pits here. Here's our Warwick vet wandering in behind us. I think one of our last cars on track for today. We'll come over, I may as well wander over here. I can see the Matty Hummer 633 entry, and then we'll wander our way around to our current leader. I can't even see their pit. I didn't even look at. Came for a wander down the pits earlier. Matty, I don't know, how are you going?
Yeah, all right. We're back into lip mode again. Like last
no good.
rounds.
What's happening?
We think it's the boost controller. We've got another one here, so we're going to throw it in and see how we go. Change one thing at a time till we can find the problem.
Yep.
So,
it seemed you're saying you've done a couple of little adjustments in the off season to make it a little bit smoother and quicker.
Yeah, we've done a couple of things. Modified our belt housing for a fan. Got it
bit cooler,
juiced up.
That's mainly, for those that don't know, that's probably one of the biggest downfalls with side-by-sides is the belt temps, isn't it?
Belt temps are the problem, yes.
And that's usually at high speeds?
Yeah, usually if you're sitting at 140 for too long, that's where it creeps up and explodes. So, yeah.
What speed do you get out of this car?
144 is what it topped out last year. Hopefully getting now, it should sit at about 165.
Ew, that's nice.
Screaming in a side-by-side. Little golf cart goes fast.
All right, mate, good luck. Good to see you back on the finish line. Once again, we all know we've got a long way to go. I'm just going to wander randomly through the pits. Some of the people are sitting down quite relaxed. Some, allow our cameraman under here. There's Sibbo's car 412. Once again, been a contender here for a long time, all the way down from Warrigal in Victoria. When I say that, we've got people that travel a lot further. Sibbo, Jakey, might as well have a yap with you two boys. We've got Sibbo and Jake here, 2 Class 4 drivers. You had a super impressive time out there, mate.
It wasn't too bad. Sibbo was just asking the last time I've been in the car, so we did 2 Ks at Love Day and a few Ks at Fink, so really we haven't been in the car for like 12 months, so I was happy with it.
Yeah. And how about yours, Sibbo? Why are the panels off, mate?
Look, we've got a little bit of a miss in the engine, so we're just going to use that as an excuse for not going as fast as everybody else.
And this is Sibbo's just come off Portland a couple of weeks back. Engine issues.
I was taking my son for a ride in the car the next day, and my wife, and we broke the crankshaft.
So
finished the race. Anyway, we're here now.
And cars all back to normal, back ready to go.
Yep. No, as it is. We're happy with it, so we've just got to keep it going. It's an endurance race.
Yeah. All right, well, good luck for your two laps this afternoon. You too, Jakey. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
It's a couple of Class 4 cars. Jake's obviously in that big black trophy truck. This is what we're saying about belt temps and cooling things down.
There's car 666 cooling down in the pits. Once again, I don't know how we're going to get that much further down here. We'll keep going until we run out of reception, hey? We've got a split pits down here this weekend. Here's a couple of cars we wouldn't mind having the Tuckers. The Tuckers had, I think we had a 4th place out of one of the Tuckers there, which we can't go any closer because they're doing fuel. They're doing all the right things. So we might just sneak around this way and have a quick chat. Kyle, mate, what a time.
Yeah, no, unbelievable. Track was awesome, nice and fast, bit dusty, but good challenge.
Car feels good?
Yeah, awesome. I put a little chip out of my back tyre, so I had to get that replaced.
Yeah.
Apart from that, she's all good, filling up and ready to go.
And a few places in front of the other car.
Yeah, no, we won't talk
That's
about
always
that.
good. That's always good, mate. Don't worry about it.
Nah,
you can gloat.
That's the main goal this weekend, is to beat the old boy. Put him back in his box.
Yeah. All right, mate. Well, it looks super impressive, so we'll see you out there. There's 2 more laps to go, and the car obviously feels good, so we'll see how it goes.
No, awesome. Thank you.
Enjoy it. There we go. We've got Kyle Tucker and the old boy. I don't know where the old boy's hiding down here. We might just go and holler him as well before they do fuel. Simon, mate, you know why we're here. It looks like a 1-2 at the moment.
Yeah, you come to wash my helmet for me.
How was it?
Yeah, look.
For a prologue, we've been here before. You've been here before. The track, I noticed, Stephen, up there, the dust. We were lucky we got to watch it on drones, but I could also see out through the commentary box, there's just a layer of dust in the early cars. Was just sitting there. Later cars, the second half of the prologue, the wind picked up a bit and took that dust away, but it's going to be a dusty start.
We were pretty worried off the start line with the cars coming over the finish line, and the dust was blowing straight over us as we were starting, but we were lucky we had a good start, and then, yeah, as you say, it sort of lingered between the trees, and, yeah, a couple of times we just hesitated just slightly. We sort of knew where we were fairly well on the track, but, yeah, it wasn't a real issue, but, yeah, it was a bit skatey. Bit skatier than what I thought. I thought, we might have had a few more tram tracks and a few booms to lean into, but we sort of skated around them and out of them a couple of times. But no, it was all good. We were happy. Thought not the fastest.
Tell me, what's the top speed out of it?
Oh, look, depending on the wind, we try and get anywhere between 186 and 198, and then if the wind's up the rear, we might be lucky to crack 200. Yeah, so nothing special.
And what about Kyle's cars? Similar?
We're not
just over 200 maybe.
I'm thinking maybe 220. I'm not 100% because we haven't really tested it. But yeah,
the way out to the desert here, we'll test that.
Absolutely, and look, it's going to be one of those things. We've got to try and maintain a reasonable pace to stay in front of the bigger, faster buggies. But hopefully,
don't want to beat the car up too much either.
Absolutely, and hopefully we can hold our own out the back where it gets rough. So yeah. We'll see how we go, I suppose.
All right, enjoy it, mate. We'll see you at the end of today. I'm sure we'll catch up again over the weekend. That's the second of the Tucker entries. Well, the first of the Tucker entries, I should say. Simon. So, now I don't know where here he is. Aaron. Mr. Havey, can I have a word?
Oh, g'day.
G'day.
Can have a word.
We should get a few more than just one word from you, mate. What a run.
Yeah, I was actually, didn't know what to expect, so we've done a bit of work on it, but obviously, new conveyor and stuff, but yeah, it's actually hooked up really good and super happy
Super fast out of the corners by the look of it.
Yeah, I think that's where it picked up a bit more speed, so come on, boost a bit quicker.
It looks like that on camera. We're only watching from drones and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, it's certainly very happy with that.
Get to start in a dust-free run.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Love that. I love that. That's really, especially here.
Yeah,
be worth a bit more speed.
No changes to the car. Everyone looks really relaxed in this camp, I've got to tell you.
No. The car's good. Liz is out of the seat now. She did a one-lap wonder.
That's it. You're done.
That's right. Now we're getting. Now Chelsea hops in for the next section. So we'll see how that goes, and we're looking forward to it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you at the end. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, guys.
They are your current first place getter, Aaron. I don't know how. Yeah, let's keep going. While we've got internet, let's keep going, eh? It's a bit hard. We haven't got no backup for our cameraman either, so he's on his own. I'll tell you if you're going to trip over if I see you.
Hey, Sandy, here you go, mate.
Wow, that was impressive.
Pretty good for our first run, eh?
Hey,
yeah, great track. Yeah, unreal.
Car looked impressive.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, no, we were really happy with it. Yeah, a couple of little shock adjustments we made between prologue and reconnaissance and prologue, sorry, and they paid off.
And I reckon you'll probably make more after the first couple of laps today too.
Probably, yeah. No, new car. I think we pretty well got the bugs lined out now, so she's,
Yeah. All right.
well on the way.
And no changes, just shocks. That's it.
Yeah, just there.
Yeah. Tell me, how much fuel do you carry?
All up, we've got about 160 litres, so we're chock-a-block to the brim for the long course. Cause, yeah, we're
70s. That's what do you do? About 1.2 kilometres a litre, 1.4 kilometres a litre.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. So we're pretty well on our limit, really, at 160 k's for the 2 laps. Yeah.
And just so people at home know, some of the twin turbo cars, they'll run up near 300 litres, and some of those will get like 700 or 800 metres per litre.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
yeah.
Can be quite thirsty. The LSs and the naturally aspirated V8s, that sort of things, seem to be a little bit more
a little bit lighter
forgiving
on the fuel.
fuel.
Yeah. Especially if you're running E85, you're a third more.
It
Again,
disappears pretty quick.
So, definitely.
What do you run?
Just 98. Yeah.
Easy.
That's right. Yeah, that's why we went that way this time. Our old car was 85, and it's just another drama of long travel, carrying your fuel all the way.
Yeah.
So now we can just fill up at a nearby town, and yeah.
All right, mate. Well, hopefully you're as impressive on the main 2 laps this afternoon, and nothing goes wrong for you. Everything should go right, and enjoy it.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
All right. They are car 83, that Crumco built car, and that was, like I said, that was pretty impressive. Jakey Williams' car that we just spoke to before has come back from 7 litre now that they've opened up Class 4 back to 7 litre, also Class 8 and Class... can't remember the other classes, forgive me. Who else have we got down here? We've got the Forsmans. I'm sure I can hunt down a Forsman somewhere. I can't go too close while they're fueling up. Yeah, he's there with a fire extinguisher, but we'll have a long distance chat. I can probably come around this close here. How was it, mate?
It's all right once it's going. We've had some clutch issues this morning.
Oh.
So when we're sitting, it doesn't want to grab a gear, and once we go, it's okay. So we've bled it. We think there was a big air pocket in there. We shortened the clutch pedal, then we've just put the clutch pedal back out a fraction, and hopefully that'll help us now that it's been bled and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, always something going on, Sandy, in this caper, you know that.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, don't get beat up too much out there this afternoon, boys.
No, we'll be right, mate. We'll be right. We've been through it all before, so hopefully we'll be right. Thanks.
No worries. There's a Forsman entry car, 201, and that's one of only 2 of our Class 2 cars out here this weekend, which is going to get beaten up. Oh, he's just pointing me around here, the other Class 2. Might just go over and have a quick yap to Tom Owen, who also put in a pretty impressive time. You know where he is?
Chasing Tommy.
Yeah. He's not here? Oh, yeah? They're in there relaxing. But Tom Owen, once again, I think the guys said earlier, Wellesley said earlier, this car here has been around for a little while now, and some pretty impressive times over the years out of it, and some pretty impressive results as well. But Tommy coming in with a 6:03 in 5th position. So 5th off the line. Here he is. He's just sitting back in the aircon doing, whatever these high-end fellas do in there. I don't know. I don't have that set up. Mate, I tell you what, 5th place. That's not too bad. Top 5 in a prologue anywhere is a pretty good feat in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. We're quite happy, I think. Found a little bit of dust out there, but what do you do?
Yeah. Well, the wind, I was just saying before, the wind did pick up in the second half of the prologue. The wind seemed to pick up a little bit more, so hopefully it stays that little bit more breeze and gives you a bit of a cleaner run for this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a struggle heading out towards the desert there, so it'll be good. Blow some dust away.
Top speed, you're probably doing 230, I would imagine, around 230.
We're going to 37-inch tyres now, so probably knocked a bit of top speed out of it, but up around there, I would hope.
And tipping the 37s will be a bit better out in that rough stuff out in the back when you hit the desert.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck, mate. You're, like I said, you're pretty impressive out there. You're, I think you were the first of the cars into the 6-minute bracket, so just.
Yeah,
but there was a couple of cars there about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Habees was just phenomenal to watch, speed-wise.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
but there's a long road ahead yet.
Yeah, there certainly is. We'll see how we go at the end of the day.
Enjoy it, mate. That's Tom Owen, car 30, is currently sitting 5th place in this year's ARB Big Desert 480. And I don't know how we're going for reception down there. No problem. Don't know. I'm not sure if we can get this far down. We might not even chance that, I don't think, because I know it'll happen. We'll lose it all. Let's go. We'll go back through this way. I don't know if we're still with you up there, fellas, but folks, should I say? But the second of our Class 2 cars. They're fueling up, so we've got to stay away from the fueling up. Everybody's got to be clear of the car. You've got to have long sleeves, a fire extinguisher. Good to see everyone doing the right things. Don't you be sorry. We're impeding on your camp. Right, let's come through. We'll have a chat with Coleman and then we'll start to head back up to you, back up to the front there. Another one fueling up, so we can't even stop and chat. Everyone's busy doing their thing down here, so it's a bit hard to interrupt. And especially for those cars that came in a bit lower down in the classes, they've still, everyone's off the line at virtually at the same time, so yeah, we can't even grab those guys. Let's we may as well start wandering back up, I think, folks, because we're right at the bottom end of the pits here anyway. We'll see if we can't grab a couple more on the way back up. But I tell you what, it's been a good run in the prologue so far. Some impressive times there. I'm just surprised to see only 4 cars in that 5-minute bracket. We should have probably, I would have thought we'd have a few more closer together on that top bunch. But hey, it's some new cars, some fresher drivers, some guys that have only, this is their first race, like Dixon's car. You know, that was a pretty impressive start for its first real run. My cameraman's just watch your back, about to get under the fence here. We're going to wander up again. We're just see who else we can have a chat to. They're all busy doing their thing, and drivers have disappeared out in the back blocks. So, all right, we might just while I wander back up, we might just throw to a break, and we'll get back up in the top there. We'll see you back in a minute. Cheers, folks.
they've got.
Let's hope that he has.
Righto, folks, we're back at it, getting ready for Section 1 here at the ARB Steel at Big Desert 480 out in Rainbow, Victoria. We have 46 or 7 cars out there.
Certainly have, Sandy, and they're all lined up and they're ready for action.
Starting out with Aaron Habe, Brent Martin and Clayton Chapman.
Gee whiz.
So we've just got our times through. Bernie's doing a fantastic job down there. On your screen there, folks, you've got, that's the map of your track, and down in the bottom right-hand corner there you can see all the cars bundled up. You'll see a couple of big straights out there that get you out towards the desert. Up in that top corner over to the left is where they bounce around in the desert for a little while. That's the rough section. And then coming back along some of the big long straights on the way back in down the bottom side of the screen. So
72 kilometres of just sheer
pain. We don't have that.
Looking at the track map, though, it's great that the track doesn't loop back on itself, so the dust doesn't come back in your face.
Yeah, and there might be a few little bits.
Maybe,
they down this bottom left-hand corner, they drop back through that creek bed.
Yes, in the tree area.
In the trees area.
It'll hang a bit.
Yeah. But apart from that, with this breeze, it looks like it's picked up a bit more again since the end of prologue.
Certainly has, yeah. I was looking at the steel at flags on the finishing line there. Gee whiz, there.
Aaron Habe.
Yep, Habe on the line. Who's your pick, boys?
I'm going to still go with my Dark Horse boys down the back.
Oh, are you?
Jakey and Barnett's. But realistically, I think we're looking possibly at that top 5 to 10. I think 6 or 7 of those are still going to be in those positions by the end of the day at least.
Certainly
if not the weekend.
During our lunch break there, I went down to the pits and...
What's the goss, mate?
I had a bit of a talk to Mark Burrows there, and I was quite surprised. He told me you went on a bit of an excursion through a fence, so...
And still came in 10th.
Yeah, certainly did. And he said, oh, gee, the worst part, Wellesley, was I couldn't see where I went through the fence. So he said he had to make another hole in the fence to come back out again. But I looked at the car, there's no damage. And, of course, fence issues over the years. I've had a few of those excursions through fences, but you're always worried about the wire wrapping up in the drive shafts at the back, Sandy.
Yeah.
And that's what went through his brain. But luckily enough, none of that happened to Mark. But... I predict that Mark will be in the top 5 at the end of tomorrow night, that's for sure.
A lot of experience in that car.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got years and years of experience. But and the cars out the front that we've got now, we've got Aaron Habe and Brent Martin and of course, Clayton Chapman. They're all very fast cars, but the reliability in those cars, it just, in my mind anyway, isn't there.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen too many of them have little issues, so...
And it can be as simple as a little plug.
Oh, certainly can be. And, of course, this time we've only got 30-second intervals between these vehicles, but the wind has picked up here in Rainbow. It's certainly blowing a good breeze from left to right across the front of the commentary box, so no one up on the hill here is getting any dust in their face at all here this weekend, so it's a good place to come and spectate from at the moment. I've been here before when the dust has been blowing straight, the wind's been blowing straight back at us, and
you can't even see nearly the finish line in front of us.
Couldn't even see the town. But look, they've invited us back, so it's great.
Tell you what, there's our top 10, Kyle Tucker, 4th position. Didn't he do a good run? Tommy Owen in that car 30, the Owen car. He was even Tom Dixon. Like, there's a few cars up here that are actually a bit of younger blood, maybe, a bit of less fear, maybe.
That Kyle Tucker's car, I know for a fact that car was brought into Australia, and I'm saying 20 years ago. It was an ex-Wilson Racing car from the States, and I think it went to Joey Bulmer had it.
Aaron, there's Amy at the start line.
We're away.
I think Liz actually only sat in for the prologue.
Is that all?
Yeah. She called herself a prologue princess.
Yeah, that's good.
So she's done her time, has
Apparently so, but
Yeah.
that's good. At least she's still out there.
Let's see now. We'll see Aaron Havey shoot across the bottom.
Be interesting to see what this dust does.
As Brett
especially in this
Martin
first few.
leaves the start line in car number 90. Wow.
Certainly sounds nice.
Doesn't that sound great?
Look at the pace of Havey down near the bottom chute there, the tree line.
The good 190 across there. 190 Ks, ladies and gentlemen. He's showing the pace up the pointy end, but Brent Martin won't let go. He's like a dog with a bone.
And a bit of a heavy break into that corner, as you just saw on the screen. Brent did.
Clayton Chapman off now.
That's where Brent makes a lot of his time. You know, he's got pretty good straight line speed, but his late braking, his corner speed is just.
The cars seems light. Well, I know they're not light, but it seems lightish.
Last year ago, they changed all the brakes on Brent's car. He didn't feel like he was stopping quick enough, so they upgraded all the brakes, made it a lot better car. Kyle Tucker's away now.
We might see him come through for the weekend if he keeps that pace up.
First car off the line. Gee, those big 6 litres sound nice, don't they?
Plumco next.
And Tom Owen, the V6 twin turbo Commodore, getting away now.
Then,
of course, one of the Owen family, Glenn Owen's son.
Sounds strong too.
And the next one up now, the big Crumco of Tom Dixon.
He had a good prologue. Put himself in a good position there.
Certainly did too. Picture to look at that car too. Gee, I went over there and looked at it. Great car.
there's Brent Martin.
Yep.
Gee, that's sitting well in the ring. There he goes. Dixon in the Plumco. These guys are heavy on fuel too. I was speaking to a couple of them down there. They say 180 litres or so on some of the V8s, and I'm tipping the twin turbo jobbies have got closing in on 300 plus.
320 litres on board. There's a lot of fuel you're sitting on out there.
The E85 and some of the others are running 98 or doing a little less. So Simon Tucker, look at our screen, white with dust.
Speaking of Simon Tucker, one of my favourites this morning, which I on our review this morning, I said Simon Tucker would be one of the men up the pointy end. Of course, number 2 in the championship last year. And then we've got Jake Williams in the first trophy truck. Car number 437.
Yeah, he's going to do it from there, I reckon. Yeah, he's going to get it. He'll be up there.
Look at that, guys. We've got our first 6 car side by side.
They did a rerun early on, so they did catch a car that
dusted them in.
So
position 9. God, they had plenty of pace in the prologue. So
yeah, Lachlan Campbell now the first 6 car out of position 9. I was talking to Greg Campbell just before down the pits there, and he said Lachlan drove extremely well. He didn't want to pull him up. He was showing some form, and he said the car's doing it easy.
Still got some brutal bumps out there to hit, mate. So let's see how easy the car does it on that back section.
I said, "Is the car standard?" He said, "Standard except for the shocks." He's done a lot of shock work on it. So, and you'll be needing those shocks out the back.
Every single bit of it.
This is a tough track. It's a rough, tough track. It's Mark Burrows and the monks. Start line, car 21. There's plenty of action in front of us in the infield now, guys. It's a lot of wind, but a lot of dust.
One of your favourites, Craig Barnett.
Yeah, he's saying he's got his the new car. He's ready to go. Very close to ready to go.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, it was a new car.
I forgot.
Whatever it is, it's new.
It's new.
Peter Simpson, car number 412.
First of our 4s.
I asked Peter how his new 7-litre engine went, and he said, "Oh, it's not bad." He said it's about as good as the 6-litre. So anyway, he said it's got a little bit more bottoming grunt, so that's okay. Of course, Bowie Graham on the line.
Well, he's put that 10 car in a good position, hasn't he, at 13?
Yep.
There's about 10 cars. I think
Stu
there's 10.
Chapman right behind him off the line, so the next 10 car right up his bugger.
It'll be interesting to see how when they come through the first time, Sandy, how they're travelling. I think it'll be 2 minutes passing.
What Bowie there?
Oh, that's true.
Did you see that?
The front brakes locked on. Or the brakes locked on.
He's been having shifter trouble.
That might be what it is, a shift cut. The shift cut might have been. He had shifter trouble, I think, back at Hilston last year as well.
Since he's introduced the torque converter in the car, the oil's dragging a bit on the change, so he's having a little bit of shifter trouble.
That's him around the first corner. Look at the dust, he's straight into the dust. Got one corner free, and then we're probably seeing it from a top view. We're probably seeing a bit more dust than what they are, even down low, maybe.
Stuart Chapman away, right behind Stephen Bowie Graham, both class 10 cars.
What a shot there. Look, you can tell the dust, how slow the dust is moving.
But it shouldn't be with the wind.
Well, it's disappearing reasonably fast now when you see that on the end of that shot. Second of the Burrows entries, Matty. Now we've got a live on Matt. I believe we've got a live if everything goes to plan. We should be able to get a live shot out of Matt's car at some stage.
That'll be great viewing this afternoon.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue with that early on. As we all know, in the middle of the deserts, it's a bit harder to get reception happening between
4 or 5G.
Rod Visser in 10.57, just leave the start line now. So it's a gaggle of 10 cars at the moment.
Yeah.
And then right
Third of
behind
our
that
class
truck.
fours. We've had Jakey off the line, then Sibbo, then the Kaminsky car.
434.
Nice looking car, this thing, isn't it?
Big Mitsubishi.
I don't know which part of it's Mitsubishi, as we said earlier.
Well, sort of looks like a Mitsubishi.
TSCO truck.
Anyway.
Just reading on Jakey's info in that other class 4. More DNFs than you can count was his team info. Poor guy.
Not good.
Hopefully this weekend's his weekend to shine.
Start of a new year.
James Pup Tyrrell on the line. He had a bit of oil heating issues in the pits there. He's been trying to overcome those. He's been wrapping a bit of silver foil around a few things to try and keep the heat away from his oil lines and oil temp sensor. So hopefully it all works for him.
He'll learn about that by the time he gets out to the desert.
That's right. He certainly will. And we've got Russell Harnett right behind him. Of course, the Harnetts, well, as we said earlier on, what can you say about them? Russell's a very accomplished driver, been around for a long time. His daughter's in with him this weekend. Wish him all the best. Sean Radcliffe.
Single-seater class 10.
Big jump earlier on in the qualifying.
Yeah.
The start-finishing line, gee whiz.
Immaculate car. K24 Honda in the back of it. Single-seater. All these 10s are pretty close together, so it's going to be interesting at the end of the day how they sort themselves out. Dave Coleman in car number 70 in the Penrite Porter, all the way from Alice Springs in the Northern Territory. Man, Alice Springs and Townsville, they're 2 long drives, Sandy.
You're not wrong. I was whinging about my 5-hour drive.
Not too many of these porters in Australia.
Board with, not on board, but view of Kaminsky's car. Doesn't have a bump, does it?
No, it's got plenty of suspension travel, that thing, that's for sure. Doing it easy. this track shouldn't affect that vehicle at all.
He was saying he's hoping to make up his time. Max is out about 200, and as we know, some of these big turbo cars will do 230, maybe even up near 240 out on those long stretches. But he's hoping he can be up them or close to them into the desert, the rough stuff. So that's where he'll put his goods later on in the.
It's one thing catching them in the star splits, there's another thing getting around them.
I think it'd be right out in the desert, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
The desert
you'd
sands would be a bit more forgiving in that
Just
respect.
had Brody Tickner away in the single-seater Illumicraft. Right on the line now is Dale Stanton, all the way from Griffith. And right behind him is David Adams. Matthew Hummer. 6:33 is right behind David Adams. And of course, Chris Hummer from Raceline Wheels. He's the sponsor of the commentary position over the weekend. So we thank Raceline Wheels for sponsoring our commentary box over the weekend.
Looks like our top three are still travelling in the same positions they left the start line in. Top five, actually.
I don't think there'll be too much passing going on out there at the moment in the dust, Sandy.
Well, they're not too far off the desert's edge. If you have a look on the rally safe,
Yep.
they've only got one more right-hander before Aaron Havey heads out towards the edge of the desert into the sand, which can all be followed on rally safe at home. That with the timing with Chris Sport.
137 on the line, Richard Andrews.
Tell you what a cracker day for motorsport. Overcast, so it's not too sunny.
Flags are flying. When you see a droopy flag, it's not good for off-road racing, Sandy.
Apparently.
Not in these conditions anyway, in the dust. That's for sure.
The wind's up.
Blowing the same direction it has all day so far. From our left to right, which is good. Slightly away from the spectator area and pits. As Darren said, we've had the dust just blow straight in from the desert, and that's never been good.
I must say, we've got to hand it to the cameramen out there, cameramen and ladies out there or whoever, because they must be sucking dust. I was speaking to Mick Masson down there at the canteen earlier, and he was already covered in dust, head to toe. So,
Shipton car, Michael Shipton, 585 away. Of course, straight after that we've got John Wise.
John Wissy.
John Viz, I'm being told.
We'll get it wrong all weekend, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We always get one. Yeah. And then Simon Gubbins is after that, apparently.
I thought Simon Gubbins might have been. It's usually a little bit more further up the chain, isn't it?
Simon Gubbins, remember, he stopped in the prologue.
In
so
the trees, he did.
Yeah, and he would have been seated.
Correct.
Yeah.
He was seated.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you have a mechanical failure, you can apply to seed into a position in which you would normally start the race, and that's only on the prologue.
Apparently no greater than the top 10, I believe. But I don't know whether they've changed those over the years. I have
there is
seen.
a way. Unusual shaped car side on, isn't it?
Of course, Tim Wilkinson. Could be car number 666. Devil's number.
Steal it, Australia.
Gee whiz.
Don't know what that is.
Not sure if you folk can hear that or not.
The Martians landed, or
Yeah, I don't know whether you can hear that, ladies
We're back. We have absolutely no idea what happened there.
I think they were landing the spacecraft just behind us there, Sandy, somewhere, but...
Some sort of tech issue came out of nowhere, but the boys are all over it.
Yeah.
Where were we?
Well, we've got Heath Whedon on the start line now, 7.79.
I reckon he's going to be the fastest Class 7 for the weekend.
Yeah, good chance of that.
Yeah. The only Class 7. Michelle in the passenger seat, his wife. They do several events, so...
Out for a Saturday afternoon drive?
Yeah.
Car number 606, Tom Stevens right behind him.
They'll probably stop at Lake Wells for a picnic.
It'll be a nice picnic area down there, wouldn't it?
I can assure you there'll be no picnic drive in that car.
Oh, no. And the second section as well. Into that midsection through the rough on the edge of the desert.
That was interesting that he beat the only Class 8 car by about 4
Yeah, look,
positions.
they had the bonnet off that car before. They had a few little issues with that, so I'm not too sure what's going on there. But
Brendan Forsman, the Class 2 car on the line. Is he the first Class 2 off?
yes. No, actually, no. I think I saw the green, green one earlier.
Your old car, Brian Bradford.
Yeah, I missed him go because we had the beeping on the on the line. Yeah, Brian Bradford, of course, he went off at 30, 34, all the way from Townsville. Brian, great effort, mate. All I can say is, you know, we need people like you to keep the sport running.
Chappie travelling at 39 kilometres an hour. Looks like, I'm not going to say it because it might just be a refresh issue, which we get lots of that out here with lack of internet precision. But
Michael Hackney, is it?
Yeah.
Triple 8. Position 39th.
Brendan Forsman on your screen. Yeah, so from what I can see here on our rally safe, and it is refreshing, but it does show that Chappie is in front of AB. Could be absolute lies when we get an update.
We've seen that happen before. It jumps on us. So you never believe what you see.
But, you know, they're well into the desert section. They're well over. They're well into the halfway section.
So what time do you reckon it'll take to do
It's
this?
going to be a 40-minute lap, maybe I can't remember what they did here last year.
I think it was about 47-minute lap last year or
like
something like that. Yeah.
So what you're saying, it's telling you that Chappie's in front of...
Well, look.
He took off 3, so where's Dale Brent Martin?
Back here. No?
Number 90.
Not even on the screen. I know. My internet here is not the best, so don't actually rely on me too much. Let's see if I can jump on somebody else's bandwidth, or whatever they call it.
Well, we've got a gaggle of 6 cars leaving the start line at the moment.
Ross Newman's up next.
So they're going to have an interesting battle this lot at the back of the field. Lachlan Campbell's right out in front on his own in the top 10, but the rest are at the rear of the field in the position 40 onwards, or thereabouts. That's interesting. We've got twin turbo car last. Was he seated or?
No, he was actually last. That's Mark and Mark.
Yeah, he drove to last. Yeah.
Didn't have a good run for whatever reason. Don't forget, this was a fresh engine.
I did hear they got back in the pits and they found the handbrake on. Yeah.
It's fresh engine, etc. in this car, and these boys haven't been out for a while, so I don't think they'll be trying to push big pace anyway.
Just do a bit of seat time for the weekend. Well, they're certainly going to get a bit of dust time, a bit of dust action, that's for sure. Seems to be going okay anyway, so that's the last car off. Which was car 88.
88, yes, correct.
All gone, ladies and gentlemen. They're all gone. 72 kilometres of just sheer joy.
What does it look like?
Ahead of them. Sandy and Darren are playing with the rally safe.
Yeah, just trying to see.
See the helicopters up and about, ultimate helicopters. Nice cheap rides available for anybody this weekend. Tell you what, if you haven't been in a helicopter, it's a good gig.
There you go, young
especially when they
Wellesley's.
stay in the sky.
Lee's just sent us a text saying that Aaron's been stopped for 3 or 4 minutes now.
Puncher, maybe.
Maybe, possibly.
Generally a punch is about, or it depends on how good you navigate. Well, he's got his daughter in with him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's not going to be easy if it is a puncher. So we generally allow, 6 to 8 minutes, Darren, on these buggies?
That what you boys are doing in now?
Yeah, I'd take about 15,
Yeah.
I reckon.
I'd take about, I can't even lift the wheel yet. Change one, but
I might just go and see if I can get a little bit better internet. One sec, guys.
But if, obviously Aaron would have to get out of the car if it is a puncher. Anyway, we don't know.
That's the unfortunately, they're the joys of taking your daughter with you to change tyres. You know, she can't lift one of those big wheels, so you both have to get out to do it. But,
as you know, Darren, it's one thing getting out of these cars, but getting back in with your belts and your intercom and your blower.
Yeah, it takes
Tube.
a lot to get back in. Yeah, do everything up and pack everything away, and you're hot and flustered, and that's when you make mistakes, unfortunately. But you know, the only way not to get punches out there is straight line driving. If you've got the tail hanging out on any of these corners, and of course what's hiding in all these sandy corners are big roots hanging out of the ground, and they can side stick a tyre quite easily. We've found that over the years. Some of these cars, I think because half the track out the back is sandy conditions, they run lower pressures. With lower pressures, the sidewalls of the tyres become vulnerable.
Yeah, and we all know that the sidewall is the weakest link, aren't they? Like the tread is generally no problems, but the sidewall is the
Apparently
weakest link of the tyre.
the only tyre out there that isn't vulnerable to a puncher is a Mickey Thompson, I believe.
Yep, run them forever.
Yep.
And been a fantastic tyre for us. I think we may have destroyed once at Sea Lake, but I did drive in on the sidewalls about 15, 20 kilometres. So.
Oh,
yep.
right, yeah. Yeah, well, those Mickey Thompsons are fairly a good durable tyre. And of course, we've got Mark up here from Mickey Thompson today, and he helped put up all the flags and the banners and that. And he's done a great job. And of course, our big inflatable out in the middle there. We haven't got our normal man with us here this weekend, Andrew Stott. He couldn't make it, so Mark from Mickey Thompson organised to get up and be put up, which it looks great. That's certainly one of those jobs, carting that thing all over the country.
Commentary sponsor putting up their big banner this morning, Raceline Wheels.
Oh, Chris Hummer, yeah, that's good.
Get
them all working, mate.
How was your crayfish, mate?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I went down to Chris's there, and I sat in his motorhome and had crayfish lunch.
Oh, thanks for the invite.
That's our banner on the right-hand side of your screen there, folks, at the finish section, which I reckon, looking at the rally safe, does show that Aaron Habe has stopped out there for a while.
Did we see what time the first car got away so we can check our times?
Yeah,
Which
1 o'clock.
Now I know Michelle's listening at home. She just sent in a message saying she's loving listening to the commentary. Michelle Martin, you'd be happy to know that Brent's currently first on road.
Wow!
And he'll take some catching too. Believe me.
He will take some catching.
Yeah.
As I said, he's like a dog with a bone when he gets out in front.
He just gets faster, and they won't be putting their blinker on him.
Yeah, they've had all year to do a bit of homework on that car. So I was talking to Craig Martin down the pits earlier on and last night, and he said they've done a power of work on that car. And of course, Brent's brother Dale is not here this weekend. Dale's running at another event next weekend. So both extremely good competitors.
Must have got it off their mother, Darren.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly did. Anyway, no, Craig.
Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Yep. Car 14 out in front. Kyle Tucker. I don't know if this has had a refresh either, but my internet here is my rally safe is going a little bit slower, but we've got, looks like Kyle Tucker in front of Clayton Chapman. You can see there car 57, which is also surrounded by, I believe, Tom Dixon. And
what happened to Brent Martin?
Well, it's showing me on my phone that Brent Martin's out in front.
And on our screen, he's not.
On our screen, there he is.
Oh,
He's just jumped to see how it's just been a refresh.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes a little bit.
It's like all of us here this morning, this afternoon. We're just a
little bit slower. But Brent is out in front. Kyle Tucker in second. I wonder what
I'd believe it
truth that there is to that with Clayton.
Gee, he had some pace up this
Clayton
morning, didn't he?
still says it's Clayton's moving.
And it's showing Jake Williams in third here on the big screen.
My pick.
Yeah,
your pick.
Sandy's pick. We'd hate to say at the end of the day that he was right, wouldn't we, Glenn?
No, we can't let that happen.
No.
Can't let that happen.
We'll see what happens. But looking at the screen there, most of these front 5 or 6, they're 2/3 of the way. They're nearly ready to come out of the rough stuff, aren't they?
Yep.
So I think the rough stuff goes down to
about here to there.
Yeah, about down to the bottom where you've got those couple of straight lines down just above where on our screen, folks, where it says Big Desert. Those straighter lines is where you come out of the edge of the desert. They're currently running along the edge of the desert. So,
Of course, after these 2 laps, we might even get Sandy down the pits just to have a quick talk to a couple of the
Why
guys and tell us what they think, what the real story is about out the back there.
Yeah, I'm just trying
While we're waiting for them to appear, we've got to thank ARB and Steal It, and of course Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels, and we've got a few others as well.
We've got many others.
Yeah, many others, and of course they're our gold sponsors, and then we've got all the other ones after that. We've got Dynamic Wheels, and we've got PMD products, which are, of course, from Mount Gambier, and Gold Acres, Warrigal Machining, IGA in town. By gee, we went into IGA the other night and bought some beer, and great little store in there.
Eureka Garages and Sheds.
I bet you they built that shed down there, Glenn. They did a great job. Gee whiz.
Polaris, Ballarat, Penhall Fabrications, Ultimate Helicopters, GRC Motorsport, which is Greg Campbell, of course. It does all the conversions for the side-by-sides in Sydney.
Penhall.
Not sure who's getting towed in over on our left, boys.
Someone on the end of
It's got a bit of orange on that car, but it looks like car 70 is.
Don't want to be on a tow road this time of the day.
That's Dave Coleman. That looks about his colours too. He had that Penrite
colours, yep. It was the Porter.
I nearly reckon that's him getting towed in. Look.
Oh, hopefully not.
If you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, folks, he is in the prologue area.
He's come down from Alice Springs,
so that's a long haul to not get a lap in. Could be something as simple as a CV. We don't see that as much anymore, do you? We used to see 4 or 5 cars a race break a CV off the start line. Now with all these torque converter cars, they're very soft on their launches.
But CVs aren't a small issue. Changing that's a couple of hour job. Gee whiz, they're a nightmare. Hopefully we're wrong. It might be just as wires come off the ignition or something, and he can fix it, rectify it, get back out in the circuit. Because you can, at the director's discretion, you can go back out on the track again if you rectify your problems. It's a good part about off-road racing. It's an all-day sport.
As long as you're going, it's an all-day sport.
That's right, yeah. We don't want to see too many cars DNF, which means do not finish today.
It's going to happen, though.
No, this track is...
We haven't seen it. You know what class we haven't seen? Sorry to interrupt, boys. We haven't seen a Class 3 race for a little while, have we? They've sort of been outnumbered a bit.
That's right. Yeah, no, they don't.
1300s?
They tend to do the club events, the Class 3 cars. But there are some very quick Class 3 cars in the country. But, you know, of course, that's a budget class for the off-road guys. And
2 and 3 are now. They basically start at 10, don't they? It's the smallest buggy, but it's not actually. But 2.5 litre normally aspirated engines.
Well, it looks like Brent Martin's still out in front as per our screen.
He'd be getting good clean air.
We certainly would. But we won't give him the commentator's curse because, as we know, Brent last year did not finish an event last year with minor issues. He had a lot of issues last year with harmonics in the car and vibrating things off.
Yeah, that's who we thought it was. Dave Coleman getting towed in.
It is it the Penrite
Yeah,
car?
it is.
Penrite Porter. Oh, yeah, sad. He's seen a lot of black stuff driving from Alice Springs to Rainbow, but he hasn't seen a lot of dirt, has he, this weekend, which is unfortunate. And now, no doubt, at his next meeting, coming from Alice Springs, I'd say he'd be entered for the Fink, so, yeah, good luck. But then again, we don't know, do we, Sandy? You can get it back in the pits and...
2-second fix.
Yep. Most of these crews are pretty switched on, and they can, you know, if it's not something terminal, they can certainly, you know, have a good look at and fix these vehicles fairly quickly if they can.
I reckon we're only about 10 to 12 minutes away from seeing our first car.
Yeah.
Yep, I reckon.
Yep, 264 still our last car on track. That was the...
I thought it was 88 was the last one that left the start line, wasn't it?
88's rounded him up, if you have a look here.
Okay, yep, gotcha.
In saying that, we do slow updates on the...
I never trust that now.
No, I know, it's... You say something, you've got to backtrack too often,
I've been
don't you?
caught over the years, so I just don't make any brave statements.
Ah, beautiful. Got a bit of onboard action about to happen, Sandy.
Believe so. That looks like... Who the heck is that? That's not...
That's a truck.
That's a truck.
Yep. Certainly is. And what truck's got our onboard on it?
I'm going to say Jake. Is that Jake? Looks like Jake, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's Jakey Williams.
A lot of steering wheel action going on there.
I can watch my money come to the finish line, see that?
How much you got on him this weekend?
All of it.
All of it, right.
All $8.50.
Yeah, throw the house in, the car, the business. Yeah.
It shows you how tight it is through that sandy section at the back.
Is a big truck though. It's not the, you know.
You can't get out of those whoops. No. You know, you got to stay in them and ride them out. But that truck's doing quite easily through there.
Looks comfortable from here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks easy, doesn't it? I can assure you it's not. A lot of steering wheel action there at speed. Look at those trees brushing past. You get out of whack in that sand, out of those whoopie-doos, and you get thrown off the track, and look out. Just hope there's no big stuff in there. There's only little stuff that just brushes past you pretty easy. But, yeah, he's got a bit of good pace.
Come over those big sand hills and you look at another straight just full of them.
7 litre. Remembering last year this car was a Class 11 car. Since a bit of a class change this year, it's put all the 7 litres back into what they used to be, basically, which is Class 4 for this thing, back in with all the other trucks, etc. And Class 8 goes back in. You know, if you've got a 7 litre and a Class 8, it used to be. It was in Class 11 for a couple of years there.
Yep. Easy for us commentators.
For the layman
11,
out
it was
there,
a 7 litre.
Yeah.
The layman out there, a Class 4 truck has to look like a car of some description from a distance, the silhouette of the vehicle.
Correct.
So that looks like a what?
Yep.
A trophy truck. But yeah, Class 4.
Dad's Ute.
Yep, that's right. But of course,
that's not a Mason, is it? That's a Geezer.
No,
that's
a Geyser. It's a Geyser Brothers truck.
Yeah, Geyser Brothers, 2 brothers, got a big business in the USA building these trucks.
That truck was especially built for Australian conditions. It's a little bit shorter than your full-blown desert truck in America, a little bit narrower, and Of course, it was owned by Bo Robinson there for a lot of years, and then he sold it off to young Jakey, and
Thumbs Up was obviously...
he's campaigning it now, but he's had a couple of years of just little niggling issues, and we're not going to moz him today, but he seems to be going quite well at the moment. And we're going to move over now to Matthew Burrows' car.
Oh, you can see the brutality there, surely.
Yeah.
So
good spot for a camera out there.
Yep. This is
those whoops.
Matthew Burrows' car number 3. It's a Jimco, 2-seater.
Look at the front wheel moving. Like it looks flat out the front.
Good perspective.
Yes, it is.
Really good perspective.
It tells you how rough it is just while watching that the movement of that front right-hand wheel.
Of course, Matthew's
I'm getting a little seasick. So this is in a really high-end car. For those that don't know,
yeah,
this is in what I would say is a fairly high-end car.
It's a gym car.
You can imagine what it's like in Heath's Class 7.
Yeah.
Nah, couldn't imagine what it's like.
Well, it wouldn't even be a quarter of the
You'd have
speed.
a better idea than me.
Yeah,
But Matthew's car here that we're looking at here's got a V6 Commodore in the back of it, motor, and of course it's not standard, but it's got a 5-speed AGB gearbox up behind it, sequential. It runs about 20 inches of wheel travel front and back.
That's interesting to see the difference in comfort as far as the truck and Maddie's car goes.
Matthew's been campaigning this year now for about 3 years, I think. Yeah,
be about 3 years.
And of course, he used to navigate for his father, Mark Burrows, for a lot of years. Then moved across to this car.
And now young Tom's in with Mark.
Yep, yeah, and the youngest son's in with Mark now. So it's a family affair. And of course, our boys here today have decided to stick the onboard camera on these two cars. We've got Jake on the left and Matthew on the right.
Buggy against truck.
Yep.
Probably not that far away from each other either. Probably a couple of K.
I think the buggy would handle that rough. Oh, sorry, the truck would handle that rough stuff a bit better than Maddie's.
Suck it up a bit better. The truck runs about 25 inches of wheel travel.
One thing we did miss in the, just so you know, one thing we did miss in the prologue, we did have a rollover, but everything...
Didn't see it.
Seemed to be okay.
Who was it, Sandy? Certainly wasn't where we were watching. Good place to roll over away from us, so we can't commentate on it.
It was car 620. Paul Renouf.
Oh, it was a side-by-side, was it?
Yeah.
Had his brother in with him, I believe.
Well, that's the one that had the busted wheel up here. I think we all thought it was
just fell off.
Lockie Campbell's.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Our mistake corrected.
Yeah, roll over in one of those or anything. Generally a wheel goes missing.
Gee whiz.
Yeah, Jakey, one arm in it.
Yep.
Well, it shouldn't be too much longer. If you look over to the left of the commentary area, right over in the distance of the tree line, there will be dust appearing right across that open paddock into the tree line in the very distance.
Brent Martin, not far behind him, Clayton Chapman going off our screen, and then Jake, which you're on board with now, followed by Simon Tucker. Simon Tucker's up behind Jake.
And this truck footage, there's not much that's slowing that truck up out there.
No, not at all.
It's not shaking its head at anything. He's pointing it straight and it's copying it. But mind you, that truck runs about 25 to 28 inches of wheel travel every corner.
Yeah.
So they're a little bit heavier than a buggy, but that's why...
They've got a little bit more travel too, usually.
In the States too, they use all the trucks because they certainly got a lot more wheel travel. But
great footage, isn't it? Look at that front wheel.
Matthew Burrows will come back and think he's been stuck in a mixed master for the afternoon. But you can certainly see that there's no rhythm to these bumps. They're
very uneven.
And you come over one rise and you got another straight just full of it.
Very sandy, isn't it?
It certainly alters the terrain here from where we're sitting in the com box, looking out.
Really hard packed ground right in front of us.
Yep, and then out the
and then
back
you have
of
a
the
look
footage.
at that desert sand. They're in the edge of the national park out there.
Yep.
And that sand, you know, I know what it's like. We've done recovery out on the furthest most point of the desert, away from the commentary here a few years now, myself previously. And that when you get to the end of the weekend, the ruts in the turning, in the corners out in the desert, they are literally 5 foot deep. So
that was a caution, big caution marker. When you see the caution markers come up on the footage that they're red on both sides, it shows that there's a danger approaching.
Yeah. Dale Martin on his way back in last.
Brent Martin coming in. Coming in, as you can see on the hard packed road bit.
See the dust right over in the distance? And there's a bit of
there
a gap.
He is.
Here's the first car now coming in and on our left.
And see it on our screen.
Then we'll see Clayton Chapman his dust shouldn't be too much further back, but it looks like I can see another car coming down there. Doesn't look like Clayton Chapman, so maybe the three have closed up their gap a little bit.
So it'll be interesting to see what happened to Aaron Havey. I can imagine the look on Brent's face when he passed Aaron parked on the side of the road there and thought, now I've got a clear run.
Yeah, but he also doesn't know who's right up his...
I don't know whether it's ever happened to you before, Sandy, but
probably not, mate.
When you get a nice clear run.
there's our second car now.
Which tells me it's Clayton
Chapman.
Doesn't look like Clayton's car. It looks darker.
So overall times are going to be pretty.
That's Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker, is it?
Wow.
Wow, he's put in a blinder.
That's.
He took off fourth. So he took off a
fourth.
minute.
Correct.
Yeah, he took off fourth behind Clayton Chapman.
So he was a minute behind Brent Martin.
I haven't got Kyle Tucker's feed on here.
So he took off a minute behind Brent Martin, and I reckon.
And he's rounded up.
He'd be similar now. So.
And he's rounded up Chappie.
And I would have thought that Tom Owen wouldn't be far behind Kyle, but certainly Kyle showing the way there in that Jimco. And
yeah, I can't even see.
If you look right over to your left now, you should see him. You can see the dust, and you'll see the car starting to appear,
heading down towards our airstrip.
Doesn't it show you that Kyle's learned a lot sitting in with his dad, Simon Tucker, in the last couple of years on that left-hand seat, moved over to his own vehicle this year, and by gee, showing the way.
There is Brent.
There's Brent Martin now, down that tree chute, right down to the highway.
Yeah.
Right. We've got a dead car.
Yeah, Jake.
It's your tip.
Yeah, broken down, mate, unfortunately, that truck.
Don't say that.
Yeah, commentator's curse has got him again. Truck has stopped. Jake Williamson. Who knows?
We
it could be something
see
simple.
Matthew Owen go past him here, because Matthew started behind
Jake.
him. Yeah. But we've just seen Brent Martin go
Brent
across the
screen,
back.
Isn't it?
The back of the ridge there is where the airstrip is.
So about three and a half minutes behind him.
There he is, rounding the last corner, first section.
Wait for the big jump.
At the Steelett ARB Big Desert 480.
Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Brent Martin. A lovely jump.
He'll be wrapped. Absolutely wrapped to have clean air.
And he'll have clean air nearly all this lap unless he catches a couple of tail enders. But
about 45 minutes roughly, and something.
45 roughly. Do that lap, which were about right. We said 43 or something.
See when I get a time up.
And behind him,
it is
Kyle
Tucker.
And I'd say
he's on a flyer.
He's made ground.
Wow.
Well, he took a minute. He was off a minute after, and it would be a minute.
He's made
there.
up a minute already. No, there wasn't a minute between those two.
No.
Gee, Kyle Tucker, he's showing the way. Golly. Wow.
Man, who's sitting in with Kyle? We'd be getting a quick ride.
Oh, and there we go. There's Clayton Chappie.
Oh, it is plenty of pace.
It'll be interesting to see what's happened between those three.
Yep.
Well, Tucker's put the blinker on Chapman at some stage, which
has
Out
to.
the back. And of course,
that's moving, because remembering, folks at home, that Clayton finished third here last year.
Yeah, he's super fast.
Dominated the championship 99% of the year until that last race, but the other two people that aren't here, that were in front of him last year.
And Kyle Tucker's in the first V8 6-litre Chevrolet driven car at the moment. So the other cars are all turbo cars.
Mate, you have a look at it.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker, folks, first on time for this section with a 40-minute and 15-second absolute blinder in front of Brent with a 40-minute 45.9, and Clayton Chapman with a 40-minute 46.7, just, what's that, 0.08 behind Brent. Well, that's close between those two, but Kyle Tucker, what an absolute blistering good time. 30.6 gap ahead of Brent Martin.
Well,
he just needs to sit there now and be safe.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Where's my boy Jake? Is he going again? Wow, Kyle Tucker, very impressive.
In dust.
Yeah, well, he's had
dust.
to round a couple up in that.
Yeah,
It's not just a
Brent's
matter
had no dust for the majority of the lap.
Yeah.
So what's that telling you? He's super quick.
30 seconds, that's actually a big gap out there when you think about it. However, he doesn't want to beat the car up too bad, because there's another... he's got one more today, but he's got another 4 tomorrow.
Exactly,
you know?
oh yeah.
So
it's a tough race, it's a long race. It's hard on gear. And we
Matty
still
Burrows is going down through the creek. So, sorry, mate. Matty Burrows about to drop down through the creek.
Yep.
So he's...
Well, we haven't had our fourth car through yet, have we?
No.
It's only 3 through, and they're well gone.
And our fourth car...
Well, Havey's not there.
I reckon it'll be Simon.
It'll be... no. Tom Dixon.
Oh, what about Tommy Owen? He hasn't come through either.
No, we haven't seen Tommy Owen.
Tommy Owen and Tom Dixon are due.
Yeah.
they're both on the road.
And
Tom
Simon
Dixon's in front. He's over here.
Oh, right, yep.
Yep. And then Tommy Owen looked like he's coming in on the main road from the map.
And then we've got Kyle's dad, Simon Tucker.
The slow guy, the slow one.
He's
not slow. He's second in the championship last year, folks, so definitely he's not slow.
Yep.
He's very consistent and a really well-oiled team.
There's more on-board footage from Matty Burrows in car number 3 in the Jimco.
Speaking of Mr. Tucker, there he goes, I think, down towards our airstrip. Simon.
Matty Bowers certainly using the bottom half of the throttle down there. They'd be close to a good 190, 200 down there.
It looks like Aaron Havey's still going, guys. He's in the arena somewhere here.
I reckon
don't know if that was me. I just saw the green out there and called Simon Tucker, but I might have been wrong.
I reckon that Aaron's had a puncture or something. He does run very low pressures in that car.
He likes grip, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But he's got a bit of dust going on too.
Here we
There
go. No,
Tucker.
there's
Simon
Tucker.
Wow.
Yeah. He's moved up too.
Up to 4th.
Yep.
So where's Tom?
The Dixon entry should be next, I think. I think Tom Dixon and Tom Owen, I believe, are very close to each other, coming around the last couple of corners. I'd say this might be him right now. No, it's Aaron.
No, it's Aaron Havey.
Trying to make up ground.
Yep. So I didn't see it with the spare wheel on the back.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
It still has.
Didn't see if it was flat or not.
No, can't tell whether it's flat or not, but definitely had a spare wheel on the back.
And then
so he's
this
lost
must
about
be
5
Tom
minutes.
Dixon coming around to the finish. It is too.
Yep.
They are. What a beautiful looking car that.
Yeah.
Landed a bit heavy. Didn't you see that?
Oh yeah, it's got a big V8 in the back and a big Hollinger gearbox, so it's pretty heavy in the back end.
Sequential?
Sequential, mate. Paddle shift. Of course, Hollingers are making some good transmissions for these off-road cars now.
So I'm tipping we're going to see Mark Burrows and Tom Owen.
Owen, yeah, very close to each other.
It's you're looking at Mark Burrows on your screen there, folks. Is that Mark or Matty?
Matty Burrows.
Matty?
Or maybe.
No, I think it's Mark. It's showing me Mark.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
No, I don't know. They're both in the arena here somewhere. But it looks like Mark's the shape of Mark's car.
It's got the different nose on it.
Yeah, it's got a
snub nose.
Well, they definitely stirred up the dust again, didn't they? We had a good view here for a few minutes.
Certainly did.
Now the dust is in again.
There it is.
We've got another one.
Owen.
There's Owen.
Yeah.
Tom Owen.
Tommy Owen.
Which means Mark Burrows must be next over the line.
Well, what's happened to Lachlan Campbell? Well, we saw Jake Williams stop.
Lachlan Campbell's still moving, mate.
Yeah, he took off.
He's in the arena here. So is Bowie. So is Mark. They might have been stuck in each other's dust by the look of their little collection. You've got Bowie, Lachlan and Mark all reasonably close. Mark's coming around that last corner now up to the finish line.
Yep.
Well, Mark took off behind Lachlan in the 6 car.
I wouldn't doubt that Mark would round up Lachlan in that rough stuff, though.
There's Mark
Burrows. There he is. Yep.
There's our 8-time Australian champion going across
Just
the
8,
line.
is that all?
8, he's only won 8. Yeah.
The bloke down the road there just won 9.
Jeez. Bloke on the com box has only won 2.
Oh, yeah, what about that guy? What about that guy?
We're not bad. We've won 2 between the 3 of us.
Anyway, we're up here talking about it anyway. So we've had this Mark Burrows go through, and we've got Craig Barnett, who won't be far behind Mark.
Bowie's heading down to the airstrip behind us.
Peter Simpson, Stephen Bowie Graham, Stuart Chapman. Yet to come, ladies and gentlemen. So,
well, we're looking for Barnett now.
Well, the Barnetts are close by because they are near Bowie, and I just saw Bowie go down. So,
what about Lachlan Campbell?
That should be him heading for the finish line right this second.
Yep, and he did a big jump earlier on today. Yep, it is
there
him.
He is.
First of our Class 6s.
Whoa.
Father and son.
Yeah.
Campbell
from Sydney.
They are a big car, those new Can-Ams, aren't they? Gee whiz, and he told me it's dead standard. All he's done to it is played with the shock absorbers. So
that old chestnut.
Yeah, got it handling well. And he's done, 6 months work on it to get here, but standard.
First of our Class 10s.
I tell you what,
ever so fast.
He's picked up some time because there's no Barnett and no Simpson.
Barnett should be very, very next car over the line.
Yeah, well,
and
Barnett,
now that I've got a refresh, Kyle Tucker, Brent Martin, Clayton Chapman, Simon Tucker, Tom Dixon, Mark Burrows, Lockie Campbell in 7th.
Wow.
In front of Aaron Habe, who we know will pull the goods back up, and then Tommy Owen in 9th. And let's just have a look once we get a refresh and see where picks, the end of your top 10. That has just put
Craig Barnett up there somewhere.
He just went through.
Where'd he go there?
He just come through hard and fast.
Peter Simpson should be not far behind him. And who's this?
Oh, it's Kaminsky.
Yeah, the Kaminsky truck.
Barnett has jumped to 9th place. Put Aaron Habe. Aaron Habe's going to take a little bit to pull back from whatever his little issue is out there, I would imagine. But
Kaminsky's pulled some positions.
Yeah, he's passed Rod Visser, Matthew Burrows, Stuart Chapman.
Kaminsky.
Yeah, Kaminsky's moving up slowly.
Well, you can see the dust in the background there, folks. You're probably seeing it better on the TV than we're seeing it out of our commentary box here, I would imagine.
Here we go.
Second Class 10 car, Stu Chapman.
Stuart Chapman and Matthew Burrows.
Followed by Matthew Burrows.
Yeah, so
he's all over him.
Matthew Burrows is right behind him.
Oh, he'd be getting dusted in some chronic. It's got me how he's got that close.
So I say, a bit of a dark horse though, Stu. He just sort of lingers in the background. All of a sudden, he's there.
Yeah, he does. It just keeps going, doesn't he? He put on a good show at Millicent, if you remember.
Oh. I'm back on board with Matty Burrows.
Yep. Well, he's just there in the infield.
Yep, who we just saw go through in front of us.
Well, what they say is you're only as good as your last drive, and Stuart Chapman at Millicent last year, man, he was driving the wheels off that thing.
Tell you what, boys, Brett Kaminsky jumped up to 5th place.
Yeah, there you go.
You've done well.
So we've got
hold on,
Kyle
you put
Tucker,
the muck
Brett
on.
Martin.
You put the muck on Stuart
Stewie.
Chapman because he's heading for the pits.
Oh,
1014 coming into the pits. Stuart Chapman.
That'll be down there already, I'm sure.
Gee,
Well, Matthew Burrows would have clapped his hands. He would have loved that because he was all over the back of him.
He's got a minute break now, Glenn. That dust break, gee, you look for that all the time.
Kyle Tucker, Brent Martin, Clayton Chapman, Simon Tucker, Kaminsky in 5th, Tom Dixon in 6th. He'll be wrapped with that. Bowie, the first of our Class 10s in, 7th place.
Look at
The Burrows. Mark Burrows in front of Matty Burrows by 0.5 of a second. 0.5 of a second. Telling you, give the boy some boost. Yeah.
I think those two cars have been living too close to each other.
Stu Chapman in 10th, who we just saw go into the pits. Lockie Campbell 11th with a 46.14 in that 651 side by side. Craig Barnett 46.23. Aaron Habe with a 46.30. And Tommy Owen with a 46.45. That's 14 of our cars over the finish line for the first lap of the first section of the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Yes, that's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yep, got it out though.
You got it out.
Just or dust?
Just in the dust. Matty Burrows in car footage still. That's interesting. He, if it is, he had the camera on the right-hand side. Now that was showing left-hand side. Here's Peter Simpson.
Second of our Class 4s. Third of our Class 4s, actually.
Peter's dropped back a
second,
bit.
Second.
Yeah, I think the pace in front of him is pretty hot, though, Darren.
Kaminsky, yeah, he's come up a fair way, didn't he? Brett started in 17th.
Yes.
So Brett's made up in a monstrous amount of time.
But he'd still be in it around about 10th.
No, so fifth.
Oh, yeah, on the road, in times. Yeah.
Oh, on the road. Sorry,
yeah,
yes, I agree, yes. He's just running back. He's in a race suit. Who's that fella?
He's running back to the pits.
Bit more athletic than me.
I don't think in my whole life I've ever run back to the pits, Sandy. Well, we've got a little break. I want to thank some of the sponsors. What about the Rainbow Riders Events Association, VORA, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, Grain Corp. Of course, we've got to thank Grain Corp because we park in there where they store all their grain. We park there. Here's Rod Visser going through. And, of course, the Hindmarsh Shire Council. And we need all those people that, of course, Rainbow Riders Events Association. Wow, what they've done here over the course of the last, 3 years, I suppose. I've seen it grow, and it's grown bigger and better. This whole setup here is absolutely fantastic.
We just had the Harnett car go through. Where's Pup Terrell? He took off in front of the Harnett car.
Oh, gee.
I haven't seen him come
Have a
through.
quick look on our rally safe and see if Pup's in the arena anywhere.
Pup Terrell 10:36.
Doesn't look like it. It's,
he was having an oiling issue when he left this morning. Hopefully, yeah, he had the extractors very close to the oil filter when I went over there, and I didn't think that it'd get that hot.
Bodie Tickner should be closing in on us coming in. Also, Russ Harnett just went through, didn't he?
So Pup Tyrrell might have stopped out there somewhere.
Jakey Williams looked like he stopped.
I believe it's a power steering hose maybe that might have stopped Pup Tyrrell. So we'll see how true that is, but if he can fix it.
Has it come from a reliable source, mate?
Well, yeah, it's a bloke that's very close to the team. Anyway, my nephew's just stepped into the box for a minute, and Lee Wells.
Simon Gubbins is still moving about. Look, we've still got a few cars coming in.
Certainly, Glenn's going to hand the mic over to Lee for a little while.
We've finally got a live going in Clayton Chapman's car, folks. Car 15. Currently running, what do we say? Currently running third behind Kyle Tucker in that blinder before. Brent Martin and then Clayton Chapman. That's it. On board.
Afternoon, Lee.
Lee Wells with us.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for having me. Jeez, it's nice and cool in here with the aircon going.
Don't tell them about the air conditioner. They'll all want to be in here, Lee. But anyway.
Just what you guys probably didn't see here before with the Kaminsky car. When it came over the finish line, it went too hot through the first corner and got tangled in the fence.
Oh.
They're just idling back in front of us. So,
wow.
So much for his big catch-up.
Wow,
That's all out the window, but...
Yeah, he just went too hot over that finish line, jumped to the first corner, and just careered into the fence. So,
which nearly would have put him on the main road.
That's right.
Well, luckily the fence is there. But no, we didn't see that. It was going well, and he'd made up a lot of places. Brett Kaminsky, and of course, a lovely truck.
It's interesting riding on board here with Clayton and Adam, that Adam's still running pace notes rather than GPS.
Yeah, it's interesting the new philosophies that have come in with the navigator aspect. Some
Clayton
people are
giving
running
us a thumbs up there, or what? Did you see that?
Well, some are running the lead nav, some are running the GPS, some are running that's just texture and notes.
I normally run stop, left, right. Nothing.
Yeah, all the pumps.
Just explain what a lead nav is, Lee, for the people at home.
So the lead nav is like the iPad system, which is through an app on your iPad that you can either set it up on the screen, or you can actually plug it into your earphones and have like Siri, like when you're in the car, for like Siri Maps directions, it can talk to you and call it through rather than Navigator calling it.
Adam's driving here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Adam's steering.
That's a relationship that's been. Well, when you've been together for a long time, you have that relationship, so you can go, have it.
They're sharing tubes now. Yeah. I don't know what they're doing here now.
Have they actually slowed down though? They might. Yeah, they've got an issue.
Might just be Clayton getting a drink or something.
Clayton looked like he cleaned his goggles, so he held onto the navigator, held onto the steering wheel for a second. There we go. There's a lovely big jump.
Brent still out in front. By the looks of our screen here.
That was Dale Standen, car number 92.
It's good to see, fellas. We've got the 70 heading back out. The Porter.
Porter's on its way.
That's good.
Fixed their issue.
How lucky was Dale Stanton to go through before he pulled out in front of him. And the last thing you want to see is when you're coming down a straight and seeing a car pulling out in front of you in this sort of dusty conditions.
Well, Clayton Chapman on the screen there on the left.
He's actually in the speed zone. Shane Hutch just texted me
they're in a control zone, so they'll probably get. There is a controlled area out there. How that goes to like 7Ks?
Yeah, it's about 6 or 7K. So that's
you've got to drop back to 60k an hour. Sit on that for that 6 or 7Ks. Probably gives them a little bit of a time, a little bit of a refresh. Good time to clean your screens, etc.
Yeah, read through your notes, but. I think it used to be 80 last year. They've changed it back to 60. So it's like it comes off your toe. From when you enter the zone to enter, it doesn't matter. That time comes off your end of your lap and overall time,
So it's a section of track we're not allowed to race on, correct?
We're allowed to drive on.
No passing.
Yeah, so we have to do...
Which is a good strategy for some. That they can...
time to rest,
And also, if you've got no one in front of you, you can pull back and leave a bit of dust for whoever's up behind you. You could play that game a little bit, couldn't you?
Gee, Sandy, you don't sound fair.
Strategist? I don't know how you say that word.
Dale Stanton going through the centre here in that car. What was the name of that car we said before? Had a funny name.
Oh, the Junko, the Ferrell.
Ferrell, that's right. Yeah, the Ferrell car. Yeah, whoa, big jump.
37 is now over the line. A couple more times on these people. Sibbo in with a 49.08 before. 19th position. Might go from like 15th, where Tommy Owen was in 14th. A Hartnett 10-12 entry in 15th. Mr. Tickner in 16th. And Class 5 just finishes their first lap. Rod Visser in 48.09. Sean Ratcliffe with a 49.05. Peter Sibbo with a 49.08. And Dale Stanton in with a 49.19.
John Viz. Yeah, just went through. Car number 1025. So John Viz in the black one. Yeah, still going well. He started behind Michael Shipton and he's still behind him. So getting dusted in. Here we go. We've got the Stuart Chapman. He must have had an issue. You never know. He might have had a puncture or something. He came in to change the tyre on the back. Don't quite know what happened to Stuart. It'd be nice to talk to one of the crew members and let us know what actually happened.
Should be able to get down there later in the day and have a yap with at least a handful of them.
We'll send you down there later.
Little man-made chicane there on your right-hand screen in with Matty Burrows. And that'll be just to shake off a bit of speed or stop them running into trees at the end of a straight, maybe.
The onboard that they're doing here this weekend with Huddy, we call him, who sets up all the cameras and all the...
Shane Hutt, last year's winning navigator.
That's right, yeah, from the Bo Robinson trophy truck. He's the man that's bringing all this footage to us all over the world, and doing a great job. And his team of people behind him there, you don't do all this on your own. He's got probably about 5 or 6 other comrades in the truck next to our commentary here. And I've never seen so many wires hanging out of one truck in my whole life. But anyway, and of course they've got all the what do they call those things, Lee?
Drones.
Drones, that's it.
Or little helicopters
yeah,
in your day.
Little helicopters everywhere flying around here. Gee whiz. I lost that word for a second, but anyway, the drones are doing a great job, and we've got a screen in here in the commentary box, and we can see what most of you guys are looking at the moment.
You'd be happy, Sandy, with this Class 5. The Ranger, the current Class 5 champion, and 10th out on there, a family team based in Two Wells in South Australia, is in the notes here.
Yeah.
It's sitting up very high, and it seems to be riding the rough stuff really well.
Yeah.
Definitely the tallest car out here by a long shot, isn't it?
You love these trucks, don't you, Sandy?
Yeah, we might see if Shane, because it's a shame about Jake Williams with the onboard we had with that truck.
Gutted.
Yeah, you've done your day. Do you need to lift home, mate? They're going to tow your car out of here.
Home? I haven't got a home. It's gone now.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at Stuart Chapman going out of the arena there. And, oh, gee, there must have been too much wrong with him. He into the pits, fixed the problem, back out into it again. So he's probably only dropped about 10 or 15 minutes, but bloody hard to make up time out there. It's... you know, when you see a dusty event like this, it's very hard to find time, even to find a minute. That's why you don't need to get a puncher. You can lose 10 minutes quite easily. You've got to get off the track a long way to change a tyre, because you can easily get cleaned up in the dust changing a wheel.
Looks like 10.74's at a standstill out there.
10.74 is David Adams.
Yeah.
And of course
Ross
that was
Newman.
that green car that we saw.
Ross Newman looks like our last car on track that's still moving. John Wiss, 0.
Viz.
Didn't he come through before?
I thought I just saw him go through.
Showing
the black,
me he's out
the
there
black
still.
car, no, he went through just before.
No, he's blue.
Oh, it's blue, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I must have
You
missed
see
him
Gubbins, maybe.
Oh, it might have been Simon Gubbins, yeah.
888, that's Michael Hackney. He is still moving. I'm going from the rear of the field halfway around, working our way back. The two marks in car 88 are still moving. 663, Mr. Mitchell, still moving. I haven't seen 646.
Have we seen Roland Podchow come through at all, Lee?
No, we haven't. What we're actually going to see is Brent Martin will catch up onto these back markers on his second lap while they're still on their first lap, and that does have an impact. Depends where you catch, where you can pass, where you get around, and you just don't want to be held up for too long.
That was Jeremy Horn, I think, over the finish line.
It wasn't Matthew Hummer.
No.
Right. So we've got Brian Bradford all the way from Townsville. Has he come through yet? No. So we hope he has a good run for the weekend. When you drive down from Townsville, you want to get all the laps in, that's for sure.
Wow.
Here's our Class 2 competitor. One of two. Of course, Brendan Forsman's the other one.
I think you might have seen Mr. Gubbins.
Ah, yes, probably was.
He's currently sitting in 18th, Mr. Gubbins.
He was right behind the truck. Right behind the white
Class 5 car.
Yeah, Michael Shipton.
Very clear in that drone footage.
Amazing.
It's just amazing the serenity, the landscape.
Yep.
As you can see, that's behind our pit area. That's our pits on the left-hand side of the screen.
We've got to explain to Darren Sandy that this is modern technology.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
If only they had cameras back in your day.
A handy cam.
No, they had the old box TVs with the buttons on the front.
Yeah.
And the knobs. That's it.
666.
When I raced, Lee, they used to
Wilkinson.
cart round the camera with the gunpowder on the top of it. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're spectating there today and you need a hot dog or a hamburger or something, whip down to see the Rainbow Rises event. People down there in the new canteen, and they can help you out with anything. I went down there early and they had a great array of food, and I'm sure they're waiting to see you go down there and purchase something, buy a big bucket of chips and some gravy or something.
I think that's where Glenn's just headed.
Yep.
I've got to tap on the shoulder and come up here, and I'm going to go get some lunch.
And of course, we've got to thank some of our other sponsors that we've had. Rally Safe, which all the cars have got in this weekend, Sandy.
You can follow on board there.
Yep, the Rally Safe is you jump on their app and you can follow all the cars out on the circuit at any time. Of course, it moves around a little bit. It's hard to follow because it jumps a bit. It resets itself quite a bit. But we've got Dynamic Wheels, AASA, PMD Products, with a Wimmera Mallee Waste Management, Steel at Australia, Gold Acres. What about the ultimate helicopters out the back? Do yourself a favour. Hey, do yourself a favour and go and have a ride on one of those. Gee whiz. So anyway, it's all here this weekend, and the action's happening thick and fast in front of us.
I think we won't be far off seeing a couple of more 6 cars come over. 697's rolling back into the pits, but I think rounding the last corner might be, from what I can tell, maybe 6116. Yeah, on screen. There you go, 6116. Nathan Satori.
Satori, yeah, the Satori. Nathan Satori. And who's next after that? 607.
I'm going to say
Taylor.
I'm going to say Matty Hummer's coming in next. Either Matty Hummer or...
Well, Matty Hummer left a lot earlier. I think he's been through. Matty Hummer left a lot earlier. He left to 25th position, so...
That's him coming around.
Oh, so he might have had a puncher or something. You know, I believe when you got a puncher, you can lose 10 minutes easily changing that. Drops you back in the field.
Quite easily.
We're still on board there with Matty Burrows.
Clayton Chapman on the left, so splitting screen, so two different angles, one in car, one on the front roll hoop. You can even see on the right-hand side there how chopped out that's getting already. This is only lap 2 of 6. So, as you've seen out there, Sandy, those holes get pretty... You wouldn't be able to drive a Commodore around there for too long.
No. But,
looks like Clayton Chapman's halfway through that desert section. So I'm going to say over halfway on the track, but he's
about
on our rally safe. It's showing us
about 3/4.
Yeah, 2/3 maybe. He's not back out through the creek bed and that sort of stuff. Yeah, he's not out of the desert sand yet. So
navigating for Clayton Chapman there, navigating got his head.
How can he focus on that?
Yeah, he's looking down at the notes the whole time. Gee whiz.
Well, there you go. That's the only car I've seen using that technology with all the, the GPS or the iPads but that's to stick your head down and read. You'd want to know your own writing and drawings pretty well.
I'll tell you what, it worked from last year.
Absolutely.
Well, you wouldn't be able to use that, Lee, with stick figures.
No. No, just with a couple of arrows. But also, you got to remember too, he's also watching the Motec on the screens as well. So not only is he reading his notes, he's keeping an eye on all temperatures, gauges, push to pass with the rally safe. So there is a bit to do there. Most people think you can it's not in these pro cars. There's not much time to relax, even in the left-hand seat. So he's always doing something.
So the people at home need to know a little bit about the rally safe, how it works in there. When you get when you catch up to a slower vehicle in front of you and you dust it in, and you get close enough to them, you're going to push a button on the rally safe on the dash, and it sends a message to the car in front that you've caught them. And they're supposed to move over for you.
If they can see the screen, like you can see the very top corner, left-hand corner of Clayton's screen, next to Adam's helmet there, that black helmet on the left, you can see that screen, that's their rally safe.
And they do let you pass. Is that right, Sandy?
Yep.
Or a lot of them can't see the screen?
Well, you're meant to.
You're meant to.
Oh, right.
Your navigator's meant to.
Oh,
so
there we go.
There you are. You can see in the middle there, Pup Terrell on the left-hand side of your screen, but in the centre of that circle,
power steering hose that he's trying to rectify.
Yeah, he rang us when I was sitting with the boys before he rang up, and it had blown both the power steering hoses off the reservoir, both sides, clean off.
Right below him is where Clayton is. So Clayton will be just exiting the rough stuff now.
Yep.
To come back out of the desert onto some more hard pack roads, probably to drop before he drops down through the.
Yeah.
Heath Whedon and Michelle, which must be very close to coming in on their first
lap. Yeah, they wouldn't be far away from finishing their first lap.
What I can tell.
Gee, when they see that flat bit of ground, they'd be saying, "Thank God we're out of that sandy area at the back."
Yeah, it's a bit of the road out to the back and the road back is very different from what we see in the sandy section out it's very different terrain. So it's a bit of the best of both worlds, really.
That patrol seems to be travelling the ground quite well.
It's done some races now, this car.
Yeah.
Well, they have done some races now. Another car over the finish line, folks. Tom Stevens in that Can-Am Maverick X3. The first of our, I don't know if it's the first, I think it's the second of our Class 2s.
Yep.
The Forsman entry, 201s over the finish line. And I reckon...
There's another one here now.
That's the girls.
That's Taylor...
You said it before.
Apostoles.
Apostoles.
Closer than my first attempt at saying it.
Yeah,
so.
You've done well.
And then I think we might have Heath next possibly.
There you go. You look at the screen now with Mark Burrows out the back in those real big sandy holes. And you can just see how hard that car is working.
That's basing out in the back end, isn't it?
That's 22 inches of travel, and they're 37-inch tyres. So that just shows you how hard and rough it is out there.
And he's done a lot of work on the suspension on the back of that vehicle during the course of Christmas. Set a bit of it. He lives on a farm at Burrenbeat. He's built an off-road track. Tried to emulate what some of these bumps are like. He's been running the car up and down and over it, and he said it's not perfect, but he said it's pretty good. But Of course, these all the bumps here are a bit uneven, so they're not the same as you'd like.
Our Class 7, Heath and Michelle on the way for their second lap in the first section today.
So how would they sleep tonight, mate? Do you reckon they'd sleep really well, or would you have to hang them up in the wardrobe to straighten out?
I reckon they'd have to stretch their spines back out.
Absolutely. Gee,
I don't think I'm going back into a Class 7 or 8.
No,
I'll come back.
Not at all.
There we go, some good footage here.
Wow, look at that.
That looks like the...
Is that the Tucker entry in the front?
Yeah, and that looks like the Owen car behind.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good...
Tommy Owen.
Get back on their camera.
Tom would be putting a bit of pressure on him.
I think that must
Lockie
have been...
Campbell?
The Owen car has disappeared, so I think
so
that's
I'm
some...
lying.
Yeah, that was some footage from earlier in the day.
That's not Lockie Campbell at all. That's,
the yellow one that went off.
606 just came through. Tom Stevens, sorry.
Just past that glistening lake down there, Sandy.
Yeah.
Like, well, to have a little bit extra dirt in it today.
What do they call it, that place down there, that lake?
Lake Wells, mate.
Wells.
Yeah, Lake Wells.
Oh, they named it after you. That's right.
Yeah. There's a big sign on it down there.
Oh, let's get back our camera back there. How good's that to look at? A little bit of issue with internet. As we always say out here, it's very hard to get internet consistent because we've got cameras placed in everywhere around this 70-plus kilometre loop.
Well, I'll bunk you up onto the roof here, Sandy, and you can stand on the roof. How's that, mate?
As long as I can parachute back down, we'll be all right.
See if it works the second time around.
I was going to say, yeah, you're not real good with parachutes, Sandy.
Well, Heath Whedon is the last of our cars under an hour. So just for some of those that I don't know, the Satori entry came with a 52.49 in 24th place. Grayson's 54 even. Horn in with in 27th with a 54.39. Forsman in the 201 car with a 56.34. The 606 Stevens entry 56.55. Apostoles in the 607 with a 58.05 in 30th position, and Heath Whedon in 779 with a 58.37, followed by Matty Hummer in 633 with a 101. So we've got our first of our cars coming through in an hour.
Very good.
It shouldn't be too far from, like we said before, will the front car catch the back?
They've got to be there now, don't they? I'm just going to have a...
Do you know what? I haven't seen the Kaminsky car come back out.
No, they rolled back into the pits.
It had the issue where it went through the fence.
Went through the fence. Oh, it hasn't come back out again for its last lap.
That's right. No, I thought
but
it might have come out.
Look out if you're down there and it comes back out again.
Yeah. Gee whiz, I didn't think that it would have had too much wrong with it, but there might have been a major issue with an engine or something.
Well, it's a shame. It was going very well, and as we know, the trucks in the past year have done very well with the rough out the back, and they always seem to be the ones on the days at the end. So it's a shame. Hopefully they can get it back out this Sabre. I'll get it back out tomorrow. That's the thing. Tomorrow's a new day. Regroup, reseed, corrected time. So there is, obviously 4 more laps tomorrow. So hopefully they can get it sorted.
Well, we've got young Jake Williams. He's out. We saw him pull over. Of course, he was in one of the trucks, and then we've seen Brent Kaminsky out. Well, he's in the pits working on it. So there's another one of our big trophy trucks.
That was the 646 that went through, guys. Vaughan Hogan in the Can-Am Maverick. Hogan's Heroes.
Just having a little look here, and I can't see... Not that it means much with my phone updating here, but it shows me that Kyle Tucker is well out in front of Clayton Chapman. It may be a refresh issue, but that's what it's showing me.
And where's
Kyle
Brent
Tucker
Martin?
is miles.
So we're looking like the Brent Martin may have had an issue.
I just can't see. I'm working my... I don't want to say that.
No, we're not going to say that, Sandy.
But I'm just working my way back through the field here.
Because we've got a lot of people at home.
Yeah, yep. Look, Brent Martin.
Parked.
Unfortunately, folks, is at home.
Parked.
Brent Martin looks like he's travelling at 0 kilometres an hour. And parked up in...
You were only talking to Michelle Martin just recently there, mate.
Well, that's put the Tucker...
that's Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, that car. We'll just the boys are talking. That's the so that's the ex-Wilson Motorsport car that the Robinson boys ended up Brian, Travis and Bo flew over and raced that in the Baja 1000.
That's right. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yep, then they brought it back and Joe Bullner had it. And then it's been in South Australia. I think Toddy Lehman may have had it. And it just goes to show these old built Jimcos with a nice Chev.
Tough car.
Yep. And is it Kyle? Is his first drive or first big event?
Yeah, it's his first race.
Well, we don't want to moz him too much, but
he's done better than you ever did in your first race, Lee.
Absolutely.
Throw the microphone at him, mate.
You're lucky you're in between us. So we won't put the moz on him, but coming from the left-hand seat with his father, I don't know how. I thought the father might have got the bigger horsepower car, but he's thrown the son in the big horsepower Jimco, and he's doing a great job. So
hey, don't give in on Simon, mate. He's there. He's got number 2 on the roof because that's where he got.
And he's only really. It looks like Aaron's overtaken Simon again.
That's the old Castle saying, isn't it, Sandy? How's the Serenity? Look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's when you want to be in a race car.
Runs right alongside between the farming land and the edge of the desert, which is what you're on now.
Yep.
So they're currently racing around the edge of the desert, not too far before that little hard right-hander and up the hill, I'm going to say.
Is this what you call a real off-road circuit, Sandy?
Oh, well, I would. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
We're not racing on farm tracks out that much out here, you know. We are in the actual desert that you can go full driving on in any other weekend.
Yeah, it certainly sorts out the men from the boys, and of course we've got a couple of ladies out there too this weekend who are doing extremely well.
So Shane Hutz just texted me saying that Tucker's first race was at Loveday last year, but had issues early. So second long course. So yeah, great to see.
Wow. But the weekend's not over.
No, but I tell you what, he's doing pretty good so far.
Well, yeah, not bad. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, but from
apparently better than Lee's first race.
I think I finished my first race. My first race is at Sea Lake, and I think I finished.
Jeez, we've hit a raw nerve in the booth there. Golly.
But just looking back at that start list, guys, so we had Aaron Havey start first, who had an issue and kept going. We had Brent Martin, who's now stopped. Clayton Chapman obviously had an issue. Kyle Tucker
right now
got past. Tom Owens had an issue. So in just a lap and a half, we've had a pretty big shuffle.
Change.
Very big shuffle, yes. But that's this race, isn't it? It's just one of those races that just an achievement to finish this one, I think.
So we had 47 starters today. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm predicting 15 finishes.
Yeah, I'd say close around that too.
Yeah. We had 15 last year.
Yeah, so there you go.
Sibbo out in the desert. What a shot. That's phenomenal.
That's magnificent. That drone shot.
That's postcard, isn't it, really?
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. The only thing I don't want to be in...
That's a good tourism shot.
...is Simo's car. Have a look at it.
There's the old Gunderson, the 264.
Oh.
Completes the lap.
Yep. He'd certainly be saying it's a lot rougher down here than it is in Townsville.
Yeah, so he's turned left instead of right, which is good. So he's continuing on his second lap.
Russell Hartnett on screen. His spare tyre's loose on the back of Russell Hartnett's car, look, folks.
Oh.
You see his tyre bouncing up and down?
It's going to be loose an hour after that.
That kicked
I know
up,
what
didn't
else.
it? That was a big hit. Gee whiz.
Look at him trying to ride the edge of the whoops.
There's no way getting out of him.
You do that at Fink, don't you? You sort of at Fink you run along one side of the track so you can each get a bit of a break from the whoops because they're relentless for hundreds of kilometres.
Well, the Fink whoops are more straight lines, so you can get more momentum in it. But as we see here,
you round corners as well as
it's very hard.
Well out of
as soon as you take your foot off,
rhythm.
as soon as you take your foot off, you lose all your momentum, and you just can't get the speed to get back on top of it.
We just got our Warwick vet Ross Newman crossed the finish line.
How many off-roaders will be sitting at home in their armchair this weekend looking at this footage saying...
And all being professionals like us.
I'm glad I'm not there.
And all doing this is how they should have done that. Like we
that's
are.
right, yep.
So we see Clayton here, guys, is in the infield here, just in the tree section to our left. So did we see the Tucker car come in? Are we still expecting that one first, or is it the Chapman?
Well...
Because Chapman's just over the back here.
Tucker is rounding the last corner now, folks.
Here we go.
our first across the finish line for Section 1 of the ARB still at Big Desert 480. Kyle Tucker gets the checkered flag.
And sounding a treat too.
We'll have to
with a monster first lap. So let's see what his second lap comes in at.
Kyle Tucker, ladies and gentlemen. There's our first car.
He'll be on top of the world right now, I can guarantee that.
2 laps. I think he did the first lap in about a
40 minutes and 15 seconds for his first lap. So
very good. We'll see if his second lap was as fast.
Yeah, we'll have to send Sandy down there later and catch up and have a chat and see what was good and what wasn't. But at all points, all good at the moment. So.
Yep. And of course, we've got his dad out there.
A few cars back.
Yeah, Simon Tucker. He's not far away too from the finishing line.
On
the wind's turned right around. Look at that's blowing straight at us now.
I was just going to say that. We don't want to look like...
Here comes Clayton. Clayton's coming around now over the finish line. Another checkered flag.
Oh, nice big jump. Wasn't that from Clayton Chapman? So Brent Martin's gone missing, as we said earlier. He's got issues, parked off the circuit.
Just waiting for some times to come up.
So Aaron Havey should be next. We predicted that he had a puncher earlier on. He changed it. He got going again. And he was about third on road, I believe, or third or fourth on road when he came through earlier. Look at that car. Sounds beautiful. Like it hasn't done 2 laps.
Yeah, it's a great effort.
All right. First 2 times, Hob. So the second stage here, the second lap, Clayton Chappie did a 40-minute 17. Kyle Tucker did a 40-minute 24, which therefore keeps Kyle Tucker in the lead by a minute. And I can't do the maths, but it's like 25 seconds.
Very good.
It'll be interesting to see, Sandy, whether when you speak to the boys later, whether Tucker did pass Chapman on track or Chapman had some sort of a little issue.
Because Chapman car, there's no smoke coming out of that, no rattles.
They'll be pretty happy about that, I imagine.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be very hard.
I'll tell you what, though, we've got a big gap now, and guess what the next car should be over coming in? Simon Tucker.
I would have thought Simon. Oh, Aaron Havey.
Brent stopped. Kaminsky's still in the pits.
Where's Aaron Havey, though?
He was way down. Remember, he came over, he was chasing.
With a puncher? Yeah, well, we think it was a puncher.
But he rounded up a few cars.
Hmm.
Not too sure who we got down there in the distance, or is that someone heading back out?
Look at those flags, fellas. That breeze has turned right around in the last 5 minutes.
That's a Sean Ratcliffe on screen.
Sorry about that dust, ladies and gentlemen, coming back in your face, but not much we can do about it.
I'll just get you to close that window now, Darren, and stop the dust coming in if you can.
He was letting the hot air out,
it's
mate.
actually sucking towards our air conditioner.
We don't need any more dust in here, just a nice aircon circulating, which is nice.
Yeah.
Matty Burrows still out in the trees, still out in the desert. He's obviously in a bit of a softer section coming out of the desert, is he? I don't remember this little area.
Look how fast those trees are going by. Gee whiz.
He must be. Oh, he's out of the desert because he's on this side of the fence. So.
Yeah. Then you said before there was only seconds between Matthew Burrows and Mark Burrows in total time for the first lap, Sandy. So
Matty Burrows, actually, we haven't. Matty Burrows is behind Craig Barnett. That's Craig Barnett. Matty's turning a right-hander along this fence line.
Yeah, that's right. He started behind Craig Barnett.
And he's coming along down this fence line here. But I reckon that dust in front of him, Barnett's dust.
Matt Burrows started out of position 15 and Craig Barnett started out of position 11. So 40-second intervals they went off earlier.
You're certainly shifting some dirt. What about Mark Burrows? Where's he in amongst all this?
He should be closer to the finish line. He's just crossing through the creek now, Mark Burrows is.
Yep.
So, with Mark Burrows, how far's the creek from here? What do we say, about 10 minutes? Not even?
Yeah.
There'll be no water in that creek at the
No,
moment.
there's no water in the creek.
I've raced through that creek when it's been about 6 foot deep.
I remember. I towed a caravan. I did a checkpoint that year out the back.
Yeah,
I towed a caravan out there.
I've been through there when it's been 6 foot under, but there wouldn't be a drop in it this weekend, I don't reckon.
So these two are quite close. And there's also, looks like Lockie Campbell's in amongst these two cars. Matty Burrows, who we're online with. And I'm going to say Craig Barnett, and past the tractor there.
Whoa!
That was our tractor. They know once they hit that, they're back onto smooth roads.
Yep.
It's not quite as harsh.
Well, we can see with Matt, he was really catching someone, Matt Burrows there. He had someone not...
What's that laying on its side?
That looks like an IBC.
ICB.
ICB on its side.
Oh, right.
I've driven up one of them myself, rolled over at Griffith on one of those.
So have I. Haven't we? They're lucky they're not full of water. It's when they're full of water is the trouble.
That's Habe now.
Yeah,
Aaron on his way back in. One corner to go.
The twin turbo Toyota in the back of that one.
Yep. So I said I didn't think Habe was that far down.
Well, we'll send Sandy down again, find out what happened to the Habe car on lap 1.
Yeah.
It was about, what are we thinking, about 6-8 minutes?
There we go, there's Aaron, yep.
Neat.
Nice jump.
So we've still got a few fast cars on their way back in. Mark Burrows is probably very close, either in the arena or about to turn into the arena somewhere.
Gee, doesn't it show you that Kyle Tucker?
It looks like Tom Owen is in the arena somewhere also. He must be so close to the finish line. There he is over on our far left. Tommy Owen.
Yeah, he's in about that 30 or 40 second dust line. He can't get right on the back of Aaron, unfortunately.
Mark Burrows will be next coming into the arena, I would say, any second if he's not already. No, we see his dust coming down to that far
just next
corner.
to the airstrip over there.
That's Tom Owen.
Yep.
And then Mark Burrows is coming in over the back.
Yep. We've got the Owen
Tom.
car now. Yep. One corner to go. Young Tom had a great run.
Shot over our pit area.
It's a successful car, that one.
Doing a good job.
Took the old man out.
Yep.
Having a drive. It's good.
Here we go.
Tom Owen.
Tom Owen across the line. Car number 30, with the twin turbo V6 Commodore motor in the back. So, as we said earlier on today, that Tom worked all week on that car. He had issues with the motor and he's got it all up and running again.
These are our overalls, mate.
Yep. So we got Kyle Tucker, Clayton Chapman, Aaron Habe, Tommy Owen.
Kyle Tucker's an hour 20.39.
Yep.
Tommy Owen that just came over the line, an hour 28.
Yeah, so that's
8 minutes, mate. That's all.
21. So yeah, it's 8 minutes. So that just goes to show you when you got a nice clean run and you get out there. Well, he didn't have a clean run, did he? Really?
No. No one's had a clean run.
There we go, Sandy. Look at the Ranger out there through the whoops on our screens. A lot of ground clearance. It's actually going through.
Soaking up that pretty nicely.
It's sitting up very high. I just wanted to catch your attention on that because I knew you'd get a bit of excitement out of that. A lot of ground clearance.
Not far in front of him.
Yeah.
He's rounding up.
It was actually getting through the rough very well.
It is, isn't it?
Yep. Let's get a Ford Ranger.
Get a Ford Ranger. What a shot. Look at all that farming land over on our left. There's lots and lots of that out here. There's the town of Sea Lake in the background.
Farming land on the left and that track on the right.
There's Mark Burrows on his way back in.
Just near the airstrip where you landed, Sandy?
Yep.
Yesterday?
Yep. My chopper came in there. Yep.
Fantastic, mud.
Heads out. One U-turn back towards the pits.
So for those that don't know, today's corrected time on the 2 laps will be your starting order. So Even if you came in 12th car on the road today, you could be the 6th fastest, and then you will start 6th tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So, for those that don't know, it is regrouping tomorrow. It all goes towards total time, but they will regroup on today's 2 laps. So you're finishing on the road doesn't represent where you'll start. It's all on time.
So the next one we're going to look at, which should be Mark Burrows, you think?
That is him on the screen.
Yep.
Aimed
Nice
at the
looking
finish
car.
line. The checker flag's up.
That Monk car.
Mark Burrow rounds out your current top 5 finishers for Section 1.
Mark Burrows in the Monk built car. Of course, Mark ordered that car about 3 years ago and started. He helped design it a bit with the Monk boys down there in Swan Hill, and they've done a lot of R&D on it, and that was the first one ever built. And of course, you couldn't get a better campaigner than to campaign that car would be Mark Burrows, 8 times Australian champion.
26 seconds behind Tom Owen.
Wow, not a lot in that one.
Sorry. I read that right? I have not read that right. Yes, I have. Sorry, 26 seconds behind.
Wow, lucky we didn't go to the same school as Sandy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you went to school?
Oh, sorry, Sandy didn't go to school.
I made it further than Dad and Darren did. They got expelled from Haileybury.
Well, we've got 5 finishes.
They actually asked us to leave, Sandy, because we knew too much.
That happens.
Yeah.
That happened to me in one school as well.
I actually went to private school, believe it or not.
So did I.
Dad said it was the biggest
for
waste
a
of money
little
he's
while.
ever spent.
That looks
Mark
like
Burrows.
Bowie coming in on our left.
Ooh, the Bowie car.
First of our 10 cars. Yes, it is. And then 651, that's Lockie Campbell. Behind him, Barnett also coming in, which means Matty Burrows. Yeah, Matty Burrows is following Barnett in. I thought that was the case.
Ah, right behind him, yep.
Right behind him, and that was sort of the dust we saw him on board with him before.
You don't want to take any risks.
No, it's easier
No
probably
risk
to-
taken, not today. Tomorrow afternoon, the last lap
And
is when you take the risk, Sandy.
Remembering that if he crosses the line behind him, it may well put him in front of him for the start line tomorrow anyway.
That's right, yep.
So maybe a smart move. Bowie, ladies and gentlemen, 1065, Steve Graham.
Notice you got Jason Richards in the passenger seat this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, Jason.
6th place.
That's fantastic. What
Currently
a great effort.
6th over the line. Who are we in with there?
Here we go. It's a great angle here on our live stream at the moment.
Did we see what happened to Tom Dixon?
Oh,
that just shows you,
what car is it,
folks, how deep and rough that is.
Oh, it would be. Yeah, I'd probably be a bit seasick by now. That's Standen or
Yeah, that's the 90,
or
90
Hartnett.
92. That is.
Dale Stan.
92 is Dale Standen, yeah. Matty Burrows. Must be very close to town by the looks of that.
Yep.
Which I'm going to say is aimed at the down beside the airstrip. Is that correct? Oh no, he's done a
and if you
U-turn.
notice,
He's
got
coming
no
back
dust.
now.
No dust in front of him either, so he must have passed.
He's coming back.
Craig Barnett.
Yeah. So this goes down to where up across the top tree section here next to the airport. So we turn another left here, and that heads down to where the big hole is. It's had a couple of incidents over the time.
Yes.
And then so he's not too far off, which we can stay on board now, where it comes through here, and you can see the pre-danger with the new chicane that's gone in. Into
This is to slow
the big
down
hole.
in the big hole.
Well,
Oh,
and
mate,
there
we
goes-
saw that.
We did.
We saw that, Matty.
Yeah. Go back and pick it up.
Pick it up, hammer it back in. You're not meant to hit the signs, but it does happen.
Yep.
And that'll be rectified for the morning anyway. Most of the drivers all
Here
out
we
here
go.
know. Hey, Lockie and Greg Campbell.
Yep.
Wow.
Great
That's
effort.
impressive.
Oh, it certainly is.
To be in front of Matty Burrows, who is just about to round the last corner. Let's have a look where...
Yeah, well, Matt Burrows started at position 15 and Lockie Campbell started at position 9. So I think by the time Matt will get him on time.
He might get him on time.
40 seconds by about, let's bring the mass in. How
Tell
far to
you
go
what.
again with your mass?
Yeah, I'm pretty good here because it calculates it for me, but I never read it properly. Lockie Campbell in over the line, 7th. So first of our Class 6 cars.
Then we've got the Barnett car on the screen, Sandy, 68. So we're starting to get a few come through now, thick and fast.
Here we go.
Barnett.
Craig Barnett.
In front of Matty Burrows. Yeah, well, that's how I read it out there anyway. They were following his dust. Matty should be round the corner any second.
Yeah, so Barnett started out of position 11.
Certainly did.
Tell you what.
Bowie Graham out of position 13. So there has been a few...
That's Matty Burrows round the last corner. What a shot. Last year's 3rd place getter for the championship. Matt Burrows, I'm going to say in 7th place on road. Could be corrected.
Be a lot of work going on down there in the pits in the Burrow clan and Burrow's team.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tom Dixon.
No. In the Crumco.
Crumco.
Hasn't come back through, unfortunately.
Where is he? I'll see if I can hunt him down here. Matty Burrows is over the line, which means Jake Williams is out. 10-12 is our next one on road, which is the Hartnett car. Unless I'm missing. Sometimes it doesn't load, as you know. Then Sibbo. Tucker looks like he's just come out of the creek, which I would have thought Tucker was in front of Sibbo.
Yeah, he's definitely had an issue.
An
number
issue
2
as well, yeah.
I don't think you told me that Craig Barnett was building a new car, Sandy. I don't think you'll have any trouble selling the old one.
Nah, good car.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Good, reliable,
Speaking
fun
about
car.
cars for sale, I heard that Craig Martin's selling a good car.
Literally my favourite car on the circuit for the last 10 years or more, 20 years, however long it's been around.
Which
since
one
it was
that?
silver. Since it was silver.
Oh.
Do you remember when it was a lawnable precast?
Yes. That's right,
Car?
yeah.
I loved it then.
So
it's
I
still
believe...
a phenomenal car.
I was talking to Craig last night and he said, I'm going to sell the car. So it's up for sale, ladies and gentlemen.
You heard it first.
Breaking news.
Absolutely.
Yep,
So
I can confirm
Quick
that
word,
as well.
it hasn't even been run.
No.
Brand new engine.
Brand new motor, everything. It's all been rebuilt.
7-litre engine.
And it's on the market. So if you're on the market for a car, go and see Craig Martin. He's got one for sale.
The Alpha.
Yeah, the Alpha, American
such an
Alpha.
awesome car.
They only ever built 4 of them in the world. So before it gets on the listed, if you want to get in first, go and chat to Craig Martin.
Collector's edition.
Yep.
1 of 4.
Apparently it was only ever driven to church on Sundays.
I might see if my dad can buy it for me.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Have to open his wallet.
I'll give you the heads up, Lee. It won't be happening. You'll be walking to church.
Bit of a gap. I've got over in the distance.
Well, Lachlan Campbell, he's done a great job, hasn't he?
That's the Hartnett car coming in over in the
651.
distance. You know what though? Lockie Campbell didn't come back through. Did he? In front of us?
He did.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
I missed it. Okay, that means I've missed the time here somewhere. Oh yeah, sorry, there he is. 8th position, Lockie Campbell behind Matty Burrows. Matty Burrows in with a 1 hour 30 and 27 for his 2 laps. Lockie Campbell with a 1:32.29 in 8th position, in front of Craig Barnett with a 1:33.05.
What about Mark
Bit of
Burrows and
side by
Matthew
side.
Burrows? What's the time difference?
So Mark Burrows is a 1:28, 44, and Matty Burrows is a 1:30.27. So under 2 seconds difference. 2 minutes difference. Sorry, yeah.
Fantastic.
Should have stayed in school.
Yeah.
We have still a fair few cars out on track. I can tell there's a few not going, but 10-12 will be our next car in, which is the Hartnett car. Is that correct?
Yep.
Should be rounding the next.
Oh, gee, on the
couple of
screen there
corners.
earlier, there
There
he
he
was
is,
doing it pretty
on our
tough.
screen.
Yep.
Look at that shot there. We can see all angles of the infield prologue arena.
Is it
A few different
Sibbo
angles.
in the background? It looks like Sibbo in the top left corner disappearing.
Yep.
So there's not too much of a gap between these two. It's the town of Rainbow in the top top of your screen, folks, with the silos.
Yep.
The train line runs from left to right, and the town is on the other side of those silos.
And nearly
literally.
showing. You can just see, if you look hard enough, the Rainbow Hilton where Sandy's staying.
Yep.
Yeah.
On the 13th floor.
Yeah. You left the spa running, didn't you, Sandy?
I did, actually. I put the aircon on as well.
Beautiful.
What a shot. The main street of Rainbow directly behind us.
They gave us the Rainbow Retreat, though, so we're the lucky ones.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how many cars we have finished. We've lost a few, but the good news is we've had a lot of come in the pits with issues and get back out. So that's always good too. That get in and fix it and get back out there. And there will be a time limit. I'm not sure what the time limit is today for the 2 laps, but if you can make it in time, it will get you in good stead to start tomorrow morning.
Well, it must. So
There's Russell Harnett.
Just so you know, it's good stuff. Steel at Australia. When Danny Brown asks you to pick up 4 cans of black from the Steel tent and bring it home for him,
wow,
it's got to be good stuff.
Would he know how to use it?
Someone he would know somebody. He wouldn't, but he would know somebody that knows something, knows how to use it. You know what I mean?
Is that a request from him, is it?
Yeah.
So what's he asked you to steal it, has he?
Yeah.
Oh,
to grab some Steel it.
Steal some Steel it.
Yep.
All paid for. Yeah, right. Sounds shifty, Danny. Anyway.
I'm sure he'd be sitting in his shed with the feet up, listening to us.
Of course. We've got to mention all the sponsors again, ARB,
I think that was his prompt to say mention sponsors.
Absolutely, yep. Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. And, of course, all the other ones were Grain Corp, Hindmarsh Shire Council. Grain Corp are allowing us to park in park where they keep all the grain. So that's a great facility. And we've got Simpson
in the Bennett truck
on
completing
screen.
lap 2. Had a chat with Peter this morning. Loves his racing. He's been racing since 1983. He told me this morning.
Wow.
Before I was born, Sandy. Probably you too, was it?
Oh, I was a 75 model, mate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just trying to pump you up a little
shot. What a shot.
I was born in 1989. So.
Yeah. You can tell that. Look at that front. I don't know what these cars looks like. Class 2 car.
Yeah.
And it looks like.
I think we will. We got. It's.
That's I know the car. I can't think of the name.
Forsman.
No, that's not Forsman, is it? That's the other Class 2.
I think it's a 201. The 201. It is.
Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. Stand corrected.
And we've got the. Here we go. We've got the side by side, the turbocharged side by side. Closing in.
Which is Horn's car. All black. Looks like Horn's car.
This is where the rally safe button will be well and truly pushed.
So will the horn. Look at that for an overtake, folks.
There we go, yeah.
Ooh.
The difference. That Class 2 car.
Yeah, be looking over and saying, I wished I owned a Can-Am.
We didn't all say that when they first came out.
No, I did, of course.
Yeah.
No, they were referred to as
golf
things
carts.
to put your golf clubs in the back.
Last
Roddy
corner.
Yeah.
Aimed at the finish line.
He'll be pleased to see that finishing line, Rod Vizza.
He's slowing right up, though. He's got an issue.
Oh.
He's made it to the end. The good news is he's made it to the end. The bad news is there must be
smoke.
Smoking.
Yeah, it's just
misfire maybe or something.
It is a new engine too.
Blue smoke is not good.
No, I don't think he'd be there tomorrow.
As the 1093 completes lap 2, which is the Bodie Tickner and the Illumicraft.
Just got a message from Jacko Evans, who should be racing this weekend. Bit disappointing, mate, not to see you here, but he's in the shed with his feet up, watching the telly, working on cars.
What's his excuse? Not doing this series this year, or?
He will be doing. He will be. He should be.
Yep.
Off-Road Outlaws next weekend. So they're big campaigners, King Crane. They backed some of the big part of the sport over the years, so they contended this championship last year.
Isn't it good that people can tune in at home and families
Yeah.
and friends, and we're all big one family, but my phone's lit up like a Christmas tree with plenty of advice and what I've been saying, but we won't respond to those all quite just yet.
Well, obviously nobody's contacted me, Lee, so I haven't said anything wrong.
No, never. You're on your last hurrah, mate. You can do and say whatever you like. They can't sack you.
10:07 on their way back in. That's Sean Ratcliffe in the single-seater, isn't it?
Yes, certainly is.
That's great.
Yeah, 10:07, Shawnee.
He's built that car himself, isn't that right, Darren?
Oh, no, he bought the frame in from the States and then pieced it all together himself, the rest of it. So, a bit similar to what I did with my car. So, bought the car in as a roller and then fitted it all out himself. So, he's done a great job with it. And,
Absolutely.
of course, Shawnee's a first-class welder. So, his welding on the car is second to none.
Yep.
And when you go over and have a look at it, he's put a what they call an A3 Honda in the back of it, 2.4. And I noticed there at scrutineering last night in the main street, he's dry sumped it.
Wrecker motor.
Yeah, wrecker motor with a dry sump on it. And yeah, he's done a few odd pieces with it, but he's had a Helltech ignition on it. Had a little bit of trouble with a few sensors and that on it over the past 3 or 4 races. Seems to have got on top of it. Told me that he went to Mark Burrows' property in Burrenbeat and gave it a run there about a week ago. Then it ran faultlessly, so he's brought it down here, and at the moment, still circulating. But,
so is Taylor Apostoles on the screen.
Oh,
getting close though with
she's
it.
getting a hell ride out there.
Bit of rhythm up there.
Gee whiz, look at the bumps.
Learning what it's all about.
Yep.
Speaking of rhythm,
yeah.
or lack of rhythm.
Yeah. Jinx.
Gee whiz.
Looking at that.
Heath Weedon.
Gee.
Another one with their feet up at home. Dean Bennett.
Doesn't it make you want to get back in one,
shed.
Sandy? Looking at that.
Oh,
Bring
yeah.
a set Class 7 back here next year and get out there and do that.
What's wrong with Dean Bennett? Why isn't he here, Sandy?
Probably the same excuse.
Yep.
Same excuse.
Well, they all should be here racing. It's a great weekend.
I thought you'd be out here in the single-seater, mate.
No, I'm a bit old for that. I employ drivers now.
I will apply.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
Apply, mate.
yeah.
Where do I send my resume?
Put in your resume, send them to Darren Wells. And,
Here we go, Sandy. Christmas has arrived.
got a couple of cars. Oh,
got a
the
special
lady from
delivery
Steele
of,
It. Look at that.
Steal It
A real Steele It
for
product.
Danny Brown.
Hope he's paid for
Apparently,
those,
he probably hasn't. A little shonk. He said he was going to pay. Yeah, he always says he's going to pay for things.
Yeah.
Danny Brown.
Yeah, can you get it and I'll fix you up?
I'll fix you up. I got you, mate. Yeah.
Well, we got them now.
Just have a look at the quality of this great.
Put your hand out and we'll see what it's like.
Major sponsor of the event, the Steele It. Stainless steel in a can.
I'll paint you up like Al Jolson, Lee.
It's polyurethane aerosol. And it's the best of the best. So,
Well, just like Lee last night.
Right, great. In 10th place, Hartnett's came in 10th place at an hour 33 and 35. The Tickner 1093 entry at an hour 35:39. Rod Visser in at 136.06. Peter Sibbo 138.23. Sean Ratcliffe in that single seater was the last one over the line. 139.33 for their 2 laps today.
Shawnee's just gone past.
so how many cars is that in, Sandy?
14.
14. So,
14.
But Rod Vizers wasn't looking real good when it crossed us here. It crossed the line, blue smoke.
46 started, so there's still a lot out there.
Yep.
Simon Tucker hasn't been through.
No,
Where did
it's-
he disappear to?
Here we got another one.
585's on its way in. That'll be 585 in the left, and then we've got Stu Chapman. Oh, there's Stu Chapman's right over the finish line. There we go, on the screen.
10-14. He had an issue after lap 1, but he's got it resolved.
And then 585's coming in. That's Jake who's stopped.
And Simon
My
Tucker,
screen has just-
he's got the curse of the commentator, Sandy.
your cursed commentator.
Yep. I was pumping his tyres up pretty hard, actually. Same as Jake Williams, who was pumping his tyres up there.
What a shame. That
Stu Chapman, 144, 15th position.
Another shame we got here looking at the light.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
Another shame we got the Porter stuck out in the middle of nowhere. That's not good. But the Polchow, 468, he's stuck out in the middle of nowhere.
Wow, something's happened to Polchow.
Yeah, the old...
Jake Williams, we know, is out. That's the first one coming in the bottom right-hand side of our screen. And car 2, that's Tucker. He's at 0 kilometres an hour also.
Yeah.
10:54. Simon Gubbins, 0 kilometres an hour, unless he's going through the creek bed, which has just had a glitch. Dale Standon's travelling at 130 kilometres an hour, so we've still got cars moving quite nicely out there. 629 on our screen.
Another one, the 137. I just saw it coming around the last corner.
Might even get an overtake there in the desert.
Rich Andrews and the S&S race frame.
Richard Andrews. Through.
And with a time of nothing yet. Well, I haven't seen... Kaminsky hasn't gone back out, has he?
No, and we...
So that looks like, from what I'm seeing here, Brent Martin's out, Simon Tucker's out, Kaminsky's out, Tom Dixon we haven't seen come back through, Gubbins is out, and this is... Don't take this as gospel, but I just see Andrews in that 137 just came over the line in 15th, just ahead of pushes Stu Chapman down to 16th position. Andrews came in with a 139.57 and Stu Chapman with a 144.20, so pretty much 4 minutes 22 seconds ahead.
Vizza being on that rope wasn't good, Sandy.
No, Gubbins hasn't come back in.
On the screen, Sandy.
But
we've got
Class
the Ranger.
585's on its way back in.
Here we go, big jump.
That landed quite nice then.
Yeah, certainly did.
Yeah, it took those whoops out in the desert quite nice too, didn't it?
It's been tuned by the right person, I reckon, that Ranger.
Michael Shipton.
Jumping well, handling the whoops well, and the only Class 5 in the field.
That tells us Brent Martin, Simon Tucker, Brent Comiskey, Tom Dixon are all possibly out, and maybe even Simon Gubbins, because he should be over the line now, and he's not on my radar on the rally safe to come back in.
It's a tough circuit.
92 is the next car in. Who was 92 again?
Standing. Dale Standing.
Oh yeah, Dale. Who's been through the river, through the creek bed. So I showed him before as being at 0 kilometres an hour. He was actually moving. Oh no, that was 10:54. No, that was a lie. That was Gubbins. So I'm saying Gubbins has stopped.
Yep.
Simon Tucker stopped. Gubbins has stopped. And 666 and 609, which was Jeremy Horn, and who's 666 again? Tim Wilkinson. Both travelling near each other at 120 kilometres an hour.
We've got one on our screen, Sandy. That's not.
That's Mark and Mark.
Mark.
Mark DeGrucci and Mark Hardman.
They're on the second lap.
Yeah. Still motoring, but I thought this car would have a little bit more pace about it by now. Maybe
I don't know.
They might be getting used to the car too.
Well, the trouble is, when you've got I think you've got a new driver in here this weekend, and they're not used to it, and you don't want to break it. It's all about finishing races to get experience, and you got to first finish. And it's certainly doing what everybody else is doing down through those whoops.
Just doesn't end, does it? There's no getting away from it. It just keeps going and going and going.
A lot of sandy whoops through there. And we haven't really seen a trophy truck go through there at full speed either, have we?
Well, we were on board this morning with Jake,
Yeah, and it wasn't handling too bad, but I would have liked to have been in with Brent Kaminsky or something in that truck. I think it would have been a better situation going through there. And there's somebody, when you go down the pits later, we'd like to find out what the full...
we can't get down there. I'm not too sure how we'll go getting down there, but we might be able to get down there now if they've got a...
Yeah.
Our cameraman's been working hard out.
Yeah, he'll come and grab you when he's back, and we'll go for a wander, Sandy, and get some
the
stories. Get the truth.
I don't know, but I get to paint my car when I get home with these 4 cans of Danny Brown Steal It.
Yep.
He can shout another 4.
The only thing that'll be in them is marbles when you give it back. They'll be empty. It'll just be shaking and that's it. She said that you might have to pay for those too.
Yeah, it made me shell out cash to front up Danny Brown.
Yep.
Yeah. She knew he was going to do a runner.
Delivery costs are up these days too, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, definitely. Long way to deliver those. So Kyle Tucker, surprisingly fast with a 1:20 and 39 for his first 2 laps. Chappie just 25 seconds behind Clayton and Adam Maguire. And 3rd place today so far, Aaron Habe in car 57, 1:27.54. 7 minutes 15 off Kyle Tucker. That's a big gap to pull back in. I know, but that gives Kyle a little bit of breathing space, Kyle and Clayton.
There's only one puncher in it, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. But at least it gives them some breathing space. Not that there's much between Clayton and Kyle, but you start going down. Tom Owen in 4th position, 7 minutes 38 off the leader. Kyle Tucker, Mark Burrows rounding out our 5th place, 8 minutes off 1st place.
It's one of those sports you don't get too cocky in, do you?
Oh no, definitely not.
It brings you back.
Turns around really quick.
Brings you back and bites you real quick.
Well, like we saw, Kaminsky, ball terror of a first lap.
Yeah.
Straight into the fence over the finish line.
Over the first corner, you can go from 0 to 0 pretty quick. Yeah. That's just part of the game. That's motorsport, isn't it? You know, you got to ride the lows and the highs, and it balances out, and you have your good days and bad days.
Be a good time to get in the chopper, wouldn't it, Lou?
It would be. We might send Darren up there. What do you reckon?
I'll get up there.
We'll put him on a ratchet strap and hang him out the side and see what angles we can get.
I'm just thinking about it first.
Maybe that's where Dad's gone.
Dale's standing.
He's been gone a while. Maybe he went up in the helicopter.
The old ultimate helicopters, ladies and gentlemen, out the back, giving rides. Not expensive. Here's Dale Stanton across the line.
Yeah, if you want to follow your car or your vehicle or the chopper man will find what car you're with, and he will. Yeah, you can ride above and see what it's all about from the sky.
10-minute ride. I can't remember what the price was, but wasn't a lot of money for a lot of fun. So
Wellesley will shout you anyway.
Sandy's already starting to tab down here for Steal It, so we can just throw whatever we want on that too.
What a great weekend at the ARB. Steal It. 480 Big Desert. Brought to you by Rainbow Risers Events, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, Grain Corp, Hindmarsh Shire Council.
There's the cameraman that we're going to go for a walk around. Matt.
He's in the right spot.
Hey, Matt. We're going to go for a lap round with him, but he's out there on the scissor lift copping all the dust. But thank you.
Now, who was the man that shouted us that scissor lift in town?
We did get that scissor lift from in town. It's the hardware.
The local hardware man.
Wow.
I hope he's out of the dust there, because he will look like Al Jolson by the time the weekend's end.
Look at that.
That scissor lift's amazing.
He's a little bit alone out there. I sort of feel sorry for Matt. He's sort of just hanging out there sucking dust all day, isn't he?
I hope he's got a couple of cold ones in there.
I was going to say, you got a drink out there, Matt?
He's got a couple of little cold ones and an esky sitting there. He can go a bit higher.
You see our pit area behind us,
Yep.
up in the top corner, and once again those silos are right at the end of Main Street.
Just stick your hand out the back of the comm box there, Sandy, and wave and see if we can see you.
We're not on the screen. We're on the far left of that
Looks
screen.
like he's just been dumped in a paddock with a trailer.
Unhook him, get away.
Well, you'll have to wait for him, Sandy, before you go on your patrol.
Yeah.
Look at the pit area. Look at the work they've done.
They're phenomenal, man.
You know, you don't see many pit areas like that in the country. Oh, here we go.
Hey, where's he been?
Yeah.
Simon Tucker.
Maybe.
He's coming back in to do. He's down near the airstrip behind us. So
that's a lot more than a puncher. He's lost. He's probably lost half an hour.
He might have put an engine in it.
Well, he's had a significant issue.
Kaminski's still in the pits there on your left-hand side of your screens, folks. Didn't see him come back out.
Shame. Hopefully they can get that. Hopefully we can get that back out tomorrow.
Back tomorrow, that'd be good.
We'll get Huddy to put the stream. If we can get going tomorrow, let's try and get the live stream.
Yeah.
Get a bit on board.
Well, we're seeing a few cars come back in.
Well, it's back under full speed, the Tucker car.
Yeah,
so
they've obviously found the issue, and
he's not nursing
might be
it home
100% rectified.
He's driving it angrily at the moment.
Yeah, that's what happens when you know you've just lost an hour.
There he is, Simon Tucker, last year's second place getter for the championship.
Sammy can bring his time up. We'll know exactly. I reckon it's about half an hour, 40 minutes he's lost on that lap.
Yeah. Well, normally you do it in about a 41 or 42 minute lap, so we'll see what time he's come up with.
Remembering that he'll only be our 15th, 16th, or whatever he's 17th, 18th car.
Yeah,
we're moving down here. Sorry, I'm lying. He is in 19th position with a 1:59.22.
We've lost an hour.
38 minutes behind. So, go back here. We go.
Another one.
Stage 1.
666. 666 to finish lap 2. Tim Wilkinson in the Can-Am.
Simon Tucker did a 43-minute first lap.
Second race ever in his notes here for 666. Oh, I got another one. 609. 609.
So,
Jeremy Horn in the Can-Am. Second race also. There you go.
Yeah, that tells me that Simon Tucker has lost over half an hour.
Yep. Oh, I said about half an hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah,
so it's obviously maybe an overheating or something significant. That is pretty warm out there, isn't it?
Out there, I don't know. I've been in here for an hour.
Yeah.
Not warm enough for Darren to be in shorts, though.
Yeah.
It's about 16 degrees in here, though. It's lovely.
Beautiful.
Well, there you go. We've got a couple that are definitely out. Unfortunately, we thought Simon Tucker was out. Good to see him get back going and get in. But Brent Martin seems to be still out. Brett Kaminski we saw. We just saw him in the back corner of the pits there. Tom Dixon in that 83 Crumco.
The Crumco.
Seems to be out, same as Simon Gubbins. So hopefully they've still got a chance to get going again by tomorrow. And isn't the view fantastic here, Wellesley?
Oh, mate, it's amazing. Amazing the view you get from this box.
Now that the dust has settled.
Over the glistening lake with the blue sign.
Yeah.
And, of course, the wind's changed directions again.
Yep.
So it's blowing away from us, the dust.
We must have Santori on his way back in. 6116. Yep, Santori's our next car, which is still a ways out. They must be coming in that big long straight in the back. We'll see them behind our steel banners.
Yep.
We'll see their dust come over to the left. Any minute now. There is a chicane put on that big long straight too, if anyone's looking at their rally safe.
A couple of vantage points.
Yep, you can see the dust in the distance now.
Yep, that's it. Saw a flash of the headlights. They're probably where the chicane is, actually, where I just saw the headlight flash.
Yep.
There's our map. So you see down the bottom right-hand corner, you see 437 lit up in yellow. That's Jakey Williams who's stopped. But in front of that, to the right, is 6116, the next car coming into the arena. They've just gone through a man-made chicane at a road just to slow them down a little bit, because the big cars, I'm tipping, are coming into that chicane at 200, 220, 30, 40 even.
230 k's, yeah.
It's all a lot of it's all mayonnaise, fellas. So the true mark you'll never actually know.
Yeah.
But I think our last car on lap 2 is the 888.
Yeah,
so
I think.
yep.
It's going to be.
That's our last moving car. which is
Michael
the
Hackney.
Yep, so he's in the Nissan Patrol. In front
We've
of
got
that
a few
is the
out.
vet.
I see. Yeah, car 70 is out. 83. What was car 83? That was
the Crumco.
Crumco.
Brent Martin in the 90.
Brent Martin in the 90. That's Pup.
Yeah, and
Pup's
1074. Adam, isn't it amazing we see here with the map? So this section so if you're looking at the screen, the BP sign at like about 12 o'clock down to about where the 264 sign, that's the roughest part of the track.
Yeah,
That's
that far left-hand,
that's the desert.
left-hand third of what you're looking at.
And the common tread here is where all the cars falling out.
Yeah, mostly out there.
They're all falling out.
There has been a couple on the way back in here through the creek down the bottom, above the out where it says Big Desert, where it says the 480, where that 1054 car is.
Yep.
There has been a few fall out on that back section as well for whatever reason, not sure.
So that BP at 12 o'clock and then the 264 about 6 o'clock, that whole section is all the desert, the sandy rough section. So it just shows how hard it's a true off-road event.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be good. Hopefully a lot of people can repair and get back out there tomorrow, because it'll be good to see a full lineup again in the morning. I'm sure we'll see a few definitely out.
We need a few cars, otherwise you might have to start hearing Darren tell a few stories.
Oh, gee whiz. And there's nothing wrong with that, Lee. Just that you would have heard them about 20 times before.
200.
But we need at least 30, 35 cars starting in the morning.
Yeah.
Which will be nice.
Darren said he'd do any panel beating overnight for anybody that needs a bit of a panel beating job.
I've got plenty of time.
We can do the spray painting with our Steal It.
Danny Brown will foot the bill for that.
Yeah. Until we see the payment come through, they're not his yet.
Yeah. Actually, we've got two cars coming in here. We've got two side-by-sides, 606, 697, 6116. 6116 should be Nathan Satori should be in first, I'm going to say. Then 697. Cameron Grayson should be on the way in there too. And then 606.
Look at the work of the drone pilots we got out there. We just capture. We don't miss a thing in this in the venue here.
Good footage today, mate. I tell you, been fantastic, hasn't it? There's around our second.
There's the airstrip. There's the airstrip.
Oh, there's the airstrip.
Yep. There's your chopper there, Sandy, just on the
You
right
just
there.
missed it. You just missed it, mate.
Yeah.
The camera moved too fast. Into our Big Dipper.
There's the big hole. Been a couple of incidents there over the journey, but they've put the little chicane in to
remind people to back off.
Yeah, slow them down a little bit. It's all fast from there on in.
Well, we must be. We've also got car 201 in the mix in there too, which is the Forsman entry. So we've got a couple of Class 6s and a Class 2. And then we've got a fair gap till 607, which is Taylor Apostoli's, which is, she's on her way back down that main big long straight back into the pits. So if you're looking out for her, you'll see her dust in the far distance over on your left.
Blowing towards us. The wind now is blowing left to right.
6116, Nathan Satori.
Big nosedive over the finish line.
Yep,
that would
and
hurt.
right behind him.
Yeah, wow, that's a close gap. 697, which is Cameron Grayson.
Right behind each other.
And then we should have another one. Didn't we say Brendan Forsman?
Yeah,
is
that's
that
the
him on the
201,
screen there?
yeah, on the screen. I just caught a glimpse of that. So we're getting a few coming now, which is good.
They are. Taylor will be rounding the last couple of corners into the arena over in our far left as well. Any second, we'll see her bright pink side by side with the father in the passenger seat.
There's another one just come in side by side as well. So they're having a great race. This one's got a bit of orange on it. Not sure what the number is yet.
Is Tim Wilkinson, maybe? No, I'm lying.
6106.
606.
Yeah, Tom Stevens.
Tom Stevens. Last corner for Brendan Forsman.
Of course, Brendan's got the new sponsor on this weekend as well, we should mention. It's great to see. He's got a new tyre company on board.
Black Bear.
Yeah,
NJK plugs and Black Bear tyres.
Yep. So it's good. They need a bit of support. The Forsman family normally go out with about 4 or 5 cars. This weekend they're only campaigning 1. But I have seen up to 4 vehicles, I believe, in their tent.
Yeah, I think the one race we've got 5 of them out there at one race from memory.
Yep.
But yeah, there's usually a few here.
Big off-road family that we have.
Taylor will be the next one in with Kristen in the passenger seat.
How many we got left out there, Sandy?
Well,
half a dozen?
Heath's hit that long straight on the way back in. He'll be the next lot of dust you see in the distance.
Yep.
Then we've got 629, which is... Who the heck is 629? That's Glenn Ho. I'll say it wrong, I'm sure. I'll try not to. 663. There's a few Class 6s on their way back in. They must have got a bit beat up there today.
Yeah.
But how's Lockie Campbell?
Oh.
What?
He's done some work. He's done some work to those shockers, mate. Because Greg told me it was a dead standard car, and the only work they've done is wrecker motor. Only work that's been done is the shock absorbers.
So tonight you want to lift up the tarp and steal the suspension diameter out of that car and copy it on your own.
He's done some
What a shot of
work
Taylor. What a shot of Taylor there. That was fantastic.
Yeah, we'll see if you can get her name right when she crosses the line. But it's good to see the girls having a go. Is it all girls in there?
No, her father's in the passenger seat, Kristen. Yeah.
Oh, it's great that she's having a go.
Yeah, she had a few races. Not too sure how many, but she said she's had a few races. And
just look at my the notes here. What number was it?
Family race. 18-year-old Taylor navigating beside her with her dad beside her.
So, how good's that?
Yeah, it's awesome.
How many years has she been racing?
I'm not too sure. It doesn't say, and I must say it's the first time I've met her this weekend.
Not long if she's only 18. I wouldn't have thought.
Well, yeah, you've got to get a couple of years in. I think you can start navigating at a club level at 12, and go to start navigating at a national at 14. Is that correct? And driving at 16. Driving at 16, but you can navigate at 14.
Yep.
There's Pup walking past there, Lee. I think we'll try and get Pup up in the box there, and he can tell us what happened to the car for the weekend.
Yeah, well,
as soon as you say that, he starts running, mate.
Well,
yeah,
I've got plenty of dirt on him, so I'll start telling some stories until he gets up here.
Yeah, well, we need him
Taylor,
up there.
around the last corner.
Oh, look at
over
that.
the
She's
finish
done
line.
well.
Done. Good to see Taylor Apostoles over the finish line.
I saw a bit of fist pumping going on in there.
Yeah, I reckon I saw a fist pump this morning too, mate.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty impressive, actually. I saw somebody else fist pump going back. It might have been Jakey Stevens.
Great to see
Williams.
A guy sharing that with his daughter, and you know, going around there. It's a tough day out there.
Mm-hmm. And then he's going, now we've only got 4 more to go tomorrow.
So Pup must have kept walking, did he?
Yeah, bloody oath he did.
I think he's headed in the direction of where you go and pick up your logbook when you're done.
He's done.
That's the walk of shame.
He's done.
So when he's walking over there to grab his logbook to Event HQ, what does that tell you?
And he said to me the other day that he had that car perfect. Well, I'll give you the heads up, it's not perfect.
Well, hopefully it's just something minor, not major.
That's got to be Heath's dust. Yeah, it is right there through his through the dipper. And then 629, 663, 646, 264. I don't think is moving. Oh no, 264 is moving the wrong way. Oh, Matty Hummer looks like he's out. He's at the stationary.
No.
Oh,
hopefully it's not that extra power he got.
He's under low speed, should I say, and he's off the track. So.
Oh, jeez, I hope he's not out, because Chris Hummer, of course, is the sponsor of the commentary over the weekend.
Raceline Wheels.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the crayfish tomorrow again.
Yeah, he's put us up in the Rainbow Retreat. He put the roast lamb on last night.
Tell you what, those raceline wheels are tough. A lot of cars out there got them. I noticed Bowie's got them on his car.
Brent Martin,
yeah, raceline. You can't get a better off-road wheel than that. So
Warwick Vet still out there. Ross Newman still motoring.
Is the Class 8 still the last vehicle, Sandy, on course?
Yeah, I don't know if it's still going. I'm just trying to track it down. 1025. Who's 1025? John Wish. Oh, he's out. John Viss.
Yeah, and the Gecko.
888. I'm going to say still showing the Hackney and Michael Hackney and what's his name, Ryan's still moving, but.
A few of the spectators packing up. The breeze is up pretty hard. I can see them shaking off their picnic rugs.
Don't know if our man. I don't know if Matt's coming back in to go for a wander with the camera or not. We probably missed a few people. I'll probably pack up, nick off back, get a shower and a service done on the car as soon as they're back, ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, what's
and there's a handful. There's a handful fixing. So. Kaminsky obviously did some form of major damage.
That's right.
Otherwise he'd be back. He'd be back. Yeah, it can't have been that minor.
No. It's a pretty big truck for a fence. It's
it would be a pretty strong fence.
Unless you got a post.
Well, yeah, but I didn't see any real damage.
It
on
drove
the front
back
of it.
in.
Yeah.
It didn't get towed back in, did it?
Quite interesting to see what actually happened to it.
779 with Michelle in the passenger seat, his wife finishing first. Our only Class 7, but finishing their first section here at the ARB Steel at Big Desert 480.
Imagine laying in bed tonight thinking I've got to do 4 more of those tomorrow.
In that washing machine.
Yes. Wow, No, they deserve a bigger trophy, really.
And they still love doing it.
They're having a ball. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. They've had all sorts of things over the years.
Yeah. No, they're doing a great job.
And they're ahead of... There's still half a dozen cars still out there.
Did they win the ARB Australian Championship last year in Class 7?
Yeah.
Yep.
A couple of times, and once again we said before, Heath's the man that's running the Southern States Club Championship, which is about 10 races. I can't remember exactly how many between South Australia and Victoria. A good club challenge. Right. Some smaller events. We had Portland was part of it. Darren's Day Out, I believe, is part of it, and a number of others. The Barungal 180 or whatever it is, over there near the Pines.
Yep.
Yeah, so it should be a good little series. That they are 629.
Glenn Hugh.
Another one.
Glenn Hoff.
Hoff, is it?
Team name, the Bended Bandits.
Oh, the Bended Elbow. That's obviously their business, the Bended Elbow.
Yeah, the Bended... I've got here on my...
I'm going to read the sheet now.
On my notes.
Now that you've prompted that. The Bended Elbow, yeah.
The Bended Elbow.
They're all wearing the Bended Elbow tops, so... also sponsored by Old Racecourse View, and I'm tipping the Bended Elbow sounds like a pub to me, or a watering hole.
It'd have to be, wouldn't it?
So
be a watering hole somewhere.
I don't know about it, but if you're near it or seen it, go and have a drink.
Yep, why not? I haven't seen it before.
And if it's an arm wrestling club, go and have a wrestle.
Look at another shot of the pit facilities here. You don't get...
Heath Whedon rolling in.
Look at the facilities.
You do have to enter the pit. You'll see Heath going around to the left there. Now, even if his pit is far right of those pits, you do have to do a full lap of the pits. And what that does is it makes everybody do the same amount of distance, even including your pit time.
Yep.
So if your pit is the first pit on the pit entry, bad luck, you've still got to do a full lap of the pits to get back out. At walking pace.
Yes.
Not at 92k an hour, Lee.
Never. It's a 663, is it?
Indeed it is, mate. Justin Mitchell. Polaris.
Tell you what, all these side-by-sides are out there. Well, I don't think we've lost too many. They're pretty reliable these days, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the only thing that seems to give trouble with those are the belts.
Yeah,
And,
they seem to
be... everybody's getting on top of that now, though.
Yeah.
They're all
think
getting
you can buy
cooler belts, and they're working out how to keep the belts cool. In the early days, all you saw was golf carts with melted belts and broken rear trailing arms.
Yeah, so they've come a long way, and this is one of the hardest, or if not the hardest in the country, off-road event, and they're all coming in. We've seen how many started, 12 or 13.
We haven't seen many out anyway.
No.
I think when you went down earlier after the prologue, there was a couple working on belts, weren't
Yeah, cool. There was one cooling a belt.
Yep.
They put their blowers on them to try and cool the aluminium down because there's an aluminium bell in there. And the belt rides up the bell to get the speed. Bell V, I don't know, call it what you like. I'm not a golf cart guy, so I don't know too much tech stuff about them.
I only borrow Dad's. He leaves at the golf club. Try and jump
Righto, we're going to have some times here. Let's go down and see at least what the last few have done. Let's go from back at like 20th position, which was the Horn entry 6009, 1 hour 50.05. Sartori in the 6116 car 151.08. Brendan Forsman in the hour 201 car. They did a 152.21 seconds. The 606 entry, the Stevens, a 152.21 seconds as well. Dead even. Look at that. Not even a second, 0.01 of a second difference. You wouldn't think of that. The Grayson entry, 697, a 154.03. 629, a 156.26. The Apostoli's entry, 607 at a 156 and 30. Mitchell 663 157.59. Heath Whedon we just saw come over the finish line 158.53, which puts Simon Tucker back down in 29th position.
You've done well there, Sandy. You better take a drink or something after all
I
that.
need something. I tell you what, the fridge is on and waiting for the end of race before I can go there.
Yeah.
As soon as they call it, I'm gone. Mic drop.
Actually, you got to do your pit walk first.
I'm not too sure what's happening there because Matt's still out on our scissor lift.
Might have to do a pit walk first thing in the morning before we start.
Our big boss in there, Chard, would have been yelling in the microphone, in our earmuffs, telling us to get out there and go and do a pit walk, but it sometimes gets a bit too hard trying to coordinate people getting back in.
That looks out like our old vehicle, Darren.
Is it?
That's our last Class 2.
The Bunderson.
Coming home.
Yep, I recognise that car from any angle. Anywhere.
Oh, right, yep. You've spent a bit of time in there, Lee.
Yeah, it's like a big... I tell you what, for a Class 2 car, it's like a big armchair.
It is. Closely followed by the 1054 car, which I reckon wasn't our 1050 Simon Gubbins car out, but it's back on track.
Just keeps coming back.
He was out earlier, but he's back on track. He's coming in right now.
Yeah, we should have the 264 and the 1054.
Yep, it is indeed. So I don't know what Simon Gubbins has gone wrong with him, but he's back in action.
Yep.
Maybe he found a... Indeed it is. That's him over on the left. Unique shaped little black rocket.
264.
Around the little beam car.
Yes. 4-ball racing from Townsville, Brian Bradford.
There you go.
Second of our Class 2 cars to finish today. We only have 2 Class 2 cars,
and they're both home.
They're both home. That's a fair feat too, isn't it, out here this weekend?
Oh,
10 years ago it probably wasn't.
Yep.
But nowadays, to battle away around in these tracks now, with running against trophy trucks with 40-inch tyres.
Well, out in the sand, they just haven't got, with the 1650cc engine
haven't got horsepower either.
They just cannot get up on top of that. No matter how hard they try, you just cannot get on top of it.
They are Simon Gubbins, folks. Had a big stop out there today, but obviously who knows what it was, but he's back in action and over the finish line. He'll be glad to see that.
Well, there shouldn't be too many more left.
And if he's fixed, guess what? He can go straight in the trailer and just come out tomorrow.
That's right, yeah.
So he doesn't have to do too much work. But
Just
probably not.
Just put fuel in it.
Yeah. We've got 646 still out there, who should be coming in any minute, I would imagine.
Not many more after that, I wouldn't have thought.
Nah, they're getting fairly light on now. Jakey Williams, 6681's our Warwick vet. Matty Hummer, it's still showing him stopped there.
So we've only got 2 cars
and
left.
888, which is Michael Hackney. I think we've got 3 cars left.
Is 888 still moving?
If my computer loads here. It's very slow, mate.
Well, you think your phone's full of viruses or something, mate. I don't know what you've been looking up on there.
Well, don't search the search history. You don't want to be scared or offended or... It's easier not to know.
Better not to know.
Righto, let's see how some of these cars are going. We got... What's going on here? Right, now we're back on action. I reckon we've got maybe Mark DeGrucci in car 88 still out there. 646, which is on our screen now. The Hogan entry. Michael Hackney still going. Maybe Matt Hummer's still going. I'm not too sure. And Ross Newman's still going. So they're not motoring along at bulk speed either, are they?
No.
That's
Gone across the line.
doesn't matter. I know they're not flying over the line, but they got there.
Well, we saw the Rod Vista car, across the line.
Very slowly, didn't it? With a little bit of smoke. You never know what's going on.
A bit of blue smoke out the back.
And not only that, these guys might have done 2 belts out there, and now they've got back to they're on their last belt and gone, we've got to conserve.
Yep.
Making it home today is one thing of importance. If you don't make it home today and you seed for tomorrow, then you have to make it home to be a finisher tomorrow.
That's right.
There we go. We're back on it. Now I'm going to say down the far left corner there above the big...
The 88
is the 88 is the last car on track, which sells us Matty Hummer in front of him, 633. 888, which is Michael Hackney.
And
there's
4 cars left.
I'm just going to zoom in on that, which will be Ross Newman in 6681.
Yeah.
And then you can see 437. That's Jake Williams in that truck, who has been out for a while now.
So 4 cars. Yeah, 4 cars
6681. Left. Ross Newman will be our next car in. We've got a little while to go, but not too long. If car 88 gets out of the rough stuff, they might put their foot down a little bit. I don't know. They're it's not travelling as fast as we would have thought. I mean, I think the car's capable. New driver, Mark DeGrucci in there, getting used to the car. Once again, new motor. They might be just playing it safe more than anything.
4 cars left to call home for you.
Tell you what, the old man's deserted you, mate.
I don't know. He said, come up for 20 minutes while I go and get some lunch. That was
See
2
ya.
hours ago.
Yeah, just been 19.
He's on his 9th
I've kept
pot.
on, it's on 19 minutes.
Yeah, he's on his 9th pot at the bar.
Lee, can you just jump up there for 20 minutes for us? Yeah. He's been down there bench racing,
Ghosted
telling stories.
Yeah. No, he's got a lot to talk about, Lee.
I do see dust down there in the distance, and I'm going to say that is maybe the vet.
It is the vet.
Yeah, it looks like the vet.
Here he comes.
Oh, there, he's on our screen, sorry. It's me trying to look out in the distance and they're at the rally safe.
Oh, there's Glenn Wells, and I can see him.
Oh,
he's coming back.
He's not walking too straight.
Yeah.
Well, I've actually...
He's sitting down.
He's just sitting down there.
I've got a good gig
for the day.
Tomorrow morning, fellas. I've got a really good gig lined up. I am going out with Shane Hutt tomorrow.
Oh.
Around the circuit. And
the big boss of the production here.
I'm going to follow the boss around in the morning, and he's going to take me some vantage points.
Well, that'll be good. You'll be able to send us a text. Send him to Sandy because he looks at his phone.
I don't think a microphone will work out there, but I'll send you some updates. But I'm happy to go out with Shane tomorrow and look at some of the sites and some of the shots and the special places out there.
There he is, our only Class 66, Ross Newman, 6681, the Warwick vet. He was saying he's doing 14 races this year. Last year was 17.
14 races?
I don't know how can you do 14 races?
He's
dipping into his retirement fund, isn't he?
How old are we talking? How old is he?
I'm not sure. I can't remember now, but he's a little older than me.
Oh, so he's about 80.
We wouldn't be far. I can't remember, but yes, he's more elderly. He bloody loves it though. He was just smiling the whole time last night. We're talking to him. He loves it.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Like us all. That's why we're all here, mate.
Yeah.
Because we love off-road racing.
Tell you what, who loves off-road racing? ARB off-road 4x4 accessories.
Oh.
Steel at Australia.
Yep.
Mickey Thompson tyres and Raceline wheels.
Oh, they're all unbelievable, mate. And what about the people down at Rainbow Risers Events Association down the bottom there?
At the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You reckon at the bar they might be able to bring us a couple shortly if we plug them?
Hey, I noticed a guy walking by here with a steak sandwich and a bucket full of chips and gravy, and I thought, wow, that's where I'm heading, straight after here.
Because if I wasn't on a diet, I'd get one.
We're not too far off knockoff time either, though. I tell you
that's
what,
what I mean. Nearly knockoff time. I thought there might have been a knock at the door with 3 cold ones in here.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Dad was going to get, and he just forgot to bring ours.
They probably didn't make it back. He's got 6681. Should be rounding the last corner in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Then we'll have the 888 Michael Hackney car and Matt Hummer. I'm saying Matt Hummer is definitely stationary.
Yep.
Haven't seen him change, which means our only other car racing at 2 kilometres an hour currently is Mark DeGrucci and Mark Hoban in car 88.
No, that's got to be stopped. At 2 kilometres an hour, that doesn't work.
Who's doing 2 kilometres an hour?
The 88.
Well, still bloody.
No.
Yeah, I can't say it. I'm going to say. I have no official word on that either, by the way. But
well, they might be getting up on top of the whoops.
Car 1074 is out. Car 1025 is out. We know the Brent Martin's out. Car 90, unfortunately. I'm just going back around the track here to see anybody that's positioned. We know Roland Polchow was out earlier. I shall go check there. Vissus car was strong going into the last corner. Engine has had an issue as he was exiting the corner, heading for the finish line.
Yeah, we saw that.
There you go. We did see that come over with a bit of smoke, unfortunately.
Yeah, and blue.
And let's just do a little refresh on our finals standings for today. Adams 1074 out, Pups out, Viss is out in that 1025.
Yep.
Paul Renouf 620 is out. Roland Polchow is out 468. Jake Williams 437's out. The Coleman entry in that Porter number 70 is out. Well, we haven't got that many out, really.
No,
1,
probably
2,
about
3,
10.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, they can, as we
Maybe
know, they can be seeded for tomorrow too. It's not necessarily
7, and there's a couple on the circuit.
10.
Yeah.
Maybe 10
10
11
people
out. So
we'll probably
we're
have
not too bad. And
37 start tomorrow.
And hopefully we might get 3 or 4 or 5 of those fixed again.
That's
with
right,
any luck.
yep.
So they're still in contention. There he is. Ross Newman, 6681 across the finish line. Another successful section for Ross.
Yep.
And we literally can see Michael Hackney rounding that far left-hand side of the. You see his headlights down there.
He's got to be our last car then.
Well,
Unless
apart from
Matt Hummer and the 88 machine.
I can't see them moving on the rally safe unless somebody can give me word. Car 83 is out. Tom Dixon, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, the 633's in yellow now.
Yeah, it does look like 88's moving, unless they've rounded that right hand, their left hand corner. They've been sitting there. Well, on our screen, that 88 car has rounded that corner. On my screen, that has not rounded that corner. So, I'm going to say car 88's idling along somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think it's in a
not at race pace.
Not in a racing motion. So this may be our last active rolling vehicle.
Michael Hackney
in the patrol. You had anything to do with this one, Sandy?
A little bit.
Little bit?
Little bit. It was one of my old cars, but bloody awesome car that too. But it probably needs a little bit more refinement, and suspension's probably the biggest thing let down with that car now. It's we probably had way too much power in it.
Yeah.
So when he took control of it, I sort of suggested that maybe just a standard LS1 as opposed to what we had in it might keep it a bit more of a fun car with a bit more reliable. We probably had it way overpowered for what it was.
Well, he's finished the 2 laps.
Yeah.
Or not yet.
Well, I think not only that, like I was saying, suspension's probably its downfall out here. He'll probably love tracks like Griffith, those fast farm-style tracks.
Yeah.
And even Pines, that setup, I think that at Pines would be a great setup car. And I never put it together to do the real rough stuff anyway. My back's been broken a few times now, my neck, so I'm
knees, neck.
I'm quite happy to sit on the smoother.
Oh, Glenn's back.
Whoa.
What's going on?
Good to see you come back to sign off, mate.
Yep.
Did I do that good a job that you just wanted to sit out there and listen to me for 2 hours?
No, walk away somewhere where I couldn't hear you.
Well, I think we're just about to sign off. So you've turned up just in.
I heard that bit. That's why.
I think this might be our last car before.
We got there. It comes over here. I can see it coming around past
there. He is 888 Michael Hackney.
Yep. He's coming past the airfield there. So he's done a great job.
Shane Ryan's in the passenger seat of this car.
He'll be about 3 inches shorter by tonight, I think, when he gets out.
Have to carry him out.
Sure, I think our boss man Chard might be able to let us know how much longer we got on here before you can stop listening to our dribble.
Yeah.
If they want us. I reckon we might leave our interviews in the pit till tomorrow, just because I can see a lot of cars already on trailers and cars and trailers gone out of the pits. There's obviously some people still working, and I'm tipping they're the guys that don't possibly want to be left alone. But
well, they probably want to take it back to the showgrounds as well.
They can have a cam back there and do their work. But
we'll call this one home. And
there he is, Michael Hackney, our only Class 8 for this weekend, folks, over the line. And I think we might wind it up here because I still haven't seen car 88, which is the last one that I thought was moving on the track. Still doesn't look to have moved on my rally safe. So if everybody here is happy with that, we'll call that our last car home for the day. A massive thank you to...
Certainly been a big day today, Sandy, and tomorrow's going to be bigger.
I'm just going to get a quick time in here for Michael Hackney once it reloads before we do a bit of a wind up. There's you can see cars rolling out of the pits there in the top of our screen. That's our...
We'll do a bit of a driver of the day.
Grain Corp pile of grain there, you can see.
I think Kyle Tucker's taken out driver
absolutely
today.
Dominated today. I can't.
Yep.
And if he keeps going at that pace, if he can hold that up for the year, no one's getting near him, I don't reckon.
Well, it'll be interesting tomorrow when you go for a walk around the pits to actually talk to Kyle. What about Simon, though? There's the big news. What happened to that car yesterday? Why was he able to fix it and get going again? You know, and Kaminsky, why is he stopped?
Oh, we'll try and get a bit of...
get around the pits and just catch up on a few of them. So all the people at home tune in early. We're going to get Sandy down the pits. He's going to find out the goss, what's happening. And we'll be back tomorrow for another big day.
Just quickly, mate, if anybody's got a 6PK 2120 belt out there, it'd be grand if anybody has a 6PK 2120 belt. Yell out. The chappies require one if possible, and they are situated pretty much car 15. Yeah, so if you go into the pit area, they're virtually they're on the left-hand side of your screen. If anyone's looking at the screen, the little red tents down there, they're about there somewhere on the screen. If you see a pile of Mitsubishis somewhere, that's them. They love the Mitsubisis.
Yep.
So it's actually for car 1018, which is Stu's. Stu's car. So it might be what he's struggled with early on.
Strange. We normally run a spare belt. The boys are coming up with the right aisles. Lovely.
There we go.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, we sign off a little bit. We'd like to thank all the sponsors too, wouldn't we? And what about ARB and Steel It, and of course Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels
and Cougar Racing.
Cougar Racing, oh, geez,
for delivering.
They really know what's going on down there at Cougar, especially when they bring us up at Great Northern up into the box.
And a box of crayfish.
Yeah.
A box of crayfish in Great Northern. Thanks, fellas.
And if we've got a flex plate for an LS2, 3-bolt torque converter, Cougar Racing would love to borrow that.
Borrow it? Wow, a flex plate.
They've obviously had a little issue out there. There might be another few parts calls out there this evening. I don't know what's gone wrong with some of those other cars. But, yeah, thank you to those sponsors.
Yes, certainly. We need those sponsors to put on great events like this. And every year we come back to Rainbow. They've done a fantastic job. And we'll be signing off for the day. And I tell you what, we'll see you first thing in the morning.
Thank you,
very
Darren.
much.
Thank you, Lee. And thank you, Glenn.
Glenn will be back in the morning.
Will he, though? He seems pretty comfortable in the background.
I'm going out with Shane tomorrow, so I'll be back in the afternoon. But, yeah, Dad can take over in the morning. But thanks, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks very much. Welcome. Thank you for your listening for your first day of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, and we will see you all in the morning. Cheers, folks.